everybody stage 4 cancer is really bad. This is stage fucking 9. I don't know if there is a solution. And this is a holy war. This isn't a land dispute. That's an excuse. The Palestinian people are being used for this holy war.
I agree, 1,200,000%. Hold on, Darush. Darush, hold on. I'm going to come back to you in a second. Let me say hello to Ali. Ali, how you doing, man?
I'm good. JB, how are you, man?
I'm doing great. I have a question for you, man.
Yeah.
Is the Iranian regime going to fall?
Of course, 100% with the BB, with the okay. If the BB protection, he wants the protection of people of the Iran, he has to eliminate this fucking regime, these fucking mullahs, and 100%.
But then what's next? What's next, brother?
Dude, it's the next what?
The regime falls. What's next?
Of course, we need the revolution of the Iran with the people revolution with the helpingness of the BB and the President Trump. The president, the vice president, Bibi Netanyahu, and the President Trump help the people of the Iran. As the BB said at the conference, he said, we protect you, people of the Iran. You have to go to streets. We protect you. We are behind you. And that's it.
Well, Ali, let me just say this. Yes, President Trump, he helped Iran when he eliminated the nuclear facilities. Israel's helped. I don't know if the American public, and I don't speak for all Americans, but I don't think the American public wants to get involved with a regime change in Iran.
In the social, no, he cannot say that. Okay.
Wait, hold on. Let me just say this. At what point did Iranian people, the millions of them, stand up and say we've had enough? At what point do they stand for themselves?
What is the goal? What is the point?
No. What I'm saying is, when do they stand up and say we've had enough? When do they?
Okay. After the 12th war, the 12th days war, because Iran has 400 kilograms of uranium. Still, they have 400 kilograms. They hide that. They hide those 400 kilograms. And the BB don't want. Since the Iran has 400 kilograms, it's a threat for all of the world. It should be, I think, after 1 month, after 30 days, the snapback completely coming back. Okay? It means the Europe should be giving hands to the BB and the President Trump. When they get their hands together, it's gonna be a start. Okay, BJ, could you give me 10 minutes? I will be back to you soon.
Take your time, Ollie. Thank you. Ada, how you doing, Ada?
Hi, how are you? Thank you for inviting. You raised some questions. I would like to answer simply. First of all, when you asked when people of Iran gonna rise and say we had enough, they are already doing it, but sadly the news are not covering. Since last few days, there is in Shiraz
really hungry.
and in Kazarm and in Rash, the central part and part of the Iran, they did protesting, and no one is covering, it's not being covered in any media and any news. And also, so people are starting initiating, and I attend the rooms of Iranians. There are some Iranians who always try to offer solutions for initiating a kind of fire, inside Iran. And we are thinking, of different ways, which I cannot explain in detail, but the widespread protest needs some fire, some stuff like some initiation within the people, but it must be organized. But sadly, Iranians are not do not have one leader or one united group that organizes through everything throughout the country. People rise within themselves because their situation of living gets worse, and that's it. And you also asked what comes next. Yeah, let's imagine like Israel and US and all the countries helped with regime change, the fall of the IRGC. Well, we have I cannot say any percentage, but as I'm seeing around, most people of Iran are supporting Reza Pahlavi, which is the son of the former king of Iran, and he has gathered a team of professionals, and they have released a notebook, a kind of instructions uh, for explaining the plans and what will happen after the fall of the IRGs. So most of the Iranians want him to be the leader of this temporary government that is going to happen.
Why cover these duck eggs with quilts? It turns out that they are hatching ducklings. Every morning, farmers compete with mother ducks to cook.
Of referendum, first for the people, we put election for the people to choose the leader of the temporary government. Even Reza Pahlavi doesn't want to impose himself to the society. He wants to be elected for this. Then another part of election is for the laws, because when IRGC came to the Iran, they changed all the rules based on the Quran and Islamic. They want to, and a group of lawyers, professionals want to work on the rules, and then we put another referendum for the people to accept whether.
Let me ask you a question. How close is it to a regime change? How close is it? Would you say until the Iranian people, the Persian people, rise up? Are we talking about a couple of weeks? Are we talking about a couple more years?
I think as soon as the attacks, the Israel attack starts, this is my estimation. I'm not sharing any facts or anything, just my opinion. As soon as the war begins, Iranians can have the courage to come to the street and protest, because Iranians are afraid of their lives also, because IRGC has some organization places all around the country, which includes big message. It's a kind of kind of place, maybe not multi, but they are armed. They've got weapons. They bring tanks to attack people, snipers to attack people.
Wait a second, Ada. And I'm familiar with what the IRGC does.
One sentence.
Here's the thing, Ada.
All Iranian want is that when they come to the street and protest, the IDF support them alongside in the streets. All they want.
Okay, well, what I was going to say was they already recently were at war for 12 days and nothing happened. They didn't rise up like they should have or they could have. Now, I'm not there, right? But I'm gonna keep it 100% with you. I know Netanyahu would love to see a regime change, but if your people are waiting on another government, You might be waiting a long time, and that's just my opinion.
Okay, but my opinion is the attacks of the Israel was focused on the nuclear sites and also the army, like the jets. They attacked airports, like the equipments, the army equipments, and they just attacked these like spots around the country. The focus was that, but people want the focus be first the IRGC members, like the commanders, the Khamenei, the and also the morality police, which is
Ada, hold on. I'm being respectful to you, but you're going on, and I'm going to tell you, I'm going to say it again. If your people are waiting for another government to come save them, they might be waiting a while. Israel has its hands full right now, and I don't know if at the top, and I could be wrong, maybe BB could fact check me, but if they're going to wait for Israel to come save the day, they need to do it themselves. They have millions of people, they outnumber, I understand IRGC has guns and all this other stuff, but I think once that movement starts, once you find a leader, not this guy that's in America, the former king's son, once you find a real leader to get the people galvanized, then you'll have a revolution. But let me say hello to First Lady Chi. Hello, First Lady of Clubhouse.
Hey JP, how are you?
She was very upset
Thanks,
about
I mean, I'm
ayahuasca
having a great day.
gossip, but
That's
she
just
calmed
basically
down.
twice today.
I know, right? It's been great.
So what do you think about the conversation? I want to see Iran free. I do. They're good people. But I think they have Pollyanna glasses on if they think Israel's coming to save the day. Just my opinion. I hope I'm wrong.
Foreign affairs. I just want America to stay out of it. But again, they're like, well, America can't stay out of it. I would like to see Iranian people because I've talked to some of them, and it's not the people, but you know, it was the government. However, it's put the people in harm's way. So, you know, I'm always on the fence.
Thank you, First Lady. Appreciate you.
Can I?
Bibi, you want to join? Yeah, I was going to.
Yeah. I just want to do a little commercial. This is a commercial. This one's brought to you by Gravel. If you click the link on the top, you're gonna make. It's probably gonna make you sick to your stomach. But by doing that, I would like to see all the red tickets disappear. And if you click the link above that, where it says Community Conversations and Collaborations, and you click Join the Room, that way you can cash in your red tickets, and you can have more amazing conversations like this. Do your civil duty. Cash in your tickets. And like I said, this one's brought to you by Grapple.
Thank you, Bibi. And I'll say this. Hold on, Darush. What I just said to this young lady, I like Ada. I don't want to say the things, but I feel that it's our responsibility to say, hey, listen, we support you guys, but you got to be realistic of what support you're going to expect. Because if you're waiting for the army or the cavalry to come save the day, it hasn't happened yet. I don't see it happening. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. But let me say hello to Jordan real quick. What's up, Dr. Jordan?
Good evening. How are you?
Good evening. I'm great. How are you?
Good.
Do you want to chime in?
Well, I just came up to want to help her answer the question because she was going on and on, and I wanted to make sure that before anything happened, we could get to an answer. And you know, I appreciate that she is long-winded and circuitous, but I was having a bowel movement, and I wanted.
Wait. How do you spell circuitous?
CIRCUTOUS.
Yeah, Jordan, you're one of a kind, kid.
Thank you. I can go back down now. I just wanted to move things forward.
You don't want to continue after the call?
I was gonna say, please make sure you wash your hands, please.
I think he must have been under pressure or arrested a little bit because that wasn't quite the right spelling.
Well, listen, he got closer than I could have. You right? Tell you that. Buttercup, hey, Buttercup left.
Too bad.
I know Buttercup pleases the smoke.
Yeah, she does. Can you come back up, Buttercup? I want to know what you think about the title of the room and if you watched the video in the Jumbotron there. Oh, she's on stage. How you doing, Shavuot.
Shavuot Tov. I already know about this video. It's from October 7. We all have read about it a million times.
On the video, actually got released today for the first time.
Oh, but it's been described in the media like 100 times, so I don't really need to see it.
Well, don't you think the video would be more important than hearing it described?
I'm already shocked and horrified with the description, and I think it's an atrocity. I thought it was an atrocity when it happened, so I don't think.
What do you think of the title of the room?
Being these kids in a really vulnerable position is like gonna change my feelings on it. The title of the room: Can Israel actually beat Hamas? That's a very broad question. I think that October 7 was preventable, and like Yoav Gallant, the former defense minister who led the war for the first half, I believe the war should have ended a year ago at a lower cost, and it would have spared the lives of hostages and soldiers and Palestinian civilians. So like Yoav Gallant and virtually every former prime minister and former defense minister, this war should have ended over a year ago, and it would have spared a lot of lives.
What would you have done? The most important question. Everybody wants to criticize and
I would have done what Yoav Gallant laid out.
No, but what would you have done?
Okay, I would have signed the deal that has been thwarted multiple times by the Israeli prime minister. I would have deported the bad guys, the Hamas leaders and people who were released from prison who in exchange for the hostages. And I would, start the reconciliation, rebuilding.
And then you keep mentioning Gallant, but he's the one that's advocating for the takeover right now. So, do you still feel that way?
Gallant is not advocating for the takeover.
Yes, he is.
Okay, send me a link. Gallant, who says the war should have ended a year ago, is now advocating for takeover.
And Hamas never agreed. They change the agreement all the time, but you keep saying that it's Israel that disagrees.
The deal on the table today was proposed by Israel, and Israel agreed to it in the past. And now that Hamas wants it, they are nowhere to be found. There's an article in Haaretz today where, the opposition gets a call from the Qataris that say,
The Haaretz is like the KKK newsletter for the black Americans.
If you believe that, we're honestly. Not. If you believe it, then we're not.
It's not a credible source. But then again, what would you have done? I really want to know.
I can't talk to someone who's not in the same reality. If you think it's the KKK, then.
No, but you also think that Israel's committing a genocide, and you want to, and you also advocate for the dismantling of Israel, and you also said, it's recorded and documented, that you believe oppression should be dealt with violence.
What? I don't even know what
you're talking about. You said that in Amir's room. You said that.
Oppression should be dealt with violence? When did I say that? I'm sure last time you told me I said something and you rolled the clip and
that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. Norm wrote it down. He's already cornered you about it like 5 times.
Norm wrote it down, okay.
But anyways,
Norm is like a real reliable narrator.
Regardless, did you not say that you believe that Israel, that you want the dismantling of Israel?
I did enjoy it.
I believe in a new model of Zionism that is more sustainable, that gives everyone, including Palestinians, equal rights under the law. That's what I want. I want a Zionism that is sustainable. A Zionism that can last and fewer people will die.
Never mind the word Zionism. Israel itself.
The country should be
dismantled in your words.
No.
But why should it be rebuilt? In order to
because
rebuild something, you have to take it apart.
Because it's been escalatory violence for the last 70 years. And as someone who's been there in 2003 and seen how it evolved for both the Israelis and the Palestinians, it's not sustainable. It's not sustainable for the Israelis.
I agree. It's not sustainable that Israel keeps receiving thousands and hundreds of thousands of rockets being shot at them. That's not
right.
Sustainable.
The video that you just posted up top is not sustainable. We need a new model. Something's not going right. Okay? So we need a new model that's sustainable. We all agree.
Everybody did a buttercup. You're not having that many engagements, but I'm just curious. Just two very, very, very simple questions. Right? Does Israel have the right to exist? And what happened on October 7th? Very simple question. This is for buttercup only. Devin, mute up, please.
Hamas attacked Israel on October 7 in a terror attack and a genocidal act, yes. And then in response, Israel committed a genocide.
And does Israel have the right to exist?
It does exist. It doesn't even matter whether it has the rights. It exists and will continue to exist. There's a country in that place, and that's Israel. That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm talking about whether the current model of Zionism is sustainable and keeps people alive, or ends up with escalatory violence.
Should it exist as a Jewish nation?
Depends what you consider. Yes, of course, it exists as a nation that is Israel and is Jewish in character. Yes.
Do Arabs that live in Israel today, do they not already have equal rights?
That's right. I'm glad you brought that up because the one state proposal that I keep floating and keep getting accused of being a traitor and a capo for this like utopic idea that people would live together in harmony under the law. In that people think that's such a far-fetched solution, but the truth is, if you talk about Israel, the boundaries of Israel, excluding the territories, they already have equal rights under the law, so we're halfway there. All I'm saying is we're expanding it to those who are in Gaza and the West Bank. Obviously, it won't be easy, and it's a long process, and it would require a lot of reparations and a lot of forgiveness on both sides, and systems in place to make sure people's safety is assured. But the fact is, they're halfway there.
But who's putting the systems in place to make sure that Jewish or Israeli citizens are safe?
What?
Who's putting in place that the Israeli citizens are in place? And you know Gaza has the biggest army in the world, right? That's there to protect them.
Gaza has the biggest army in the world?
Yes.
Iran?
No, the IDF.
Gaza, you said, has the biggest army in the world.
Gaza has the IDF to protect them against Hamas, but they don't want them to help.
But the IDF is not ruling.
IDF is not looking out for Gaza. Why are they murdering?
Yes, they are. They're trying to rid Gaza
Well,
of Hamas, the terrorist organization.
If that's true, BB, why would they drop 3,000-pound bombs in densely populated areas if they're looking out
They're
for
not
people
dropping 3,000-pound bombs
They
in
literally
densely populated areas. They're trying to eliminate Hamas. If you don't warn people in an area and say, get the fuck out.
I know, but you can also
And people
choose to not drop
sit there with their heels in the sand, and
You
then
can also use a
cry.
different bomb.
You're lying right now.
I mean,
You're lying.
even the IDF
You're trying to
admitted.
gaslight the room.
No. The IDF admitted a few times, whoopsie daisy, we used the wrong bomb. That's when we killed all these people.
That's a lie. You're lying.
Wait a
I'll
second,
feel it. I'm gonna post a
wait
link.
a second.
No, but Buttercup, even if
Wait,
that's true.
hold on 1 second. You can go next, I promise. Ms. Abby has said, why expand to Gaza? Let them live in the Sinai with the Egyptians. Abby, I agree, but the Egyptians will never take them. And she also wants to know, Buttercup, how would you eliminate it? Buttercup? All right, it's yours, man.
No, sorry. I just wanted to post in the chat the link to the time that Israel said, whoopsie daisy, we accidentally dropped 3,000 pounds in a densely populated area and killed a ton of kids. Whoopsie daisy. Posted the link from Times of Israel, hardly a left-wing rag. You can't call them the KKK of Israel, BB. A mainstream Israeli publication.
The article you're posting contradicts your point. You're saying that they admitted that they had made a mistake, right?
That's not a mistake. That's
So you think it's
so they have like no
So your position is that this is intentional and that
But they do these mistakes constantly. It's not like they have any sort of protections in place against their mistakes.
The Times of Israel is not a mainstream media.
Yeah, it is. You haven't lived in Israel, BB, if you think that.
Yes, I have.
Can I finish my point?
Guys, everybody mute up. Let's go to Seneca, please. Seneca, go ahead. Ali, I'll come back to you, I promise.
Thank you so much. No, I just want to say.
Ali, hold on a second, Ali. Everybody, Darush, hold on. Seneca can patiently wait. We'll go. Seneca, Lady Chi, Ali. Okay.
I don't know why we're being disingenuous with the history here. We all know the history in this room. We all know that IDF is not ruling the Gaza Strip. Okay, we all know that Hamas separated. Is it Fatah? I can't remember.
Fatah.
Fatah. Yeah, we all know that Hamas separated from Fatah. Okay, and Hamas is ruling the was Hamas that invaded in October 7th, 2023. Okay, on behalf of Gaza. Okay, so I don't know why we're suggesting that IDF is there to protect, those in the Gaza Strip. That's insane.
It's like actually deranged. Yeah.
No, but you don't. Hold on. So you guys don't believe that Hamas is killing innocent civilians in Gaza right
It's
now?
killing more innocent civilians.
You do? No. Hold on, Buttercup. Okay. So if Israel eliminates Hamas, they're not doing a justice to the Gazan civilians?
They will never eliminate.
There was a better way to eliminate them without killing all.
Why? By giving them fucking blowjobs? Come on.
No, by using munitions that are smart and not
Hold on a
stupid.
second, guys. I have one mic policy. So you keep saying this. I'm just curious, but how do you eliminate Hamas in your opinion, Buttercup?
So, virtually every former Israeli defense minister and former prime minister has said that they from the get-go, the Netanyahu government has refused to make a plan for the day after. And when you have a void, that creates worse organizations and creates opportunities for Hamas to grow, right? And in fact, there's a lot of reporting already on how much Hamas is recruited, and the number of recruits is outpacing the number of militants that are killed. In fact, Israel's done a very poor job at eliminating Hamas because they leave a void and they come back to Khan Yunis for the 4th and 5th and 6th time, and Hamas keeps coming back, right? So whatever they're doing, not working.
That's Hamas is Gaza. Gaza is Hamas. Our dear friend Shlomi that was on here was held by civilians. Was held by civilians.
Okay.
Was held by civilians.
One mic at a time in this room, right?
So why? That's the problem.
You asked me to answer the question. So I'm going to tell you how you eliminate Hamas. You take the advice of every former defense minister and top military officials and top intelligence brass in the Shin Bet, and you make a plan for a day after, which involves the Gulf states and also the Fatah in power. And what you do is you exile the Hamas. You sign a deal to get the hostages out, and you exile the Hamas leaders that are to Qatar or whoever will take them. And then you have actually something to build with. But instead, they decided to thwart deal after deal after deal and perpetuate a forever war for one man's political interests, a prime minister who's deeply compromised by his coalition that has extremists, fanatic extremists like communists, like Bibi over here. And so
never once agreed to that, and they never will. You know that. So I don't know why you're trying to gaslight the room.
They have agreed. The only thing they have not agreed to is protecting weapons. The only thing they haven't agreed to is disarming, right?
So that means they haven't fucking agreed.
Except every military. Let me answer. The former military leaders, including virtually every former military official, has said that if Hamas doesn't lay down his arms, there's still a method to put something else in its place, right? Israel has the power. Has the power to control a weakened Hamas that already its tunnels are destroyed. It doesn't have the same infrastructure that what once had. It's extremely weakened. And the Israeli government is refusing to take this golden opportunity to go in and capitalize on its wins and put something else in place. And if they'd done that, they're not squandering those wins and allowing their own soldiers to die in battle because of one man who needs to hang on to power, who's desperate, who's in a corner, who's politically compromised.
God, you believe this shit that Bibi...
That's what 70% of Israelis believe, not me, okay?
That's not... You're lying again about statistics.
Why are you
lying about stats?
Sources. I'm going to provide a link to a mainstream Israeli outlet where they talk about the statistics.
Right now. This whole same shit that Bibi's avoiding prosecution. He's so fucking old. By the time he get found guilty, appeal it, and then have to do time, he'd be 85, he would never go to fucking jail.
That's not what this is about. It's about accountability for October 7 and for transferring $1 billion to Hamas through Qatar, and for his for his repeated thwarting of hostage deals for his own political goals. Every single time there's a hostage deal on the table, we've seen it happen. His two extremist ministers threatened to leave the coalition, which would put him in a bad place, and immediately after, you see Bibi Netanyahu move the goalposts and say, suddenly we need the Philadelphia corridor.
Thank you, Buttercup.
Yeah,
Hey, guys, hold on. Hold on a second, because I'm trying to get a queue together. So many people want to talk at the same time.
Did you say Darius there?
No,
I said, hold on.
please, Darius.
Hold on. Let's get a queue going. So I'm gonna go, Lady Chi, Ali. I want to say hello to Sarah, then Mohammed. Lady Chi, the mic is yours, man.
Oh, you remember? No, I was just coming off the mic to mod the space, but you'd already did it with the one mic policy, so that's all. That's the only reason why.
I appreciate you. Ali, are you there, Ali? Ali?
Yes, buddy, yes, JB. JB, is it possible to do a favor for me? Hold up, invite and hold up. And the stage. It has a good answer for this lady. Would you please invite her on top?
Do I believe in what?
And he raised his hand.
Hold up,
How do you spell it? How do you spell it?
H-O-R-R-H. You'll live. Okay.
N-H-R.
He's gone, guys.
I was gonna say, I don't think I say anybody.
Okay, lady. You don't have any understanding situation from after 7 October until now. You don't know what is the situation. You doesn't see they attack to the party and kill Israeli people, but for nothing. Who's started? Oh my God. When you leave, the Neptune, Plutonian are moving. I don't have anything to say.
Hey, no, Ali, it's fine, but we don't have to attack her. She's allowed to believe what she wants, even if we disagree with it. No, not yet, man. I'll give you a number. I promise.
Sorry, man, I had to move him because he's down. Come.
It's okay. I want to welcome, is she still on? Oh, Sarah. How you doing, Sarah? Sarah, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry. I was responding in chat really fast because
No worries. The mic is yours.
attacking Jews. And I'm not attacking Jews. I have no issues with Jews or Israelites or whatever. I just understand history and the way all this shit's gone down over the last 150 years and not trying to tie it into something from thousands of years ago. So I guess let's address the topic. I said this in chat whenever I joined, is you can't beat Hamas because you can't beat an ideology. And ideology is what fuels quote unquote terrorists across the globe. The term terrorist means that you're using violent actions to force political change. And if you lose, you're a terrorist, and if you win, you're the founding father. So, there has to be some recognition on the way these words are used. I looked at the video. I didn't watch the video, but I read through all the caption to it, and it even says, oh, they terrorized them, the amount of terror. They overly use that word because it's trying to make it sound super bad and scary. When in reality, the IDF, and I don't want to say it's just war, because it's not just war. War shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't happen in civilized societies. This is not the way we should be living our fucking lives with multiple countries across the globe.
Hold on a second, Sarah. Do me a
constant war.
Do me a favor. Watch the video before you comment on how the video is described.
I've seen a lot of videos on both sides over the last 20 years.
And I'm asking about this specific video. Okay? Because
I can understand something terrific.
Okay.
And it's bad. I'm not justifying it.
Okay, yes you are. And I'm not having that on my stage. Okay? You know, how do you say you're an anti-Semite without saying you're an anti-Semite? And that's exactly what you were doing. I'll hear your perspective, but don't comment on a video you didn't even watch. And that's a fact, because that video will haunt me the rest of my fucking life. Jordan, you want to say something, Jordan?
Yeah, goodness, how could I put this diplomatically? I think that certainly two things can be true at the same time, but by happenstance, I came across a video of a talk given by Dennis Prager, who would be an unlikely recipient of my praise, but I actually found him to be very endearing, very wise in many ways, although perhaps this was simplistic what he said. 10 years ago, he was giving a speech to St. Petersburg University in Florida, and he's been quite outspoken as a modern Orthodox Jew about, for years, not just 10 years ago, for years about how Israel has been truly the underdog, and yet the narrative is that they are kind of a domineering player. And when you listen to him, you really have empathy for how the narrative has been twisted and changed and distorted since 1948. And again, I'm not condoning. I'm not condoning certain things, and I'm not no guru in terms of military science. But when you listen to Dennis Prager talk, and people will find him very controversial, it's very moving, but his consistency speaks to a story that I think would give people pause if they heard it now. Maybe I can put the link rather than running on and on like a ball movement. I will.
Thank you, Jordan. Appreciate you. So I want to go to John T, then Scipio, and then hold on. Let's see if I can. Oh, okay. John T, how you doing, man? Long time no speak.
Good. I don't know how long I have, but what I will say is that I personally believe that anything else that's happened in the past, you can talk about this war, that war, this year, that year, 48, 67, West Bank, Gaza, everything, all that bullshit is out the window in my book because of October 7th. They want to deflect from October 7th. They don't want to talk about that day. They don't want to talk about what happened that day. They want to, when you bring it up, they say, well, what about this time and that time and this time in 48? Fuck that. I don't care at all about anything else besides that day from now on. They want to deflect from that day. The only reason why people are talking about this right now is because of that day. The only reason why people are marching all across the world is because of that day. So every time we bring up the history of our people there, we're going to bring up this day and why, and the reason why the whole region has changed because of this day. And this is what we're going to live for the rest of our lives there. So I don't want to hear anything else about, Nakba and the creation of the state and blah, blah, blah. No, doing this, what they did on this day to us, is not justified at all. I don't care what's happened to you.
John, I appreciate you, man. I haven't heard from you in a while. Hey, BB, are you there, BB?
Yeah.
So, did I call it or what? See, how do you say somebody's name?
Right away. Look at the shot, yeah.
Silence, hold on, this is fantastic. Silence on someone to avoid reality is weak. I guess that's why you support genocide. Why don't you come, when you are on stage, why don't you just go right to that point instead of just dancing around calling me honey? No, honey, I don't mean it like, listen, I'm not the smartest guy in the room, but I know when somebody's insulting my intelligence, and I can smell it, it's not within the first 3 fucking words. So I would respect you more if you came up on the stage and spewed the hate, instead of saying, hey, honey, I didn't watch the video, but I'm gonna critique the video. Shut the fuck up, respectfully.
You want me to tell him something?
No, it's good. I got this. Let me go to Scipio. Scipio, how you doing? Scipio, you there? There you are.
Oh, hello everyone. It's Scipio. Thank you.
Scipio.
To answer your question, can Israel, actually beat Hamas? Well, I think the question that we should ask is whether we'll have peace or not. Because I think that, this question would just treat, the symptom that we have now from the whole conflict between, the Palestinians and the Israelis. And when we will have a two-state solution, when will, the Israelis basically, accept to sit for table and sign, an agreement or an accord to establish, a two-state solution and end up with the bloodshed, because we can talk for ages about 7th October, and the Palestinians will say, okay, what before the 7th, because before the 7th there were deaths in the West Bank, an area that where Hamas basically is not active, like Gaza. So I think this conflict is basically the result of a bigger problem, a bigger issue, which is the right of a nation, a right of a Palestinian, people that they didn't get their right. They didn't get their right of self-determination, and they are subjected to, continuing and ongoing, basically, how can I say this, like denial for their rights, for existence. This is like, this became the new trending now. We talk about Palestinians. Who are the Palestinians? If we talk to an Israeli, the right Palestinian people, who are the Palestinian people? They call them Arabs. They are not Palestinians. And
Hamas will kill the IDF wherever they find them. They will lie in wait. They will strike them.
I think
The IDF.
the moderator gave me the floor to talk. You have your time to answer.
I moved him. You're good. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So for me, that's really the issue. If you kind of look back to an event and start history from there, I'm referring to the 7th of October, you would be, ignoring the reason, the main cause of this problem, the main cause of this conflict. Why do we have that? You cannot submit some people, in this case, the Brazilian people, and subject them to, neglect, blockade, like checking points, mistreatment, random killing, random sniping, kids aged as young as 3 killed just in 2023, and I can bring you the name now. Do all that stuff, and the crimes committed by settlers and illegal settlement here again, according to international law and UN Security Council. I can give you the resolution calling Israel to back from the West Bank and from East Jerusalem. All of that, you keep ignoring that and going on and on and on with everything with all your force, with all your power and money and finances, and then expect that nothing would happen. And then when the catastrophe happened, and here again it's the 7th, you say, oh, how dare they? Well, obviously they would revolt. If you can't learn from history that people subjected to oppression, they end up always to revolt and to show rebellious character.
Wait a second. Hold on.
Okay. Yeah.
How many billions? And I'm talking about billions, billions of dollars. Did the Palestinian people get? Did Hamas get before October 7th? So this narrative about money and all this other bullshit, respectfully, is just that bullshit. Hold on, sir. They empowered these terrorists by hiding them in schools, mosques, and let's talk about the school system there. If you have 6 Jews and you kill 4 Jews, how many do you have left, sir? Because that's what they were teaching their kids before October 7th. We have the textbooks from the schools. So this bullshit you're saying because Israel was strong and had money, it's just that a pile of bullshit. So listen, if you're not in support of Israel, that's fine, but stand on your square and say it. Don't give me all this rhetoric bullshit and be long-winded about it.
Okay, GB or JB, you are older enough than me that I should respect you. This is my culture. We respect older people. So respectfully, let's keep it, gentleman talk. I'm a gentleman. I don't want it to get to this, necessary, vocab and necessary.
But you're not coming out with respect. You're blaming Israel for October 7th. Everybody can see through your bullshit.
I'm talking to JP. He can't answer me. Okay? So, respectfully.
You cannot see the greener stuff under the BB cycles.
I showed him the respect. I moved him down because, like I said, listen.
The moderator is God of the room. Hey guys, listen to me.
I don't want to be the God. I just want to have a respectful conversation. Come with intelligence and come with honesty. You're gonna fucking blame Israel? Shame on you, bro. Watch the video and tell me what you think.
So I'd like to comment on this because I've been waiting since Buttercup and this last time. Okay, thank you. Because I want to follow up on John T's comments because what was just said is nonsense, and it was an attempt to try to justify October 7th, which I find incredibly insulting. So what happened on October 7th is you had a terrorist organization recognized around the world as a terrorist organization that has control over territory in Gaza, who attacked Israel and committed atrocities, serious, atrocious terrorist acts and war crimes. And Israel, as a state, has the right to self-defense. This is recognized almost universally. So now it's the question of execution. Israel set up two goals which are reasonable under the circumstances. One was the return of all the hostages. I love how no one ever talks about the hostages. So the return of all the hostages. So Hamas could end this immediately by, one, returning all the hostages and not negotiating because they don't have a right to those hostages. It's not a question of negotiation. You return all the hostages. And the other thing is they wanted Hamas out of power. Now, all these other issues, whether it should be a two-state solution or what rights have to do, has nothing to do with this particular conflict. The conflict needs to be resolved first. When we had the World Trade Tower attack in the United States, no one was asking the U.S. Well, first you got to negotiate the issues with the Middle East that were raised by these terrorists. No, the first issue was track the terrorists down and get rid of them. And they pose a threat, and this is the case with Hamas. So I mean, this to me is very clear.
Hold on. Yeah. Let me ask you a question, right? It's my opinion, by the way. I don't think this a two-state solution is ever going to be a reality. I could be wrong. Do you think that two-state solution is a reality?
I think this is part of the problem. This is what the other side wants. They want a discussion on all these other issues, which is a way to justify the attack. That issue is an important issue. It's a separate issue. The first issue is resolving what happened on October 7th. Israel was attacked. They have a right to self-defense, and that self-defense involves getting all the hostages back and removing Hamas from power. Once Hamas is removed from power, then we can have discussions. Should it be a two-state solution, not be a two-state solution, all these other things. Unfortunately, this is part of the propaganda that's being involved. That's why I brought it up. It's convincing a lot of people in the West, and that's why you have people like Britain and France and Canada and Australia talking about, go ahead and recognize Palestine right now. Look, if it is the right thing to do, it shouldn't be done now. They should not be rewarded for October 7th. We have to be very careful not to reward people for terrorist acts. First you deal with the terrorist acts, and then you can have any type of discussion about what the future is. Now, the other point that Buttercup raised was, well, they should be doing these objectives and killing fewer civilians. So the ratio of civilians, innocent civilians that are being killed to combatants is already the lowest in history. Israel is taking all kinds of precautions to try to minimize casualty that no one else, no other government has ever done, nor are they asked to do. But whenever it's Israel is asked to make all these sacrifices and compromise. Why? Because we're listening to propaganda from a terrorist organization. All of these figures and narratives are coming out of Hamas. Hamas run agencies outrageous, and it's obviously not true. So yeah, so the ratios are already low. They have a right to. Get back all the hostages, and they have the right to remove Hamas from power. So if they want to end this war tomorrow, Hamas could surrender. They can return all the hostages. It's very, very simple. Can't blame Israel.
Thank you, Euro. Fatima, who do you call monkeys, by the way? I'm just curious.
These fucking radical pro-Palestine people.
Okay, thank you. And by the way, I don't just randomly remove people. If you come up and you're intellectually dishonest, I put you down. If you come up and hold on, Ali, give me a second. Let me just finish my little rant here. If you come up and you're intellectually dishonest, I'm just going to remove you because it's a waste of my time. I'm not looking to waste time. That's one thing. Second thing, if you come up and you spew hate, I'm just going to move you down. Everybody's welcome to my stage. Just come with respect, and when I say respect, be intellectually honest. Go ahead, Ali.
Oh, I want just to say thank you so much for your amazing room and with a good title. God bless Israel. God bless United States. God bless Iran. And God damn Islamic Republic of Iran. Thank you so much for everything. I have to leave.
Thank you. Stay safe, Ali. So let me address this. Thank you. So, Sarah, you dingling, I invited you back up. You've been sitting down and crying in the chat. You don't want to come up, don't come up. JB seems very weak. Yeah, I'm weak, I know. But I'm also one of the best moderators on this app. I say that every time I open room because it's true. So, you guys can think what you want, but you're still going to populate my spaces. Thank you for coming. I love my haters. Guys, we go popcorn style.
JB, this is Darush. Can I say something? I really have a long time I'm here.
Oh my God, I forgot you were here, Darush, because you have to come off mic. I'm not used to you showing mic control. The mic is yours.
Nobody died. Just I want to tell you I'm a long time over here. And soon I want to say something, they tell me, shut up, please. We take care of you later. I'm sick of it.
You know why, Darush, you know why? Because we like to save the best for last.
I love you. Just I want to tell you, sir, just with all respect, you ask, guys, we don't know when this happened revolution in Iran. The Israeli they are sick, the European they are tired, and American they are tired. When you, sir, we don't have an answer. I wish I have an answer to tell you. GB, people of the Iran they are not sick and they see your the country going to crazy way. We try very hard to I'm sorry if I say bad word, to destroy this this regime. One thing I want to tell you, sir, very fast I talk. We Iranian people they are very believe to education. Look, guys, 45 years, Islamic regime, they have a TV station, they have a radio station, they have a school, college, everything. They say, you have to say, you don't have a choice, people. You have to say, dead to Israel, dead to America. Do you know, sir, we find out we have to educate ourselves. We cannot believe everything America, everything European, everything Israel. We have to wake up. And you know, I want to give a chance to all these Arab people. Look, all these Iranian people, they said, no, we are not believing fucking Israel or American or European. We have to wake up. Just bomb is not answer. With power, you cannot change us. With education, look, Israeli never spent even penny in the Iran. But Iranian, they find out Israel, the great people. Israel, they are friends of us. Do you know, with education, we can help ourselves. Without education, with power of the bomb, with power of the, oh, we are strong, we can fuck you all. No, sir. Jibe, you can.
Yes, Darush. Thank you. I appreciate you.
I'm sorry if I talk too much, and thank you, let me talk. I read, and then take me out. Very important.
Yeah, because usually you go on too long, but tonight I'm giving you grace. But before we continue, I want to go to Shapeshifter. What's up, Shapeshifter?
What's going on?
How you doing, bro?
You know, doing okay. Just sitting here in the corner chilling.
Yeah, smoking a cigar.
How'd you know? I actually literally have a cigar in my hand.
It's Saturday night, kid. I ain't done. It's not my first rodeo with you.
I got an idea for you. I don't know if you're gonna like it, but go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna ask, can Israel actually be Hamas? But I want to hear your idea.
I'm gonna propose something that's never been done before, JB. Are you ready?
Yes, I am.
There's another room going on right now. Amir's room. I propose.
Zero chance.
Let me finish my proposal, man. Like, don't do like taste the cake before you throw it in the trash, okay? You ready? Are you ready, baby?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm proposing a clash of the titans. You know what I mean? You ready? Like King Kong versus Godzilla. You ready to be King Kong?
Not with that piece of shit, but I respect your offer.
Not even for a little bit? A little merger of societies and see what happens.
No, because I'm not coming from my feelings. He's coming from his feelings. Listen, it's a waste of time, Shapeshifter, because let me tell you what's gonna happen. We're just gonna argue, we're gonna yell at each other, we're not gonna have a conversation, because he's gonna be disingenuous. Yeah, I don't go into mere space for a specific reason. Because he's a gaslight, and I don't think he's. And listen, he's entitled to his opinion, just like you're entitled to your opinion. Doesn't mean I respect you less, but I mean, it's more than welcome to come in here, but I will never go into that space.
Me neither. I've been warned this would be the response.
Did somebody send you to bring that offer?
I'm an emissary. I've been trying to do this for a couple months now. See if I can combine rooms. See if it's never been done, JB. It's never been done.
Probably for a good reason.
I'm gonna let it hang in the air. Awkwardly. Go back.
No, listen, it's all good. I'm not mad. I told you, I don't have him blocked. He can come into this space. But, I will never go into his space. Ever. You already want to...
Yeah, JB, you raised the issue of money because someone else brought up, the injustice of money. And as you rightly pointed out, the billions of dollars that were poured into Gaza, that was meant to raise the standard of living for the people in Gaza and for their welfare. And that money was diverted to the personal wealth of 3 individuals who all have net worth now in the billions of dollars.
I'm sorry, hold on 1 second. Pete, you run it, I gotta make a phone call. Thank you.
Alright, go ahead. Yeah, Euro.
So that money was diverted to the personal wealth of 3 individuals that all have now net worth in the billions of dollars, personal net worth. It was diverted to building tunnels, amassing weapons, paying for mercenaries, and all of this, and even to the dismantling of water infrastructure that was needed for the people so it could be diverted to missiles. Now, the amount of money was huge. After World War II, the United States poured billions into Europe under the Marshall Plan because Europe was war-torn, was in rubble. And thanks to the Marshall Plan and these efforts, Europe was rebuilt from its ashes to the powerhouse that it is today. And the money invested in Gaza per capita was more than the U.S. spent on the Marshall Plan. Not a little bit more, not twice as much, not 10 times as much, 25 times as much. So think about that. We spent 25 times more money than was spent to rebuild Europe after World War II, to raise Gazans up. And they had nothing to show for it because the money was all diverted to weapons and the personal wealth of a few individuals.
Yeah.
So
and nobody talks about what happened after 2005 when Israel pulled all of the Israelis out of Gaza and left them with greenhouses, fresh watering systems, and what did they do? They destroyed every single thing. Why?
Yes, they dismantled everything, and they're as JB pointed out and others have pointed out, their charter called for killing Jews and for dismantling the state of Israel. And unfortunately, these children are taught from a very young age that their goal in life is to kill Jews. And they literally, there's tons of YouTube videos you can watch where they interview young children about what their life aspirations is, and it all revolves around killing Jews, where mothers hear about their children being killed and they rejoice, they celebrate. Oh my God, I'm so happy my son was killed. Think about this type of sick mentality. This is the reality of what we're dealing with.
Yeah, but that's the problem. Nobody wants to talk about that. Nobody wants to talk about the money that's been poured in there. Nobody wants to talk about loving your children more than you hate Jews. Nobody wants to talk about buying books for your children and educating them, as opposed to buying weapons and artillery to try and destroy Jews and Israelis. And not only did they kill Jews on October 7th, they killed Muslims, they killed Christians, they killed Druze, they killed Thai workers, they killed Hindus. They killed a lot of faiths that day. And how come everybody's trying to say, well, what happened the day before? No. Let's focus on what happened that day. That's what the focus is.
What happened the day before was there was a truce, and that they had been violating that truce, and secretly they were getting many of their citizens were going into Israel because they were getting work visas and stuff, and they carried on this masquerade that they were interested and willing to negotiate peacefully. Well, in reality, they were preparing for war the entire time. And they even said on October 7th and on October 8th, we will do this over and over and over again. There is no remorse on this side. So this whole idea of Israel should just forgive and forget, they haven't even taken that position. Their position is we're just going to keep doing this. That's their official position.
And hold up, and nobody's talking about the ice cream shops that are still open right now in Gaza. Nobody's talking about the restaurants. I know 5. I did it in my room last week. We called every single one. They all picked up the phone. Operating restaurants.
Well, not only that.
3 ice cream shops that are thriving. And then you have these people going online, so everybody's saying that they're starving, there's no food, there's no nothing. So if there's no food, then why the fuck are you asking for money? What are you going to buy with the money? Are you going to eat the money? No, you're going to buy food that Hamas is holding, hijacking it, and extorting the people and charging exorbitant amount of money for the food. I'm not joking. We did an exercise in my room, and we called the 5 restaurants that we found. And they all picked up the phone. Busy restaurants. But the problem was, pre-October 7th, if you asked anybody what's going on in Gaza, they'll say it's rubble. Because the media is portraying it's war-torn, it's rubble, it's garbage. But if you actually look, there was a guy that was doing tourism. There was a beautiful sign with a big heart. It says Gaza. He was showing beachside resorts. But they don't talk about any of that shit. It was always an excuse to funnel money in for a terror cell to build weapons to terrorize Israelis.
So maybe you're right. And there's YouTube videos out there that actually show. This is why I was talking earlier about the propaganda war, because this is what they really excel in pushing their narrative around the world. So you can see all these videos out there with young children in Gaza that they show starving, looking for food, and desperate. But you know what? There are other YouTube videos. Let me just finish this one point, please. There's other YouTube videos that show that they're staged. They literally show the people staging the children, showing them what to do, handing them food packages and all this type of stuff. It's a lie.
Well, let me ask you this question. and I agree with everything you're saying, but I'm just playing devil's advocate. If it's all a lie, can we put to bed the narrative that Jews own the media? Can we do that? Can people stop saying that Jews own the media? Because we all know it's not
Stop
true.
doing that. We don't own the media.
If they do own the media, they're doing a really bad job because the narrative is going the other way. And the thing is, what happened between 1948 and 1967? Okay, Gaza was controlled by Egypt, and the West Bank was controlled by Jordan. Where was the call for Palestinian autonomy then? Where was the outrage against Jordan and Egypt from depriving Palestinians of their homeland? Guess what? It didn't exist.
Hold on,
It's
guys.
only when Israel is about that suddenly it's an.
Hold on, you're Royal. You're on stage right now. So, and I know you're trying to gaslight the room, as I see you sitting in Mir's room, loading the chock full of shit. So, do you believe the Jews own the media?
I think, yeah, I don't know why this guy is talking about that when he just sent me messages unprovoked, crazy messages.
Which guy are you talking about? Which guy?
This guy, he's speaking to me right now, this BB.
I've never, prove it. She's a fucking liar. This girl
Okay,
trying to
I have
character
a
assassinate you.
screenshot.
Do it. No Photoshop. Do it, you liar.
No, it's not a
I've
Photoshop.
never sent you a message in my fucking life. You're a
I
liar.
have no reason to lie.
You're a liar. Show it.
Screenshot.
Okay.
Screenshot a message right if you can right now, please.
Yep, I'm bringing it. Just give me like 2 seconds.
Probably manufactured by Prince because they're on a mission. But it's okay. Go ahead.
Manufactured by Prince.
Yeah. Here's cheerleader. Go ahead.
Oh, Prince loves me.
She's so full of shit. Her and Prince held a room about me the other day.
Here it is.
Yeah, here it is. Put it up.
Yeah, look at this. PTR. Everybody, feast your eyes on this. So I don't know this guy, he just keeps, coming off the mic at me crazy. He talks crazy. He messages me just randomly unprovoked. I've never messaged him before.
Hold on. So we're going to do that. Okay, no problem. Hold on.
Anyway.
August 22nd, that message was sent after she opened a room about me, saying that I fucked the tranny. She's a fucking liar.
Didn't open
It's not what you deserve. You're a fucking liar. Yes, you are a loser. There was no lie about that. You're a loser.
No.
Why don't you share? I'll PTR the actual.
Well, wait a second. Was the message?
That's not my room. Just because I'm on stage in a space.
Royal, are you claiming that message was from today? Or was it
Yeah,
from
she just said that. She just said unprovoked.
No, I didn't. Okay, now you're just saying anything.
Let me say
Now
something.
you're just saying anything. Because I never said that.
Royal, hold on. First off, let me just say this to you, and I'm not going to argue with you, right? Because I'm familiar with who you are. I'm familiar where you hang out. As a matter of fact, you commented on me in chats and news. You don't even know me. Yeah, she left because I was going to call her on shit. She was in another room that I won't mention, talking crazy shit about me. Never spoke to this woman in my life.
Anyways, everybody can check my PTR. I even put it in there, and it shows the date of it, August 22nd. And I even said, "You're welcome. I'm curious. What's your angle in this whole escapade to assassinate my character?"
Okay, so
anyways, I don't need to defend myself against that.
No, so you sent the message on August 22nd. To dissect what she said, "You're sending me." So
Yeah.
She's using the progressive continuous. So this suggests that it is now or very, very recent, not 9 days ago. So I think she was at best disingenuous.
Listen, you've been around this app a minute. I've been around this app way too long. BB, the same thing. We know when people are lying, right? That was all bullshit. And even if you called her a loser, who cares? Who gives a fuck?
No, but she was called
hold on.
9 days ago, and she came
But she probably was Euro. She probably is a loser. But the point being is, I get fooled worse by better people every day on this app. Fuck her. Runs with Prince. Everybody knows Prince, the biggest anti-Semite on this app. Who, by the way, sends dick pictures out. And I have fucking receipts on that. Right? She runs with another group of people that just love to fucking bash people. We know the trolls. What brings you back, Shapeshifter? What's your counter offer?
I'm thinking about it. Just want to catch the vibe in the room and see what we can.
Well, if we have honest conversations, the Rouge can do.
Yeah, I thank you so much. I have to go. My car is double parked, my man. Thank you so much. It's very hard talk with you guys. It's very hard chair to get it. But just I want to tell you, sir, I want to back to Persia, back to Iran. I want to tell you, if you want to fight with terror.
How you doing, Allie?
Hello.
Do you want to chime in the conversation?
What topic are we on right now?
Well, can Israel actually beat Hamas?
I'm not even gonna give my opinion because I don't know too much about it, but I'm just here to listen.
What would you like to talk about then that you came to the stage?
I was just being nosy and just jumping into different rooms. That was about it.
Well, I mean, I've got a question for Allie.
Yeah.
We've got another room going right now with folks from the opposite opinion. Do you think the room should be combined?
Yeah, of course. It creates more excitement.
Think about it, JB.
Zero chance. The thought about it, still zero chance. Like I said, Amir and his crew are more than welcome to come in here as long as they're respectful. They'll be treated with respect. But there's no way I would ever step foot in that insidious space. But he come in here, I guarantee he'll get more respect in here than I'll get in there.
What are they talking about in that space?
How they hate Jews.
No, the object of the room is Israel can't defeat Hamas.
Okay.
Are you new to that, Valley?
Yeah, I am new to the app. I've been on here for like, I want to say a week or so.
Run while you can.
What'd you say?
Run while you can.
Everybody says that. They're like, oh my gosh, why did you even come on here? Like, and I don't know what took me so long, but.
Well, let me make a suggestion, if I may. You see this young woman that her name is Nye? Follow her. Go to her rooms. I guarantee you have the best conversation on this app.
Period, okay.
I just gave her a follow because she's a newbie. She might, go into rooms that open up the hallways. Newbies always find new spaces that some of us who've been on here for years haven't seen. You know how it works, so. Welcome to Ask Allie.
Thank you. So far, it's just been like gender war debates and all that bullshit, but nothing really too interesting. It's like the same shit. Like, do you think women deserve a snack? I'm like, oh my god, like, damn, we still talking about that? And I'm like, and then I'll leave, and then I'm like, I'll go do something, enjoy my day. I'll come back later, and they're still talking about do women deserve respect? And I'm like, why the fuck is this even a thing? Like, why are we spending hours and hours and just screaming and just bullshit? It's like nothing that ever matters. So I'm just trying to find like.
Have you got trapped into those spaces where they talk about body counts?
Yeah, it's like, oh my god, it's like 40-year-old men talking about body counts, and I'm just like, sir, you're about to die. Like, why do you care? Just pick something and be happy,
I think it's stupid, but go ahead now.
I'm just laughing because that's funny. Sir, you're about to die. Just pick something and be happy. I love.
Yeah, like pick something off the rack. You don't have too much time left, so they're just being like, oh my gosh, she has a BBL. I don't know if I like her if she doesn't have a BBL. And I'm like, guys, like we just need to.
Let me ask you this question, respectfully. How many guys have shot their trying to shoot their shot at you in the back channel?
They honestly think I'm a fake account. They're just like, I think maybe a couple, but then they're like, this is a fake ass person. I'm like, I'm not fake, but thanks, I guess. If that's your way of saying I'm pretty, I don't know.
Well, welcome to the space. You're always welcome here. different topics, relationships, race relations, Israel, Palestine. All depends on what's going on in the world. So you're welcome here.
Thank you, thank you. I'll be listening and maybe chime.
Absolutely. So we got Royal back. BB, your friend is here again.
I know.
Royal, how you doing, Royal?
I'm not interested in engaging with BB. Like I said,
Okay.
but when I came on the stage, he just started immediately barking, and then you muted me, so I couldn't speak, and I don't like
I
TV.
didn't meet you, but
You muted the entire stage, JB.
actually, I didn't do it. Somebody else might have done it.
When I came on the stage,
You're gaslighting, you're lying.
Oh, here we go again. Go ahead, speak.
That's
Go
not
ahead.
happening. Euro was speaking, and all I said was, hey, Royal's here. So nobody was barking.
Well, let me ask you a question. How many times have you and I engaged in conversations? Any idea? I'm going to say this is the first time we actually shared a stage together. But I've been in other rooms where you've talked the most vile things about me, but you don't even know me.
Oh, no, I've never talked about you, JB. That's a lie.
Okay. Everybody's a liar. Everybody's a liar but you.
Okay, go ahead.
I get it.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just trying to get clarity. I'm just trying to get clarity. Everybody's a liar but you.
She's the only one that doesn't lie.
I know.
Yeah, like you just told this room you never sent me a message, and then I posted it, right?
No, I didn't say that. I said I never. No. You implied like it was your fucking psychopath. You know that, right?
Well, I do her out. I'm not having it in my space. She's full of shit. Listen, my glasses in that PTR, they work. I know what I can read. I know what she said. Just own it. Be a big girl. Put your big girl panties on. Come up to the stage. You want to have a dialogue. You want to call me all these crazy things with no basis. And then I call you on your shit and you want to laugh and you want to gaslight. Go hang out with Prince, who likes to send dick pictures out from the shower. Go hang out with these other fucking racists and be my guest. You're not welcome here, and I'll say that. But we got Ali and we got Omar on stage. Ali, Omar, how you doing?
Doing well, JB. Quick answer is no.
I want to know why you every day you put in your chat death to the IDF. Omar, that's directed at you, Omar. Yeah.
Okay, I was gonna say what the.
No. Hey, Omar.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. What was the last thing you said?
Every day you put in a room, maybe 4 or 5 times a day, death to the IDF. Oh, and Omar's gone.
I didn't touch him. How convenient. But you know what I notice about people like Omar? I promise you he'll be back. Because he's gonna want to be centered around the conversation. Ali, how you doing?
Dude, I'm beyond pissed. College football's rigged, bro.
What'd you say?
Fucking rigged. College football's fucking rigged.
What game did you lose that you say it's rigged?
Fucking Texas A&M's up by 25. The spread is 18 and a half. And some podunk, I think it's like University of Texas San Antonio, scored a touchdown with 14 seconds to go. Like, come on. It's just not real. But on the side note, based on your topic, I guess define what you mean by beat. What does beat Hamas mean?
They're done. They're gone. They're history.
Okay, but if that gets replaced by another group, not Hamas, but another group because of what's going on now, does that still count as beating them?
Listen, I said it earlier, bro. Their ideology is going to stay there. How do you beat that, Ali? Because I don't have the answer. That's above my pay grade.
I mean, don't build settlements on their land in the West Bank. Probably work. Two-state solution probably would work. I mean, Hamas even changed the charter and said that they would recognize Israel as the final step of a two-state solution. They've said it like 100 times that they would actually recognize two-state borders. They're not going to do it now, but until there's like an actual agreement.
No, you're talking about Hamas, and then you're talking about the West Bank. Are you sure you know what you're talking about?
Yeah, I do. Hamas has mentioned that the encroachments in the West Bank are making it impossible to have a two-state solution. Like, because, like, I know Hamas is in Gaza, they're not really in the West Bank, but they can see what's going on, right? Like, anyone that's Palestinian or anyone in the world can see what's going on. The new annexation plan is pretty much...
What's a Palestinian to you?
I'm sorry?
I didn't stutter. What's a Palestinian?
What is a Palestinian? To me, a Palestinian is someone that has ancestry in that area.
Oh my God. I can't.
Oh, let me guess. Palestinians don't exist, right? Is that where we're going?
No.
What is a Palestinian to you? Tell me, what is a Palestinian to you? I'm stupid. I don't know the whole thing. You tell me.
Well, if you just
have you side or let it out?
Well,
So please tell me.
You just
No, it's okay. You're right.
You just
I don't know.
talked about Hamaza and you talked about Judea and Samaria. Do you know what Judea and Samaria means?
Here we go. No, tell me.
You tell me.
No, I don't know. You asked me.
You're the one that started the combo. Do you know what Judea means?
No, I don't know what Judea means. Tell me, what is Judea?
I have nothing to say to you then.
I gotta address something in the chat. Ali, if you could just read up, please. Give me a minute.
Sure.
Thank you, bro. Abby, can you put the name in on what you said? Because I want to address that, please. Abby, just put the name in the chat, and I'm gonna handle it. I apologize if that happened. You know, I can't control the lunatics, Ab. Oh, is it this guy? Is it this guy right here with the Palestinian flag? Okay. Shady Aggress. What's up, Shady?
What's up?
Are you making threats in the chat?
Yes.
Wait, you're making threats in the chat and you're okay with that? You're gonna threaten a woman?
I don't understand you.
And this is the guy I'm supporting.
Okay, I do now.
I'm sorry, who am I supporting?
Hold on a second, guys. First off, before you speak, Ali, you and Bibi can go back and forth, but I have to say hello to my friend Andre. Abby, he's removed and he's banned from the house, so I apologize for that. Andre, how you doing, bro?
Hey, what's up, Jerry? I just really quickly wanted to clarify something. I forgot who said it on stage that Hamas is willing to recognize Israel as a state. That's complete nonsense. I think as late as 2024, during the diplomatic relationships and like very heated attempts to solve the crisis in Gaza, the leadership explicitly said that they will not recognize Israel as a state, and they constantly, even with the two-state solution, talking about the East Jerusalem as being, part of that movement forward. They always stop short of recognizing Israel as a state, so that's nonsense.
Andre, let me ask you a question, man. It's just my opinion. I want you to tell me what you think about my opinion. I don't think a two-state solution is ever going to be feasible. I think the best solution is move these people out. Because if it's not about land, if it's really a religious ideology, then we shouldn't give a fuck about the rubble that's there. Move them out, let them go to Egypt, wherever, Somalia, I don't care where they go. But
who you are? No. Who you are, bro? You can't talk like that.
I'm the fucking head man in this room. If you don't like it, get the fuck out. That's who I am. I was having a dialogue with Andre. I'm sorry that my Zionist ass triggered you. Andre, what do you think about what I was saying?
JB, it's I think that's a fairly radical approach. I would be more in favor of creating some sort of Marshall Plan for the Palestinians, but they need to be under the supervision of the Israeli state for at least 3 to 4 generations before that exists, that they've been infected with keys to poison the society. Because we have to recognize that the history of creation of Palestinian identity and for what purpose it was created. Because most of those people are ethnically, as you kind of alluded to, they're either Egyptian or I think Jordanian. So it's not a matter of them not having a state for their ethnicity. It's the issue is that they've been created as an identity in order to resistance within Israel and not allow Israel to exist peacefully. So that's just my perspective.
I have a question for Andre.
Yeah.
Andre, when Hamas says it's willing to see a path to the pre-67 borders, is there an implied recognition in that statement?
No, there's not. In fact, this is one of the documents I think that I kind of double checked just to make sure that I was not, giving wrong pushback. They stopped it very short of recognizing Israel as a state, in that attempt.
Okay, so other than saying the words, right? What does that mean then? Like, tell me what it means to say they want to go back to the pre-67 borders. What is the meaning of those borders?
That means that that will allow them to regroup and continue their, basically their terrorist activities. In fact, I think they in the last year, they made their commitment of resistance to Israel.
I'm gonna explore this more. So the 67 borders means that on one side there's Israel and on the other side there's Palestine. Agreed?
Physically or diplomatically? Those are two different.
Physically?
Physically, yes.
Okay. So that is some sort of a different position than saying Israel should be destroyed.
No, that's not. Those two are not mutually exclusive statement that they want to go to borders, like to the 60s borders, and they still want to destroy Israel.
Well, if they want to go back to the 67 borders, it means that they're willing to accept that there's Israel on the other side of those borders.
No, not necessarily. That's, once again, that's a non sequitur. It doesn't fall.
Okay, so
Wait. Now I'm asking you this, shapeshifter. Do you think they'll ever recognize Israel and borders? Do you think they'll ever sincerely recognize, not just lip service?
Why? Saying that we want to exist along this pre-67 borders is sincerely saying that they don't want the whole land. That's a pretty sincere statement, right? Because they used to say they wanted Israel to be destroyed. They adjusted their position to say they would be okay with the 67 borders. You can't just ignore that and start inserting all this conjecture about what they mean by that. It's a position face value that has some sort of implied recognition.
I'm sorry, once again, you're filling it with meaning which neither belongs there nor exists there. You're basically trying to create this implication. They explicitly said that they will continue resisting Israel, regardless of what borders they are willing to go back to. And they have never stated that they recognize the state of Israel. So unless you can find, in order to be in a position to actually make any kind of sense, you need to find a statement by Hamas leadership that says that they are willing to recognize Israel. We will not be able to find.
I'll be able to find a statement that says they're willing to go back to the pre-67 borders.
That's all right. That's right. So
now I want to know.
Your premise is that they are willing to recognize Israel. For you to support that statement, you need to find their leadership saying that. Those exact words that they're willing to recognize Israel as a state. They said they are not willing to recognize it as a state. But there's no statement that they would.
Well, do me a favor, shapeshifter, and Camp Fam, and everybody else. While you're looking for that information, shapeshifter, respectfully, cashing your pink ticket is free.
Cash, that's joining the house. Let me do that. Join. Okay. So what does this mean, do you think, to say pre-67 borders. And obviously that means that Israel will have their country.
No, that does not. Once again, you are filling it with meaning which is not there. That does not necessarily follow that they're willing to recognize Israel as a state. All they're saying is they're willing to go back to certain demarcation line, and they express explicitly their commitment to resisting the existence of Israel as a state. Those two statements are, in no way conflicting with each other.
Okay, so let's keep going. So if they said that they're going to lay down their arms, if we can go back to the 67 borders, does that mean they're resisting?
They didn't say that they will lay down their arms indefinitely. They said that they will stop aggression right now. Once again, when somebody says that they're committed to continuing the resistance, that means that they foresee in the future taking up the arms again. Just for now, they're willing to stop fighting.
Wait, so you're saying if they said they would lay down their arms, that's not stopping fighting Israel?
That's not peace. That's armies. Different.
Who's the one who's meaning, me or you? I'm simply reading what they're saying.
Okay. So answer this question. No. Hold on. You're saying that. No. You're interrupting. You are. Hold on. You are. I need a clarification.
We have to have one mic. We have to. Andre's a mod, so yeah, let me.
I don't care.
I need clarification. I just need a clarification. Shapeshifter. When you say that you are just interpreting what they're saying, are you ignoring the fact that they said that they are committed to continuing the resistance, or do you think that they never said?
Are you ignoring the fact that they're laying down their arms as part of their statement?
No, I recognize it, and I explained to you that those two are not mutually exclusive, that they can continue resisting and they can lay their weapons for the time being. So are you ignoring the statement that they are committed to resisting Israel as a...
No. So now you're inserting your own meaning while you accused me of doing that earlier.
No, I'm stating their explicit statement. They said that they are committed to continue resisting Israel.
Can you provide a statement that says?
Sure.
Can you provide a statement that says, in the context of their statement, where they said they'd like to go back to the pre-67 borders, and under those conditions they'd lay down their arms and they would continue resisting Israel?
That's their latest statement as of 2020.
If you can provide a statement that shows that in the same context where they said they're willing to go back to the 67 borders, lay down their arms and continue to resist Israel, I'd be impressed if you can find that.
No, I'm stating to you what their current position is. So there's absolutely no recognition of Israel as a state, so you won't be able to find it. Once again, just to clarify, in order for your position to have any kind of meaning, you need to find at least one instance when Hamas leadership said that they will recognize Israel as a state. If you can find that, then, I will draw.
No, that's not true. Hamas leadership in April 2024 said they're willing to go back to the pre-67 borders and lay down their arms. For whatever reason, you've decided to insert all this other conjecture and meaning behind what that means.
No.
Lay down their arms, and then
once again, is there anywhere in there
needs to be the
do they say they will recognize Israel?
Their intent. So you're coming up here accusing me of inserting meaning, and when you're done completing that sentence, you just go about and insert your own meaning.
Once again, just so we're clear, when there's a
borderline,
where's I mean, you're basically just lying. That's what you're doing. So when you were saying that Hamas is willing to recognize Israel as a state, right? I would like to see a statement, official statement from Hamas officials that says that. If you cannot provide that, then all you're doing is imagining things and trying to fill with meaning something that does not exist.
Actually, can I just jump in for 1 second, please? And then you guys go back and forth. I gotta go. I'm sure Nye's gonna go. BB and Andre, you wanna keep it open? What do you wanna do? BB?
If you stay,
I'll stay for a little with Andre, but I gotta go too shortly.
Alright, so do me a favor when you go, BB.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I'm not gonna talk for Nye, but I'm pretty sure she's out of here. Nye, you out of here? And she's probably sleeping. Alright, guys, have a great night, great room. Thank you for coming in. If you have a big ticket,
No, I was texting on the back end. No, yeah, I'm probably gonna bill too, but I was texting. Sorry, I forget.
No worries. Alright, guys. BB, when you leave, close it, please. Abby, if you want to come up, I'll mod you before I leave. Abby? Alright, if Abby comes up, mod her. Have a good night, guys.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Baby, why do you insult him? Thanks for everybody coming. I think, Andre, it's okay with you. I'm gonna close the room.
Sure thing.
Okay, guys. Have a good night.
I always say, like, literally, when you trigger me, 186.
But at the end of the day, I'm still a guy, shop.
It's still my guy. No, I'm not going to say that guy moving last, so you don't act up like he's stupid bitch. We will still come back.
Mike. You will still be doing lovey Mike.
Yeah, every time Mike, what's over here on Mike? Like,
Malik, are you jealous or something? Whatever is up with her, Mike is not stuck with you and her, so that's why.
oh, shit. At least now I know my...
Exactly.
What's up?
I shouldn't talk to him like that. Constantly disrespect me, right?
Where's my phone at?
What's you saying?
I shouldn't talk to someone that constantly disrespect me, right?
Oh, no, absolutely not. And I hope you're not.
Okay. Yeah.
I know that. You gonna block me?
Malik, not Mike.
Oh.
Wait, what?
Wait, can the other Boosie please talk?
Pussy, I've never disrespected you before.
Oh, okay. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. All the time.
Wait.
Boosie. She just called you the other Boosie.
She meant the main Boosie.
Mike, you're so messy, bro. What a messy butt. What the fuck is the other Boosie?
I really don't know the name. I'm kind of confused. I don't even know.
Emperor Santa Claus.
Boosie, I'm just kidding.
What did I do?
Busayo, you're chocolate. You're chocolate, Busayo.
Why do you think she was milk?
I mean, I guess. Thank you, left me on the scene.
I thought she was light skinned. We don't fuck with those light skins.
Black is beautiful.
No, I'm talking about women. We don't fuck with those light skins like
Black
Tammy.
is beautiful.
Are you good, nigga? Hey, Cito.
Yo, I'm chilling, man. I'm chilling. Like, you good.
I didn't know how to respond.
I'm sorry, you don't think Pernicia's daughter is going to turn out to be just like her mother? Hi, Tom. How are you?
Who you calling colorblind?
She's gonna be exactly what God wants her to be.
Man, I ain't seen no color. I'm not colorblind. I don't speak about no color.
I don't think I'm talking to you. I'm talking to Mike.
Yo.
What the heck?
Wait, what'd you say to me?
My bad.
You was talking about Kim Kardashian?
Yeah, I'm talking about, like, do y'all think her daughter's going to turn out just like that?
I think she's gonna turn out exactly how God wants her.
Expressing herself.
that.
You know what it is?
You know, see, one thing about those children, yeah, they end up becoming, I mean, it's just...
I feel like people are over-judging those kids. They're kids.
Wait, so the thing is, at the end of the day, kids tend to want to, especially female kids, they tend to emulate their mothers. So regardless of whatever we want to say, she's going to have a lot of tricks out from her mother.
I don't even think we should be having this discussion, honestly.
Does her mom even raise her though? Don't they have like
I just don't fuck with like any kids slander.
She gonna turn out like her nanny.
I mean, be cute though.
I mean, yeah, she's going to have
Any of you guys in Toronto?
Yeah.
Alive? But she's still going to have traits of her
Well,
mother.
you know in Toronto.
Alive?
Yeah.
Don't do this alive thing, I beg. You know everyone that walking around say alive?
Alive?
No, that's in Brampton. That's in Brampton.
That's Brampton.
That's in Brampton, man.
You're
alive?
Juliet to Google that is in Brampton.
Sayo, you're such a... You're from Rexdale, fam.
I'm not even Rexdale, man. You know what I'm saying?
Everyone in Toronto says alive.
I think that shit.
You're from Rexdale, fam.
You have to watch that accent actually come. There's some words, okay, obviously, they're calm. But there's certain ways that no one walks out, yo, do it to us.
You're gonna smoke that youth.
Brody?
Boy, it's crazy how me and someone here share the same birthday. Man, that girl, she's beautiful.
Me and somebody here share the same bed.
You and who,
Oh my God. This is beautiful.
I said, she's beautiful.
We don't share the same
You
birthday.
guys,
Like,
look at my PCR, guys.
Who said that?
Don't forget about these Trump-y.
Bro, I literally have
Don't
my
break the stuff.
I have my passport right
It's
here.
taking 80 minutes.
Your helper calls you and tells you to pick between these two. Would you prefer to have American passport or a what the fuck?
what the
What the
passport? What?
What the fuck do I need with two American passports?
I still take the money. It's so many other places.
Tell me, he's assuming if you come to America here, you will make 2 times, I mean 10 times 2 to $80 million because they are picking money from trees.
From the tree, from the money tree that's growing in our backyard.
Yeah, that nigga is retarded.
You know what passport I want to get? I'll get Singapore.
Ooh, that's Singapore passport. Yeah.
Singapore passport is
I think I'm gonna keep it there so my kid gets the citizenship beverage.
anywhere different. I
Wait,
know
what's Brescia about
Singapore.
Singapore?
Everyone loves Singapore. No one hates them. Everyone hates America. I'm so sorry. But no one hates
You have Singapore passport.
No, Singapore is the strongest passport. It has like 193. It has like 193 countries that it can enter.
Oh, I didn't know that. What the fuck?
Yeah. Bro, do you know how rich Singapore is?
I had no idea.
Really?
I mean, I never really did
That's good. No, Singapore is the richest country.
I had
Well, not the richest country, but like it has like something.
My girl was Singapore.
You know how like everyone
Looks like it is the most powerful passport.
No, it is.
One is Singapore Queens, man.
I think it has like 193 out of 227 countries, bro. That's
So you
crazy.
want to know why they're also looked down on?
Yo,
Because
Jesus.
people see Singapore, they're like, oh, Asian country.
Why could I know these as Nigerians so that we
No, have y'all watched that movie Crazy Rich Asians?
There's a reason why.
Bro, Singapore has the most elite people.
No, I'm saying the exact same thing. Like, exactly that. Like, if you think that you guys have the beats in America, you guys think you have the beats in the Middle East, go to fucking Singapore and see their beats. It's not funny.
Well, no. Dubai and Singapore are kind of like on the same spectrum though in that aspect.
But you know what? I always say, I'm not funny. Everyone is always talking about like Middle Eastern people, right? No one talks about the Singapore people. But there's a reason why the Singapore elite is actually generational elite. It's not just
Yeah, they are. They're old money.
generational.
No, literally that movie Crazy Rich Asians. Just go watch it. Like that movie is literally
That's
about
not an exaggeration. It's basically not
Yeah, that's literally how it really is. Like Singapore is actually it's a beautiful country.
It's expensive. That Crazy Rich Asian was crazy.
Yeah, but you know that was Singapore, bro. You know that was Singapore.
That's what I'm saying. Why I always think that Nigerians don't have this knowledge because Nigerians should be aiming to go to Singapore instead.
it's hard to actually get it.
Well, no, but Singapore is
It's
like
like in America too.
you can't just move to Singapore. You actually have to have money. Like
You have to have
that's
money.
where no, I'm telling you, that's where all like these rich business corporations, like they be traveling. You always hear them say, "I'm going to Singapore on business." Like it's a business city, bro. Like you gotta be the elite of the elite to like actually
And also,
prosper and have.
they have like their foot in gas, they have their foot in oil, they have their foot in something that's like, bro, when
Like
I was generational.
they're billionaires. That's like
In their own right, and you know the craziest part is too, you don't really hear about them. There's a reason for that.
yeah, because they're running the country. They're running the world, bro.
They know how to spend their money and they know where to talk, when to talk, who to talk to, bro. Singapore, I'll take Singapore. Give me that red passport, and that red passport is shiny. Give me that. I want that.
Is it
I'm gonna have my kid there. There's the actress, guys.
It's not like a wine color, not like the UK red. It's like a red actual pumpkin red. It's red and gold.
I'm gonna have my kid there.
That's a good sign.
What is Singapore?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a red passport.
Oh,
And the reason
yeah.
why I know this is because I work.
I have a kid there.
And like the few people that I saw have a Singapore passport, I'm like, whoa.
In Singapore.
Yeah, Singapore, and it's also beautiful.
Yeah, that Crazy Rich Asian movie put me on. I had to go do my research about Singapore.
Oh, I knew about it before. I don't want to go. I knew about it before. But then again, I'm really into like Asian culture. Like,
Would you marry an Asian?
my man is a Yoruba and I love him to death. I love my man.
I'm actually looking into sperm banks right now. I'm looking into sperm banks to have my second kid. And I'm looking into like getting an Asian sperm.
Really?
Yeah, because I want to have a Blasian baby.
Mama Mia. Are you for real?
Yeah.
I'm blazing.
Because I'm getting to like, I'm gonna, wait, you're for real? Wait, what?
What are you blessed with?
You know what I'm saying? What are you blessed with?
Oh. Shit, I don't know.
Sorry.
I was trying to think of it.
Nah, but I want to have a Blasian baby though. South Korean specifically.
I just want a black, lickety black baby.
I'm gonna select.
Oh, your baby's gonna be the blackest.
Black baby too. The thing is, I want to go to have my kids now. Okay.
I witnessed a car accident today. Y'all see my pizza? The Dallas niggas cannot drive, dog.
Really?
I witnessed this in 5
Ain't that 75?
No.
I-35.
You don't know your highways.
I-35. You from Mesquite, so that's I-35.
No, this is 635 to Urban. Oh no, this is damn, what's that shit? Sam? No, fuck, what is it called?
Think about the North Tollway. No, that can't be the North
No,
Tollway.
it was
Sam
it
Rayburn.
was- No, not Sam Rayburn, bro. I can't remember what it's called. Stimmons Freeway.
Oh,
That is-
okay.
Oh, that might be out there.
But that is what you call it. It's either I-35 or 635 if it's Stemmons.
No, but yeah, it's Stimmons. It is I-35, but I got onto it from 635. If that makes sense.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
635
635 is the worst highway on earth.
No,
Actually,
I
no,
think
I-30.
75 is the best highway.
No, I-30 is the
You
worst
don't
highway
even gotta
on earth.
pay for that bitch.
I-30 is the worst highway on earth, bro.
I say the worst is the North Tollway just because of how curvy it is. It's so annoying.
No, but I-30 is literally ranked as one of the most dangerous highways in America.
Really? I used to stay in Arlington. I didn't have a problem with I-30.
I-30 has like some of the most deaths in Texas.
I don't know about that.
No,
I just feel
actually,
like it's
no,
always
literally,
too much going on over there
just go
because of like
look
the stadium
it up.
and shit.
Go look it up.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at it. Shall we go in person?
Yeah, I mean, just give it down a chance. Yup. Emperor, you will. I don't even want to lay this curse on you that just came into my fucking mind, bro. You see me, and you.
Was that Irish Star? Dog. Oh no, I'm tweaking.
Emperor, I deleted your stupid message and helped
Would
your
I fold?
foolishness.
Would I fold if Irish Star came to my crib and was like, I'm trying to get that dick? Would I fold?
Huh?
Do you think- T-Berry, don't worry, I'm here.
Did he tell you he's worried?
T-Berry, relax. He's tweaking out on me when I can hear him.
Wait, are you calling your dog T-Berry?
Sounds like a big dog.
Are you crazy?
Oh, I was gonna say.
Nah, T-Berry, she clearly doesn't respect me.
No, stop it.
Why would I be calling my dog T-Berry?
Because you just be saying some crazy ass shit, Mike.
How you know I got a dog?
T-Berry. Come here.
My dog's name is Nkosi.
Is it actually?
It's because I know things, Mike. I know everything.
You want to see her?
No.
You got
Wait, for real? Is that your dog's name?
Yeah, my dog's name is Nkosi.
Wait, what?
Some dog is named King Azumu. That's crazy.
Are you crazy?
It's like South African name, Nkosi.
Santi, don't ever do that fuck ass shit again in the chat. Or fucking alcohol.
Why would you put me down that though?
Because he's evil.
Is it Nkosi or Nkosi?
Nkosi.
Nkosi
The X?
is Azumu.
I mean, it's evil too.
With the X or no X?
It's like
Why
X.
did you ruin
Oh, you mean S? Yeah, S with an S.
Oh, then there's no.
Big Blue don't want to come to the stream that's not here.
No, it's Nkosi. Damn, why don't I have a picture of my dog? What the fuck?
You also
Where?
have to.
Yeah, I mean.
Oh my goodness
I
gracious.
know my friend that she named my dog Tolu. Tolu and T-Berry.
My cat's named Bella, Belarus. Pop, are you also in Houston as well?
My cat's name is Tammy.
My dog's name is Flavia.
Because she's
Flavia?
pretty.
That's Flavia for it?
Yeah. My fucking.
You want to see my dog? Look, I'm going to pizza.
I would name one of my animals Mike or Michael, but I don't think they deserve that.
Are you crazy? Look, PTR. You see the door?
Hi, Big Tunes.
Look at her smiling.
Aww, looks just like you, Mike.
She do look like
That doesn't look like one of them mod.
Tommy, how you doing?
Hi, Big Tunes. How you doing?
Is she part? Why's her eyebrows fresh?
Are you a man of peace today?
Yeah,
he is part of our woman. How'd you know?
That's good. That's good.
I'm not gonna see this.
She's so cute, right?
Are they because of her eyebrows? What are they talking about?
And she look how she's hugging me.
Oh, so cute. Somebody's hugging Mike.
Wait, in this picture she's hugging you?
Yeah.
Oh, she is here.
Messiah, what's up? How you doing?
She literally loves me. Look how she's looking into my eyes.
Mike, do you want to see a picture of my cat? Yeah, go look at the picture I took of them today on my
Show me that
PCR.
pussy. Let me see.
Mike, please.
Oh wow. That's a fat pussy.
I think goddamn. Like none of you are thinking about your car. I thought you were thinking about.
No, I would never.
Why are you letting your
You should
cat
know
on the
that's
bed?
just not me. Why would I let my cat on my bed? This is my cat's bed. Are you
Just
good?
bare pussy? Oh, okay, that's their bed. Okay.
Oh my god, look at this bare pussy on the bed.
We share the bed, okay?
I'm sick of this guy.
You need to give them.
Wait, Tommy, you sleep on the same bed with your cats?
You need to give them their own cat.
They don't like my cat has abandonment taking over my bed. My cats are clean as fuck.
No, but cats be shitting.
No, cats are. I mean, they do be shedding, but cats are really, really clean.
No, but that's debatable. You still gotta wash them.
No,
But
cats
they be
are
shedding.
really clean.
No, they are clean, but you still gotta wash them though.
Yeah, but you don't have to wash them that often.
Yeah, dogs they stink.
Yeah, dogs are disgusting. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. Maybe I had a
Like, and Kosi be smelling, boy. I be having no put her back, boy. She be stinky. I be like, damn. Like, what you do all day that you stink?
mother's jail.
What if I want to breed her?
Don't do that.
Don't breed her? Bro, she got that pussy out. Timmy got that pussy out.
Can you please stop saying that? Because that really, really bothers me when you say shit like that. Like, I don't like games like that. It's not funny.
Rocco, you can't play with her like that. You gotta stop, bro.
I don't like explicit play like that.
You said Rocco?
I'm talking about her dog.
She don't got no dog.
Are we not talking about your dog?
Oh no, yeah, we're talking about my dog.
So what the fuck y'all talking about?
Yeah, I don't know what the.
Y'all know what the fuck y'all talking about.
I'm talking about the dog.
I'm talking about the dog.
Rocco was talking about my dog. What are y'all talking about? She's so laced.
You're so fried.
She's so laced.
Smoking on that deep fried donkey dick.
What? This is coming from the same girl who don't like to hear the word pussy. Can you imagine?
It looks just like Mike.
No, he looks just like that dog I use every time, you know.
I don't get it.
Me either.
Tommy feels
That music is so crazy.
Damn, y'all can't be doing Malik like this. That's fucked up, man.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie. I think the cricket.
You said what?
You said.
See, these Tommy not those.
I said what?
Man, I don't even like this guy.
Yeah, I really see. That's the thing. I can fuck with you, but I'm still a woman of truth. Like I'm gonna speak my mind. Like you know what I mean?
Okay, now.
No,
I really didn't know what he was talking about.
Yeah, I genuinely just didn't understand. I genuinely just didn't understand.
No. Check my PTR.
Okay, let me look at it.
I get it, but I just didn't understand like the
Bro,
concept.
I accidentally added him on accident. Why did you do this on Snap, bro?
What'd you say, Tunes?
Oh my God, who's this?
Yeah, I was trying to say like that's the reason why I fuck with you because like you do say the truth most of the time. Like I remember the day I was doing nonsense like check me, but most of all these girls they always ask me for what this really last because I'm like what the fuck?
No, that.
Yeah, I have to check, man.
Timmy and my dog kind of look the same though.
Mike, you look like your dog. You don't look. We don't look nothing alike. You and your dog, y'all are twins.
You and my dog got the same eyes.
You and your dog got the same face. Ugly ass dog.
You and my dog got
like you.
Nobody loves me like you do. Sorry, guys.
Wait, who sings that again?
Money long.
For real?
Yeah.
Well, y'all should probably leave that to her then.
Mike,
Don't be a hater, bro.
you thought you ate.
They're attacking you now. You want to attack me. Look at this man.
Wait, they're not attacking me.
Who are they attacking?
Nah, she's attacking herself.
No. I'm pretty sure she was referring to something.
Hey, Riri, nobody has.
Oh, don't cry about it, bro.
I'm not crying. Come on.
You sound like it.
I would never cry about Timmy.
You are so obsessed with my name, Mike. Stop.
Mike.
You're giving me a vibe of a man that will go buy milk after your child was born.
So you're saying because you just asked, wait, time out. You just said I give you the vibe of a deadbeat father. Is that what you just said?
Sorry. Oh my God, you heard that before?
Yeah, that's crazy.
I just said buy milk and not come back.
I don't drink milk, so what am I?
Are you sure? Are you sure?
I don't drink
milk.
What, are you offering milk?
Breast milk?
Yeah, are you offering?
No, I'm not offering. Unless you want to buy, I do have a grocery store. I could mail some to you if you do want to buy.
Well, what grocery store is open at this time that you want to play?
My family is in Calgary. Just tell my little brother, go right now if he wants to buy.
Fuck your grocery store, nigga. I hope it burn down.
Y'all have
God is
Nah, y'all got those. You started.
My God is wider. My God is
You take that meteor in your face
It's
now.
fair. So
My God
you
is
said it.
greater. Awesome and our God. My God.
And if our God is for us, then who could ever stop us?
Hey, Tammy,
And
you
if our
can't.
God is
Tammy,
with us,
Tammy, no.
then we could.
Tammy, you can't sing that.
Why
See
can't
why
I
God
say
is
that?
not with you.
I go to church way more than you do, Michael.
No, you don't. I play in my church. What are you talking about?
You play the women at your church.
Where are you going?
I play
The women at your church.
I play the piano at my
I'm
church.
gonna need that. Right? Since when did you sleep so early?
So like I do this.
Good night, Mama Mia.
Let that little girl go to sleep. Good night.
You said you're a little girl.
Good night.
Don't let that slide.
Good night, baby. Wifey. Good night. Bye.
Don't let him play with you. Go after him.
Good night, baby.
Why are you scared?
I'll see you at church tomorrow.
I should love church, but guys, keep me company. I'm so packing things.
I'm sure you're gonna go smoke in a bit.
Just because, who said that?
Not your business, bro.
Especially Tammy.
Tell me this, tell me that. Get my dick out your mouth.
See, you don't even own one.
I mean, shit.
Right.
She told us.
Why you so mean? Like,
She is, bro.
I'm not mean. Like, if y'all be nice to me, I'll be nice to you right the fuck back.
Mind you, I was very nice to Tammy, and then she just kept.
No, you weren't.
She just kept insulting me today.
No, Mike, you wanted to be a deep rider for Rocco.
When did I? What? What did I do?
I seem like you're right, so good.
Oh my gosh, I don't know Riri. Let this sink in. I don't know her.
Oh, but you started it, so I'm finishing what you started. No, I'm the worst. I'm actually not a good person.
I know you're not. I can see that.
I get we get high. Like
Where's your daddy, Rocco?
You can see him there, Mike. Oh, Mike.
Nah, T-Ray, don't let them disrespect you. You definitely not Rocco's.
We talking about you, Mike.
Nah, T-Ray, you're definitely not Rocco's son. Don't take
it. I'm talking to you, Mike. I said you the daddy. So.
Mike,
I am the daddy. You're right. I am the daddy. You're right, Riri. Thanks.
You're welcome. You're like get out from there. God, you stress me more than I don't even have a kid yet.
How do you know that, Mike? You gave her a kid?
She said I'm a deadbeat.
Whatever.
I forgot about that.
Put that on the resume.
Is BBF. Speaking of deadbeats, T.
Oh. Here we go again.
What do you want, Mike?
Mike.
Solar.
Monkey. Animal solar.
Solar.
I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. She keeps popping in and out. I keep forgetting who it is.
Yeah, she's the real Boosie.
Bro, original Boosie, big Boosie, Gucci Gucci. I don't get it. I'm getting confused right now.
Boosie, what are you doing right now?
Mike, you see that shit around your thigh?
I had that in.
Yeah, he's a rat.
Your own Boosie.
Oh.
He's Ratatouille.
I can't help but laugh. Like, he did all that when all he had to do was shut the fuck up.
He snitched on Gunna. I mean, not snitched, but he did all of that against Gunna. That whole time he a rat.
Nah, deadass. That's some crazy ass shit. Cause
he really didn't have to do all that. Like, there's this one audio of him and 21 Savage that came out, and 21 was like, yeah, bread and butter was like going viral, whatever. He was like, Thug, all you gotta do is like say, stamp this nigga and you good. Like, but Thug was like, yeah, I know he did what he had to do, but Lil Baby and Dirk already said something against him, so if I come out and stamp him, like, what you call it, it's gonna be some type of way. I'm like, damn, this fucking idiot. Like,
I didn't even hear all of this. What are you talking about?
oh, let me share the Twitter to y'all. Like, you can listen to all of it. This shit is crazy. But that's what he did.
Well, share your Instagram too.
He want to be Captain Mr. Saber, Mr. Call Out a Rap. Now look at you. They making memes with your face on it, right?
They don't have anybody who will stand up for them. The government is not standing up for them. So that was the point of why I put those
Well, that makes sense, and that's why I said the article is a little misleading because it then says then that means 100% of the 25,000 workers have been sexually assaulted, which if you use statistics, it wouldn't be. It would be like 99 point something.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's just a sample size. It's like,
well, yeah, no, but that's the whole point of statistics. You take a sample size, and then you're able to project outwards and come very close to, and you have a margin of error. But it would be like 99% or 98 or 99%, whatever it would be. But you can't say 100%. And the article said 100%. I'm like, wait, this is a little, it's a little iffy when you're claiming this. So you're not even running statistical analysis on this. So it just loses some credibility there. And then you tell me this, then that loses more credibility. So
I don't know, man. I don't understand how a Black American, right, who basically lived in a country where white Christians in America enslaved Black people, decides that he's to blame some rabbinic Jew for the situation. It's just totally fucking stupid. Like it's just a new level of stupid that I just don't know how someone could be that moronic.
I think his thing is that Jews were also involved in the trade upstream, so then they were involved with the whole thing. So, but a lot of people were involved with it upstream. I think even Arabs.
Yeah, I mean, Arab.
And Africans. So then you just blame everybody and say they're all.
But this is actually like why a big part of where anti-Semitism comes from. People like him come up with these fucking stupid, hateful ideas.
And the ADL doesn't care about people.
I think I have a logical question for you. What do I do when I see a whole bunch of videos on Twitter and even on YouTube? I think I've seen it. Rabbis saying they should kill anybody. Rabbi blessing a person that's raped a Palestinian prisoner. Rabbi, you have yeshivas. Yeshivas are like private schools inside Israel. They're educating the kids Jewish supremacy. I mean, what do we do about? What do we make out of that? This is where it comes from.
Easy, we criticize those rabbis. Right?
Yeah, but so some people they take that and they say that all of them teach them, right? But the state is about Jewish supremacy. I've spoken to an Israeli. I don't know if you've seen her. She comes in here. She used to call Emeralds.
Yeah.
Not Buttercup, Emeralds. She came in here. She's born and raised inside Israel. She was born in a Baptist family. Me and her, we had a one-on-one conversation, right? She came in one day. She came from Twitter, by the way, and she's actually one state. She's anti-Zionist. And I said, do they indoctrinate kids over there, this and that, from your own experience, because you were born and raised over there, you have Israeli passport, she even has kids over there, right? She's got family. So she goes, what they teach is actually Jewish supremacy.
Well, look, so I spent a couple of hours, it was very very unpopular, even suggesting there were some supremacy tendencies in Israel. So it's a very touchy subject. I learned about a term they use. They accused me of Holocaust inversion. I don't even know what the hell that means. That just sounds smashing two words together. But look, the truth is there is a level of supremacy. And it's saying we want the idea of being Jewish to be above the idea of being non-Jewish when it comes to the state. Now you can justify it, but there might be some semi-legitimate justifications, but it still doesn't make it. It still makes it supremacy, you know. So there is some of that. It's a very
The self-determination is exclusive for the Jewish people. That's a big problem there.
Yeah, no, I understand. There's and I was thinking about why were they so upset when I brought it up. Well, because there's usually like when it's something that they know has no legitimacy, people don't get upset. Usually people get really upset when you poke on something there's legitimacy to it. And so they're angry about that there's actual legitimacy to the claim. So yeah, I agree with you that there are elements of supremacy there, for sure. And it's a big problem, yeah, I agree. But it still doesn't make moron Al correct, or even remotely correct. They're the ones that should be condemned very quickly and swiftly for their stupid, hateful ideas.
Yeah. No, I mean, the scripture thing, I just don't get it. I mean, I would go to the rabbi or somebody that actually knows the scripture. I disagree. But people, I don't hate the Jews, but I'm talking about people that hate the Jews. That's where it comes from, right? When they tried to look into Israel, how it was created, the Jewish supremacy, the self-determination, the amount of, and do you know if you go on Twitter space shade, do you know they don't use the word Zionist, they use the word Jew? Did you know this? And I was like, okay, yeah, it's no, because they left the Zionist word back. They don't even use that word anymore, right? If I was on Twitter Space, you have somebody people coming in saying Jew, and that's what they do. Now, and these people host big spaces, 500,000 people, 2,000 people, 5,000 people. Now there are some good spaces where they talk about Zionism, and they only address Zionists, right? But there's a lot of spaces that are pro-Palestine. They say the term Jew. So now, when you look at how they have segregated the roads, right, in the West Bank, how they're occupying different sets of laws for the Gazans, people in the West Bank, versus the Israeli, this whole system, right? And then some of them are justifying it. Ben Gvir, Smotrich, these are government officials. Daniela Weiss, she's connected directly with Netanyahu. She said it on the Settlers documentary that he actually agrees on the settlers. Smotrich approving the 3,000 settlement, dividing the West Bank into two pieces. So they're never going to have a Palestinian state. But when you look at all of these things coming from their own government officials, that they are above all of us. What do you make out of that? They're the one that promoting Jew hatred. You see what I'm saying? It's not the pro-Pali, it's pro-Palis,
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, look, I think that you have to put people in different buckets. So, first of all, the comment that you're making, which is we're all responsible for, to some degree, how we're perceived. That's true. It may not be fair, but it's true. Okay, so, the society in Israel elected Netanyahu. So they can't, on one hand, say the Palestinians are responsible for Hamas and they're not responsible for Netanyahu. You can't have that argument. You have to either accept Netanyahu and hold the society responsible, or reject him and not hold the Palestinians responsible for Hamas. So it seems we're in a society where we want to hold people responsible for their leaders. Fine, okay. So when they have their leaders, Ben Gvir, Smotrich, consequence to this, of course. Doesn't make it fair, but there's 100% a consequence. When you starving 2 million Gazans and you refuse to call it a starvation, all of this is going to create hate and animosity directed against Israel and to some degree against Jewish people. It's going to happen. It doesn't make it mean it's right or fair, but it's going to happen. So if that's what you're saying, fine. But what I don't understand is how a black American comes in here and decides he's going to blame a rabbinic Jew when it's clear that it's really the Christians, the white Christians, that really kind of made slavery what it is today. You know, enslaving black people all around the world and exploiting Africa. This is not a creation of the Jewish people.
When are we gonna call out the Africans that sold their brothers and sisters?
Okay, of course this happened too. I mean, slavery is something that happened throughout human nature. But I don't see why we're going to pick 15 million out of a couple billion people and just blame them. It's just moronic and stupid. I mean, at least the white people are admitting, yeah, we did bad shit, man. We shouldn't have done that. Like, come on.
Yeah, it's really challenging for the Zionists to admit when they're committing terrorism, when they're committing human rights abuses, when they steal, lie, rape.
That's a good point, Dean. I don't know why it's so hard for some Zionists to admit this. It's just weird. You know, most societies admit that when they've done atrocities. Like, I've never found a group on Clubhouse more in denial of the atrocities than some of the Zionists on Clubhouse.
And it makes them look so bad because the people of the world see like, oh, these people, how are they defending this? How are they buying this? We're not blind. And we're not deaf. We're not dumb. We see, we hear, right? What's happening. You're going to tell us we're lying? Or you're accusing Palestinians of the very same thing that you're committing, right? They say, well, every accusation is a confession. And the war is like seeing like how.
I can explain it, Dean. I can explain how we are this way, why we are this way. We're cut from a different cloth, as you've observed. And there's really no benefit for us in confessing these alleged violations of human rights that you're discussing. And our belief is that if we can hold out just long enough for Palantir and these mass surveillance AI programs to come online, which are going to shut you people up, then we're going to actually see the daylight on the other side of this, even though it seems like a lot of the world is starting to catch on to what we're doing. It's just a matter of time until all you people are shut down, and these types of conversations are going to be felonies. So we just have to, hold the line, a little solidarity amongst us Zionist Jews, and our day's coming, as is your day. Once, like you said, Palantir and all these AI programs get online, that are going to shut you people up.
So on the street, it'd be a lot easier for you guys to just admit that you've done some bad shit too.
What's the benefit for us?
It's disarming.
It's disarming.
Yeah, we wouldn't be able to make this argument anymore.
You can keep making the argument. No, we actually want you to make the argument. Remember one day Black Rabbi came in here and he said he records all the rooms in his files of he's making a case for anti-Semitism and why the Jews need to stick together and be militant and be all these things. So now you guys keep talking. You're giving us a library justifying what we're about to do to you people when we put you under total surveillance.
Oh, I see.
Yes. You guys are really not.
And Black Rabbi did say this he records my room, they closed everybody's rooms.
Yeah, Amir knows that this is about a month and a half.
And he gave me death threat. He wants to kill me and do, but just like Al-Norm wants to send FBI to my address, and he was asking for a time and date. When is the right time? You know, Al-Norm, it's okay. You could be in the audience with an anonymous account. I know you miss my rooms.
And this is why I joined the tribe, is because I realized that us Zionist Jews, we're 5, 10 years ahead of the rest of you people, and we think on a different type of level of consciousness, right? You guys are always applying morality and ethics that we teach you.
But why would they kick you? Why would they kick you? Like you're one of your own, like JB. Why would he kick you out of the room?
Honest Jew question. So 10 years from today, we're down the line saying Israel bad will earn me a felony charge in the U.S.
Oh yeah. I was about to answer your question because I don't know what so-called Palestine is supposed to look like in 10 years. So I thought you were gonna make a fantasy of you being there in 10 years and what that would look like. But when you said in America, yes, then I kind of realized you're actually starting to think like a Jew. So yeah.
10, 15 years from today, if I'm walking down the street and I say, hey, Israel bad.
Right, free so-called Palestine.
Or free Palestine, that will earn you like a few years in jail.
Oh yeah. Hopefully, if everything goes according to plan.
Okay. Good to know. Any other scenario you might think of, like the opposite of that scenario in which somebody says Israel good, they can be shoved in some.
Sure. If our plans don't materialize, if Palantir and the AI surveillance system either doesn't work the way we hope it works, if it turns out to be a dud, or if it double crosses us, it turns against us because it thinks that we're the problem. There are definitely multiple. The future is flexible. Okay, but we're trying to send the future in a certain direction that's good for Jews.
So you don't see a scenario in which a bunch of Israelis touring a European city would be picked up on genocidal charges and tried in a court.
Yeah, of course, if things don't go according to plan, yes, you are painting the scenario of our nightmare. We have a lot of allies amongst the white Christians, and we're counting on them because there aren't many of us. We're only 0.012% of the worldwide population. But if our partners in the Christian evangelical wing can deliver, then it's going to look pretty good for us.
So Nick, are there any evangelical Christian Palestinians? You guys are Arabs? Are there any evangelical Christian from Palestinian background?
Any evangelical Christians from Palestinian background? Yeah, there was a guy from Canada, I forgot his name. He was a crook. He was like a televangelist. I can't remember his name.
So he supported Israel, right?
I don't know if I supported Israel, but if you're talking about evangelicals, I don't know if they are. Yeah, some of them probably will. I was born in a Palestinian household. But most Christians in Palestine are Greek Orthodox Church, so they are not part of the evangelical thing.
Can I ask you a question, brother, if you don't mind? Aren't there also Palestinian Catholics too?
Yes, there are.
Okay, yeah, because I wanted to ask you because apparently I saw this individual on YouTube. He was she's on YouTube actually, Twitter. She's very close to Nick Fuentes. She was saying that she's a Palestinian Catholic.
Yes, there are Palestinian Catholics.
Any Jinkish, do you remember when our heroes in the IDF, when our boys in Gaza had a tank and they shot at that church in Gaza about 3 weeks ago? Was that a Catholic or a Christian church? Do you know?
I think that's no. I think it's a Greek Orthodox Church.
Okay, got it. Yep. And they made a big hole in the building and missed the cross. I don't know if they missed the cross intentionally, just to send a message, because if you knock the cross up, you don't know it was a Christian church, right? But if you shoot helpful in the future, AI surveillance.
You know what they've been doing in the West Bank recently when they raid a town or a village? They go on loudspeakers and encourage people to say, "Oh, leave, 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 leave. You know, we have to leave. We have to go somewhere." And people kind of laugh at them.
You know, Jim, one thing I don't get about evangelical Christians, right? They believe in this state, right? It's Israel, whatever, blah, blah, blah. How could you believe in something that was just made up in 1948? Like, it doesn't go back to that. It's a freshly made state.
I don't really know. I've never been to an evangelical mind. I don't know how
Why don't you ask it too?
Yeah,
You're going to answer the question.
So the Schofield Bible, I think, might have something to do with that. And with Christians, all you have to do is get to their leaders, get to their ministers, their pastors, their religious, leaders of each church. We get to them and we tell them what to say in the sermons. And the Christians, these white Christians, they don't read the Bible. Okay, so they'll believe anything that these people tell them at the pulpit in the church. I actually live in America, so I've noticed this trend personally. I've made this personal observation. And when you show Christians, I show them verses. I know we have them, so it doesn't scare me to show them Thessalonians 1 chapter 2, Revelations 2:9, and Revelations 3:9. You guys are familiar with those verses, I'm sure. I show them those verses just to kind of see how well our propaganda has worked on them. And they manage to experience the cognitive dissonance and they stay on board with us, even though their Bible tells them that we are the synagogue of Satan. And that Paul, in his sermon of Thessalonica after the death of Jesus, preached to the crowd and said the Jews are hostile to everybody. They kill all the prophets, they're hostile to everyone. So even with knowing that their Bible says this, they're still on board with supporting Zionists. These white Christians in America.
Well, these evangelicals, shouldn't have been, as a Christian from the Holy Land, I was shocked when I came to North America and I listened to these evangelicals. They're in love with the end of time. I don't understand why.
Apocalypse.
Yeah, it's just totally fucked up. So Jesus came on earth and all he did for his entire time was he walked on this earth is he talked about loving the poor, loving one another, and loving God. These motherfuckers want to talk about the end of time. I don't understand.
So Shuki texted me. He said that we might have another 1 or 2 minutes. Do you guys want to listen to Shuki? No.
I just accused recording and streaming your room. His room. So.
Okay. I mean, they're streaming my room. You have John Kitover, the son of a bitch. Abnormal is down in the audience recording my rooms. And he admitted, I actually approached the Clubhouse CEO, and they were able to pull out a screenshot from one of the rooms.
Really? You got him now?
We have a screenshot that says he's got a bunch of recordings of the rooms. He's been recording. He was attacking. I think one of the rooms he was attacking Buttercup. And he wrote it in the chat. When you get it in writing, that's much better. And it's not in violation of Clubhouse TOS when you get the screenshot, right, of somebody saying something in the chat. It doesn't violate the Clubhouse TOS. But when you record rooms, it's in violation of Clubhouse TOS. But anyways, we have Matthew here. He's evangelical. Did you want to say something, Honest? Did you want to listen to Shuki? He said it's something related to what you said.
Sure, of course, yes. I don't have any.
It's from, I think it's from JB or something. I don't know.
Besides, I wanted to mention that the money is good for the evangelicals in America when it comes to Israel, right? And the guy who was a Palestinian stock, who was a televangelist, was named Benny Hinn, if I recall.
Already free. Yeah.
He's just such a good crook, huh?
He's a fucking asshole. There's nothing worse. Some of these evangelicals. I'm not talking about all of them. They're raping their own people, man. It's disgusting what they're doing to these.
But the money is good.
And I feel bad. I really feel bad for some of these Americans lives are being ruined, and they're being fooled by these satanic people.
People are very gullible. Actually, people send those people money and a lot of it too.
You'd be amazed, Shindig, if you came to America. It's an amazing place of zombies and non-player characters and completely.
No, see, I was always fascinated with those people who appear on TV and they tell people send me money, God shit, they talk about God stuff, send me money, and I remember a few of them who were like, there was one who was from New Orleans, I can forget his name. He was the cousin of Jerry Lewis. There was another guy with his wife, and they were building the church for millions of dollars. Tammy Faye Baker, his name was Baker.
Yes.
And there was the guy from New Orleans. He was the funniest one who used to go and cry on TV.
How could you be Palestinian and evangelical? How could you be Palestinian and
If you're making millions of dollars, you can be anything, Amir. You're fooling millions of people into bullshitting them.
No, Jinder, I'm not talking about the bull. I'm talking about your people, Palestinians, Christians, are getting butchered and slaughtered, right? I'm talking about from humanitarian, perspective, or humanity perspective. Your people, Palestinians, regardless of the fucking religion, they're getting butchered, slaughtered, genocided, and yet you fucking stand here as a Palestinian Christian and you support the fucking Zionist entity. It just doesn't make sense to me.
I don't know. I don't know of many, but this Benny Hinn guy I don't think he was. He just wanted to make money, and he was always telling people that he can heal shit.
Yeah, these guys are crooks, man.
They're crooks, but
they took the religion from the Holy Land and they twisted it and they perverted it. It looks nothing like Christianity. It's some kind.
What was the guy's name from New Orleans? What was it? I forgot his name. So they'll catch him with prostitutes. He was like frequenting a whorehouse, and the next day he'll come on TV crying, saying, "Oh Lord, I have sinned." And then a few months later, they'll find him in the same whorehouse, that kind of stuff. But this guy was sitting on a huge amount of money, a huge church following, that kind of stuff. So Americans are very receptive to the idea of being fooled into giving their money to people like that. And other powerful people in America who are, I can't remember his name.
Swagger.
Jimmy Swagger is one of, that was his name. That guy's name, right?
Tony Perkins. How about Tony Perkins?
I don't know that one.
I asked Google AI. I got Jimmy Swagger as well and Tony Perkins.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember Tony Perkins, but I remember those two characters, and I always thought, like, what the fuck? What the fuck do the people? What do they say to people to convince you not to send money? For them to be living in huge mansions, and they have those,
Shouldn't the worst part that they do in all their disgusting shit is not the end of time preaching. People have cancer, or they can't walk, or they have.
Oh yeah, I mean they'll try on the weak and
they heal them.
sick. Yeah.
Yeah, they say they're doing exactly the opposite of what Jesus did. Exactly, they're like vampires sucking the blood of the poor and the disabled and the needy in Jesus' name. This is the work.
And there was another character, like he looked like totally fucking crazy. He was praying, saying, "COVID go away" or some shit like. I can't remember his name.
Exactly. This is. I swear to you, if you want to find the devil, you just turn on the TV and listen to these evangelicals. You look the devil in the eye.
They seem to be popular, and people believe they're shit, and they usually have private jets. This
is the power of the devil. The devil is cunning. People. If the devil was overtly evil, nobody would listen to him.
Well, I'll tell you, Jim Dean, our Christian pastor, I saw it on television. There was a blind person, and he healed that blind person. I saw it on television with my own eyes. You seem very disbelieving. Do you believe in God, Jim
In Jesus'
name. People believe that stuff, huh?
Oh, yeah.
I want to add one thing that you just mentioned, by the way. We also have Muslims just like that. There's a guy on Twitter. His name is Raya Sharif. You can go look him up, bro. And he actually blocked me because you know what, guys? I kept tagging him on every single video on X about Gaza, about kids dying, right? And I even asked him a direct question. I was like, "Are you paid? Like, are you Muslim? And if so, are you proud to be?" When it's like, "Oh my God, you're accusing me of being like a double agent." He literally says he's also like a evangelist. Basically, he uses the Quran and he uses the Hadith and say that, oh, like, you know, Jerusalem has no place in Islam. Allah did not mention Palestine in the Quran.
As long as making money out of it.
Bro, Jindin, he does make money, but just go ahead. You know what, guys? I'm gonna send it to you. I'm gonna send you his Twitter feed right now. I'm gonna send it right now, guys. Even though he blocked it, I'm gonna go on my other Twitter account. I'm gonna send it to you guys right now.
Random brother, just fucking that. Let it be. There's a lot of Zionists that I came across on Twitter. I don't really give two fucks about them because they lost their narrative, they lost the plot.
Exactly. I'm not with this guy.
Don't get triggered on the United Pick.
There was lists released a few years ago on the Mossad agents, and some of them are Muslim.
Oh yeah, facts.
Oh yeah, there was a list that was exposed. You're right about that.
Yeah, some of them.
By the way, Shuki wanted to play, I think 1 or 2 minutes. Shaper, I hope you're still awake.
Yeah.
Go on, Ship.
Go ahead. Yeah, so that money was diverted to the personal wealth of 3 individuals that all have now net worth in the billions of dollars, personal net worth. It was diverted to building tunnels, amassing weapons, paying for mercenaries, and all of this, and even to the dismantling of water infrastructure that was needed for the people, so it could be diverted to missiles. Now, the amount of money was huge. After World War II, the United States poured billions into Europe under the Marshall Plan because Europe was worn, torn, was in rubble. And thanks to the Marshall Plan and these efforts, Europe was rebuilt from its ashes to the powerhouse that it is today. And the money invested in Gaza per capita was more than the U.S. spent on the Marshall Plan. Not a little bit more, not twice as much, not 10 times as much, 25 times as much. So think about that. We spent 25 times more money than was spent to rebuild Europe after World War II, to raise Gazans up. And they had nothing to show for it because the money was all diverted to weapons and the personal wealth of a few individuals.
Yeah.
So,
and nobody talks about what happened after 2005 when Israel pulled all of the Israelis out of Gaza and left them with greenhouses, fresh watering systems, and what did they do? They destroyed every single thing.
Right. Yes, they dismantled everything, and they're as JP pointed out, and others pointed out, their charter called for killing Jews and for dismantling the state of Israel. And unfortunately, these children are taught from a very young age that their goal in life is to kill Jews. And they literally, there's tons of YouTube videos you can watch where they interview young children about what their life aspirations is, and it all revolves around killing Jews, where mothers hear about their children being killed and they rejoice, they celebrate. Oh my God, I'm so happy my son was killed. Think about this type of sick mentality. This is the reality of what we're dealing with.
Yeah, but that's the problem. He wants to talk.
I was there.
Thank you, Shuki. Appreciate it.
I was there. Listen, I was there. I was in the room the next day.
What I was saying was I was helping honest Jews because they want to kill the Jews. Is that the narrative, honest Jew?
Yes,
So,
they want to
you say they want to kill the Jews, and I'm like, okay. He said he's got something like that, to kill the Jews. Like, this is your other Jewish brothers are saying this as well. What is this? Where's this narrative coming from to kill the Jews? Where is it coming from?
It's coming from us. They're from their charter. That's all they're good for.
That's their old charter, but the new charter is different, it's updated. It doesn't matter, nobody knows that, they didn't tell anyone they updated it. Everyone still thinks they're going off the old charter. Well, what do we do about the Likud charter that was issued way before the old Hamas charter was issued? I'm not familiar with the Likud charter, I'm a leftist. You're not, I'm a leftist. That's a good one. I think this is true because the leftists do not support the behind. Do I have all my lines accurate? Yeah, for sure. I did use this from a leftist. Shape. This is so true, man. From a leftist, they would like, I don't support Netanyahu, I don't support the Likud party. A lot of us don't support Netanyahu. You see the protests going on in Israel? Very low support for him. Very low support. Yes. That Euro is really, I love Euro, I love his voice, I love his talking points even. And his whole cadence and his whole mannerisms are just very Jewish, I find. He's just really, I love listening to him. So thank you for playing that.
Makes you sick. Makes you so sick.
Thank you for playing that. I really enjoyed that. I was actually listening to him when I got kicked out of that room earlier today, so I was curious about the rest of his presentation. You know, he left out something in his presentation. I hope you all appreciate this. But when we pulled out our Jews from Gaza in 2005, not only did they destroy everything that we left behind, but they also used the water systems to make rockets out of them. Can you believe that? That's how destructive these people are, and how hell-bent they are on killing Jews.
Yeah, and they destroyed the greenhouses.
Yes, and the computers too. You know, Hillary Clinton was on with Jon Stewart talking about this phenomenon. We left them a lot of computers, and we did not bug them with Israeli intelligence artifacts, because I know you'll all be very fast to say that and make that accusation against us Jews. But they destroyed all the computers they could have had, internet and Wi-Fi and all this great stuff, and instead they're living in the Stone Ages.
That's the most thing they keep talking about is the greenhouses, you know, the greenhouses.
What greenhouse?
The greenhouse is a piece of plastic and 3 pipes standing up.
What greenhouses?
Edward, they keep talking about bringing up that point in the Zionist room, the greenhouse, the electric greenhouse.
Oh. Well, did you save that article, Amir, or did I tell you to save it? I don't remember.
I gotta check my bookmark. I usually bookmark it.
And they made the desert bloom with the drip irrigation.
Oh, that's all bullshit.
Really? Are you sure?
I'm sure, because you know why? Because there's still a desert there.
They invented drip irrigation and they made the desert bloom and they came to a land with no people and it was all desolate.
Excuse me, there were at least, this is Jinder, there were at least 3 people there.
I'm a Jew. It was the people for land.
You can't even say it. You're a bad Jew.
For a people, for that for a people.
People without a land. Yes, thank you. We had to get that on the record. This is being recorded here. We need to get these things correct.
Drip irrigation and they left the greenhouses in Gaza.
No, I will give them credit. They have done a lot with water conservation.
Shut the fuck up.
But they have. They have.
Conservation. What is it? They made
In Israel, they have water conservation technology.
They sucked the life out of the
West Bank.
Liberia and what's the name above that? The whole ass thing.
You're talking about the aquifer underground is draining water out of the Jordan River.
That water was promised to us 3,000 years ago.
What happened to Jinder?
Took a phone call.
Oh yeah.
Israel will tell us because he's not calling him.
No. The making the desert bloom was one of the biggest ridiculous lies that they could have told. They made that up back in the 50s and 60s, And when dignitaries used to come and visit, they used to go and take flowers from the flower shops and put them in there temporarily. And then they had one American, I forgot who it was, I gotta look it up, an American congressman or somebody, and he came back and he was like, I can't believe it. They're miracle workers. They made the desert bloom, and what they were doing is they hired children to put all these flower beds in the desert, and in the desert, and then once he left, they took all the flower beds, the flowers, and put them back in the flower shops to be sold.
So it was the settlers that destroyed that water. I mean, the greenhouse.
Yes,
And,
on their way out.
Yeah, and if they destroyed it, and I mean, what the hell are they crying about? Left the greenhouse. What the fuck are they talking about? Such idiots.
They're liars. And the thing is, Israel, the government, took advantage of this guy. Somebody said where he's from, but somewhere in Europe, that purchased those greenhouses for Palestinians for $14 million and set up a plan with Israel so that the Palestinians could sell the whatever's grown in these greenhouses to external markets to export them. And these are massive greenhouses, massive commercial greenhouses. Each crop would have probably yielded millions of dollars. Massive. And instead, Israel blocked them, so they all rotted out. And on top of that, Palestinians had to pay to get them fixed to begin with, after paying for them. It's crazy.
So I do have one question for Sheikh. Sheikh, could you back channel me who asked you about something that was played in the space? Sheikh?
Yeah, I'll do that right now.
Anyways, we got Matthew here. Matthew is a proper evangelical, right, Matthew?
Yeah, that's correct.
Do you support Israel?
Yeah, I have for most of my life. Recently, I don't know enough about what's going on over there. This is the first time in my life where I've even considered that,
I mean, there's a genocide that's going on. The genocide that's going on in Gaza.
Yeah, it would seem that way, but
I mean, everybody came out that says the genocide, including the Israeli organizations came out and said genocide. I know, I mean, because of the religious belief system, we support Israel, but at the same time, we gotta call it out, call it spade a spade.
I don't see how this ends peacefully.
No, but if you keep supporting it, it ain't gonna go anywhere. My job is to, if you have any arguments or discussions about this, is I can provide you evidence and you can go with it. I mean, would you think Hamas is a terrorist entity?
Oh, it is, yes.
But what do we do about getting funding from Netanyahu to Hamas? Netanyahu funded Hamas.
So I don't understand enough about Judaism, because I'm trying to make sense of this. Is there like a sect or version of Judaism?
They have different sects, but I'm not talking about Judaism. I'm talking about Israel.
Okay, yes, the political state of Israel.
I was talking about Hamas. I wasn't talking about anything else. You said Hamas is a terrorist entity. I provided you a Times of Israel article. Now Netanyahu is giving weapons to ISIS members. And Netanyahu, more than twice, he said there's no Palestinian state. Or even prior to 7th of October, in front of the UN Security Council, a Palestinian statehood. So Israel never wanted the two-state solution from the jump. I mean, if I'm in America, I'm sure you're in America or Canada, right, Matthew?
Canada, yeah.
If you fund a terrorist entity, it basically makes you a terrorist. So where do we go from here? I mean, he funded Hamas, in spite of Shin Bet, which is intelligence officials inside Israel, told him not to fund Hamas because that's, you're giving, when you fund Hamas, you're giving giving them money to build, tunnels and military equipment or whatever, like guns and weaponry or whatever. So where do we go from there?
Like 30 Arab states recently unanimously that Hamas should lay down their arms and stop fighting.
No, I'm asking you about Hamas, but you keep on deflecting and deviating the topic. Can we stick to one topic?
What is the premise of the, like, is this a pro?
Actually, Matthew,
Matthew, we're trying to stick to one point at a time, but you're all over the place. I'm not talking about Arabs or whatever, I'm talking about Hamas. So was Hamas a terrorist before 7th of October or after?
Oh, yeah.
but Matthew, even thing, you realize that what the Arab state did was reaffirm Hamas's own position. So probably look into that, Matthew.
Yeah.
So Matthew, to Amir's point, right? Israel conducted an operation that they were very proud of. They planted bombs inside pagers that blew up in grocery stores, on buses, just wherever any members of Hezbollah were all across Lebanese society. This basically inflicted terror on an entire nation. But we call that terrorism, no, Matthew?
Yeah, that's
That's the heroic act. That's the third big heroic act on the part of Netanyahu. I remember every time he meets a dignitary, he gives him a folder page.
Yes, thank you, Jacob. I was going to say that. You beat me to it.
So Hamas are terrorists, and it appears that Israel is also using terrorist tactics.
Oh, no, that's self-defense.
Hezbollah is a terrorist organization, so we have a little bit more leeway with our tactics against them.
True.
Hezbollah. I like the way you said the shame Hezbollah.
Hezbollah.
But Matthew, to go back to your point, so if they were terrorists, would you say Netanyahu was a terrorist because he funded Hamas?
yeah. To see that.
He's a terrorist, okay. So moving on from terrorism to now, what do we do that he's giving weapons to ISIS? What do we do about that? That's stealing the aid for a year, more than a year and a half. And he's selling it in black market for 5 times the price. And he kept on blaming Hamas. US aid company came out and they said Hamas is not systematically stealing the aid. So would you put the blame on Israel and Netanyahu that his whole government is full of criminals and they're allowing this and they're to do collective punishment on Palestinians? Do you believe in collective punishment, Matthew? I mean, you sound like a sane person, right? You're coming from a Christian background. We can have a conversation with you, right? But good thing you're not living in denial. That's good.
What do we do about the IDF soldiers that post videos on how to blow up mosques?
Yeah, that's another thing as well. I mean, I don't know. But Matthew, do you look at Catholics as the Christians?
Yeah, I do, yes.
So what do we do about the church, the last church that was attacked inside Gaza? They killed the old lady. She was praying, and she killed a few more people in there. And what was so special about that church was there's a guy in there that actually used to talk to late Pope every night while Pope was at the hospital. I know you don't believe in Pope, right? I know you don't believe in Pope, right?
No, I have a complex background. Most of my family used to be Catholic. My parents' generation, so.
Okay. So you would say that you have some sort of respect for the Pope, right? I mean, because you come from Catholic background.
Yes, the second last pope. Anyways, but yeah, typically.
Yeah, I mean, so is it okay for them to attack churches and mosques and holy places in Gaza, slamming them? They did that in Lebanon as well.
Yeah, it's never acceptable.
Hospitals too. Hospitals, schools.
Hospitals.
How did I not know any of this? Like I just.
You gotta keep coming to this space, man. You learn how we stay up to date on a lot of things. We have passed.
I can tell you, we work very hard with Israeli intelligence and American news to suppress the information that's coming out of this room. That's why we have agents in the audience recording, so that we can see what these types of people are doing. So Matthew, don't despair. You sound like you want to be a good American, and please don't let the people in this room influence you. Good Americans support Israel.
This is the Zionist narrative, by the way. Yeah, this is. So we have now everybody on the stage. We got Amos G. He's actually a Zionist. So he comes up to my every every now and then. He speaks from his own narrative. So that way we get to go back and forth with it. So Matthew, the Zionist narrative is that we're not committing genocide. We're not killing people. We're not. And literally, even Biden said that they're doing indiscriminate bombing. So if the end that the report recently came out, it's only 8,900 Hamas soldiers. The rest of them are civilians. 83 to 1 suspected Hamas.
There's a religious element that I don't understand because it doesn't rationally make sense. Netanyahu's actions lead to some kind of outcome that basically, if you know you're in trouble, let's say a bear is chasing you. I don't make any sense, but yeah, I don't understand his reasoning. Like, what's his end game? There must be a religious component.
Yeah, there's religious, but the thing is, that's only 1/3 of the population are religious. But all the other ones, they're like either secular, atheists, homosexuals. There's a lot of this crazy shit that's going on inside Israel, and some of them are not really even practicing Jews. So it's not about the religious. What it is if he stops all of this, right? If he brings peace to it, then what it will do is it will get them into a state, and it might turn into self-destruct. So there's people that I've heard on Twitter Space and on here. Even I actually came to this conclusion. Let's say he stops stealing land from people, right? Because in the West Bank and Gaza, they're stealing land. And Syria, Lebanon, Yemen, they're trying to do everything they can, for the Greater Israel Project, whatever the bullshit they have. Now, let's say they stop all of these wars and they stop stealing land from people, what it will do is and there'll be no more threats coming from outside of from Iran or from Gaza, from the West Bank, from any of these places. They will start fighting each other. And I'll give you one example. So there's from the Shah Party. There's a Shah Party inside Israel. He literally came out on TV. He said, "I'm gonna blow up the coalition if you don't accept my my people from my Haredi community." And then he came back the next day. He had to walk back on a statement because that's basically threatening a fucking government inside Israel. So this is the type of mentality. So a lot of the crazy psychopaths that are in government, they're running with it. Ben Gavir literally wants to annihilate every single soul, right? Smotrich said, "We don't give two fucks about the hostages. We're going to carry on." And it was never about the hostages. Yes, 2 days ago, security officials came out from Israel. They're saying that if there was a perfect deal on the table, if Israel would have accepted it, we would have had the hostages back home. But it's Netanyahu. And the other issue is if Netanyahu stops the war, he'll get locked up in jail because he has committed so many crimes. But I don't know, man. That's what it is. Welcome, Ali.
Yeah, thank you. Hey, Matthew. Nice to meet you. I have a question for you. You mentioned that all your life you have supported Israel. And then also before you joined the room or coming on the stage, I think people were talking about the role of American evangelical movement in U.S., particularly in the last 2 decades or before that, in support of Israel. So could you tell me, and you don't have to if you don't want to, can you tell me what is the underpinning or the reason, your logic for supporting Israel in this conflict?
We've learned in Sunday school, but about these 2 points, that the
makes sense. I think the third reason, perhaps, and it's really probably in my way of thinking, is fundamental for the reason for supporting Israel. It's really a theological belief. Many, actually, numbers I'm not quite sure, probably 80% or more, that they believe that the return of the Jewish people to Israel, to Palestine, to the Holy Land, and the reason for the modern, this state of Israel is a fulfillment of biblical prophecies, which they see maybe in the American evangelical groups as a condition, requirement, prerequisite for the second coming of Jesus. So I think this is probably central for the main idea of the movement, which is interestingly enough called Christian Zionism. So basically the idea is that Jewish people have to possess half of the state of Israel for Christ to return and establish the kingdom. The return of the Messiah coming back, of establishing his kingdom on the earth, that's what they say. So that's kind of interesting. I thought you may want to think about this concept as well too, because this is a fundamental concept, the way I hear it, and there are other reasons, other two reasons to change. So it's an interesting kind of ideology. Anyway, thank you, Matthew. Appreciate it.
Matthew, now the way we look at it with the genocide and whatnot, I mean, there's a lot of scholars, organizations that come out and say it's a genocide. There's a case that's going on in ICJ, International Court of Justice, saying that it's a genocide. ICC, International Criminal Court, has arrest warrant out for Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant and some Hamas leaders. But the Hamas leaders, they were assassinated. There's no more Hamas there. So, but ICC and a lot of these soldiers, what they've been doing is they've been not only killing people, what they'll do is they'll go into a building, right? They would first go in there, steal their money, steal their food, steal diapers and everything. And the guys, they would actually go into the closet, put on go on, record themselves, put it up on TikTok or on the Israeli dating website, and the community inside Israel, like the women or whatever, they get impressed, and then they get to go on a date. That you did this to the enemy, And we have a whole bunch of reports that where the Jewish supremacy is being taught. That's another problem as well. It's just like you said, God chosen people. But how could you support a state that was freshly created in 1948? This state was not created divinely. You see what I'm saying, Matthew? If it was created divinely, it would have been a different discussion or argument we would be having. But since it was created by forcing Palestinians out of their own homes and land or whatever, they started ethnically cleansing in 47. The war happened in 48. It turned into a full-blown war in 1948. According to the UN, Ilan Pape, and the Benny Morris, these are Jewish historians on the UN. It was the UN partition plan in 47. So what do you think about that? What do you think about, looking at these people, the God-chosen people, when they're committing, a whole bunch of atrocities and crimes against humanity?
Well, I'm not going to stand and feel like I'm not taking a position.
I'll put the article in the chat. Sure. I'll put this is a fresh piece that was written by Omar Bartel. He's an Israeli, Jewish, genocide studies scholar. His studies were accepted at Nuremberg's trial. You know Nuremberg's trial, related to the Nazis or whatever?
Yes.
And he's got more than 20, 30 years of experience in what is a genocide, what is not a genocide. And he goes into the intent part. The intent is one of the hardest parts to prove. You know what I'm saying? And it's from New York Times. He wrote a pretty good opinion piece on the New York Times. that says it's a genocide, and there's a lot of other people, scholars came out that it's a genocide, but I picked this particular one because I look at his studies were accepted at Nuremberg's trial, and he's very experienced. You see what I'm saying? And he's Israeli Jewish, which means that there won't be any biases, right? He supports state of Israel, and he's not basing it off being biased. Because other scholars, they might have some biases, right? They're pro-patty, whatever, but he's not basing on that. So let me put the link in the chat. So I'm gonna open up a paywall on that article, and I'd like you to read it and follow the house and keep coming into the room. Just join the house and then come in tomorrow. It's open every day. The room's open every day, and maybe you could tell me tomorrow and what you think about that article.
Yeah, definitely. Sorry. I just want to put one thing out there. When Israel was, the state known as Israel was created, it was created by people who said that they were ethnically Jewish, but they didn't even believe in God. They were atheists. So, this is just something to think about, but, do you think God is going to really, be in support of a nation that was created that rejected him in its creation? You know what I mean? And it talks about things like that in the Bible as well. But it's just something to think about. It's like I don't understand. My family's Christian. I don't really understand why this is like a Christian issue. You know what I mean? But that's just me.
Yeah, I don't. Go ahead. I'm just gonna say this early. Give it to my brother. So Matthew, put the link in the chat. This is I removed the poll. Anybody in this room, or up here, or with a normal with the anonymous account, any of these other Zionists with anonymous accounts or non-Zionists, please save the link and remove the paywall. This is a very beautiful opinion piece that was freshly written in New York Times. New York Times is owned by a Jewish person as well, so for a Jewish family. And I want you guys to read up on it, and he even came on Mahdi Hassan show, said it's a genocide what's happening in Gaza. And that's where I'm going to land it. And just save it, Matthew, I don't want you to read it right now. You can read it whenever you have time. And when you come in tomorrow or the after tomorrow, see if you can give me an opinion on, what do you think about that? Go. Yeah, Drix, you asked the question, you are surprised, you don't understand why the American evangelical movement is, I think about 80 or 85% of them supports Israel in this specific conflict. So Matthew gave you two reasons. I gave you one predominant reason for it and why actually this is the case. This has not always been the case. Actually, these are kind of the reasons. I would probably say, I don't know for sure, but I can tell you minimum 2 decades and perhaps maybe 30 decades that this movement, the movement being substantial, support of Israel, by by the American evangelical Christian organizations. Those are the reasons for it, and I think that's probably for me sufficient to understand their mentality.
Amir, did you put the link in the chat or did you delete it?
No, it's in the chat. I don't delete it. Maybe G, you're not able to see it. You might have to leave and come back. Sometimes it has a glitch. Leave the room, and then come right back, and then you'll be able to see the link. It's in the chat. This whole link with archive.ph, New York Times, just copy and paste. I removed the paywall.
All right, thank you.
So that's where we're at. But I just can't believe, Matthew, you didn't read up on it or anything. So you've been off this app for 3 years? yeah, after like I guess during COVID or something, right?
Yeah, around that sounds all right.
And then you're like, I don't need to use it anymore. I'm gonna be busy with work, and that's it, right?
Oh, I got busy with life, and I didn't really get like super into it. My best friend who lives in the States now, he met his wife almost haphazardly.
Oh, nice. So you're still married?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. That's good, man.
Assalamualaikum. Hey guys, I'm Mujahid.
So you said your friend got married to this app, whatever. That's interesting. So you left this app and you weren't really invested into it, right?
No, not this time.
Okay. Are you gonna come back?
Yeah, it's a Christian group. I'd like to know more.
Sure, sure. Keep coming back, and maybe I can educate you more, or you can educate me on different topics, whatever, you know. And I'll provide you data and sources, you know. And there's even Zionist spaces. If you want to go look at their position, you're welcome to do so. But if you don't agree with them, you know, they'll treat you like shit.
Good to know.
Because it has happened to Shape. You know, we have Shape here. He's a shapeshifter, so now they're targeting him. They targeted him a bunch of times. He was on the Israeli side, and then pro Valley, and then back and forth, and then now I think he became pro Valley. Yeah. So, I mean, even in relation to Lebanon or whatever, and the ceasefire, it's only one side, you know. That's where it's causing the ceasefire not to happen, is from the Israeli side. And even during the ceasefire, like Hamas had ceasefire, this happened about, was it 3 or 4 months ago, they had the ceasefire. And in spite of having the ceasefire, they actually killed, first day they killed a 15-year-old boy. You know, and for some reason, Israel is famous, you know, for killing, saying a whole bunch of genocidal shit, and actually believing in it and doing it to the people of Palestine. They even killed a Palestinian American in the West Bank recently. You know, they beat up. So the settlers are so violent in the West Bank. They beat up a Palestinian American. He was shitting on his property. They came onto his property, and they started chopping some of his trees or whatever. They set up a tent, and he kind of resisted, and they beat him to death. The medics couldn't even get there on time, even and actually he was gone. You know, and in the West Bank, the West Bank is a proper example of apartheid. They have two sets of laws for two groups of people: the Israeli settlers versus the Palestinians. You know, and literally a whole bunch of organizations have come out and they said it's freaking apartheid. So if a settler attacks a Palestinian in the West Bank, they can't call their Palestinian authority, right? Because they would not want to deal with the settler. And then when you call the IDF would come in and arrest the Palestinian and protect the Israeli settler that's committing crime against you. This is the disgusting thing that goes on in the in the West Bank.
Beat the shit out of them, then arrest them. I think is the way it generally goes.
Yeah, and it's been going on for over 50 years. Because it's under occupation, apartheid system. And this is the big problem with this, and they have to keep on constantly fighting. As soon as they stop fighting, if there's some sort of peace, it means that they're gonna start fighting each other inside Israel. They need a third person to attack, which is Palestinians, Lebanon, Iran, Syria, a bunch of places. And they've been stealing the land. That's another
When they stole $1 million shekels the other day from Ramallah.
Oh yeah.
Area A, by the way, where Norm says, it's under the control of the PA. The IDF went into a, I don't know what you call it,
seen this either. Them spitting at Christians. But that, I mean, I can't even imagine it. You know, whenever I go to the store and I see a nun, um, you know, I say, "Hi, sister, how are you doing?" I can't imagine. And again, I'm not Catholic, I'm not Christian, but you can't even have like a basic respect for these people, you know? Um, it's really sad.
Yeah, it's disgusting. I did see this video recently on Instagram or something. I saw a couple of clips like that. It's disgusting.
Matthew, may I ask you a question? I'm Palestinian. I wanted to ask you, and this is something that, I thought of not too long ago, actually, because someone else brought up something, brought it up, or partially brought it up. You know, Bethlehem is very important to Christians, and why aren't Christians helping to take care of Bethlehem, to make sure it's, it is, the holy sites are preserved, and the town itself is protected, because right now it's, it's got walls around it. It's got a gate to get in from, the Israelis put up a gate to segregate it, and harass people all the time, and have even shot and damaged the Church of the Nativity, about 20 years ago, 23, 24 years ago. So I just feel like if we Palestinians are defending, Christians' holiest sites, and most of us are not. Most of us are not Christian. Most of us are Muslim. I think it's just not fair for Christians to sit back and not just not participate, not speak out, but also speak against those that are protecting your holy sites. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes complete sense. And for the record, I just think most Americans are probably ignorant of what's going on, because how they form their opinions is based on, at least for the boomers, mainstream media. Because they're good, well, people, like any country, that people just want to get on with their lives. I think if they saw what was going on, they wouldn't be firmly against the actions that were being. They might dig a little deeper, who knows, but at least it would not be tacitly supporting it.
That makes sense. It's a good answer. Thank you. I want to get awareness out there for, for Christians to step up and, help instead of, point fingers, and just help, because it's, Christian sites, so, they have skin in the game too.
You know, yesterday, in terms of what you mentioned, I've seen some clips or a clip that in Israel, some Jewish people, probably some radical rabbis or practitioners, were spitting on the, I don't know, a couple nuns or just regular Christians. The thing that I saw, again, this is just completely raw photographs, and I can't give any level of authority to this. And I think I remember that the Christians were kind of had a Bible, and they were proselytizing actually pretty strongly against a Jewish crowd, predominantly were non-Jewish people, Orthodox, people do this, there are consequences that may not be supported by law, but people do, stupid things. So that is a case I remember, but maybe this was just one time. Maybe this happened all the time. I have no idea. So there's a reason, when things happen, when two groups of people come in conflict, and they get in front of each other's face very closely, shouting, yelling, who's right and who's wrong, then things happen.
But I think Canada is, I think, probably majority pro-Patty. I think.
So, I mean, I'm sorry, I could not hear you, but I heard that.
No, I said Canada is probably majority pro-Patty. You guys think? They're pro-Patty, meaning that they're pro-Palestinians.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were saying Pope. Pro, okay.
No, pro, yes.
Yeah, I mean, well, is Israel Canada's greatest ally? Let's start there. Let's move it back.
They're investigating all these baby killers, IDF soldiers that are coming in that have committed against humanity. I mean, committed crimes against humanity. They're, they're making them fill out a whole bunch of paperwork or whatever. I mean, I'm a Canadian and American, right? I do not want any motherfucking baby killers in Canada or in America. But the problem is, America wants to look the other way. We have some Americans, they're served in the IDF. How the hell are you going to allow them back into America? They probably killed babies and whatnot over there.
So let me, please go if somebody wants to say something. Go ahead. Okay. So I mean, let me ask you this question. I don't have a definitive answer to this, but I am thinking this way. You've got an IDF soldier who is commanded to join the military, mandatory. You have to join. You have to follow orders. Even though some of the action of the soldier takes even war, they regret this. They killing, individuals, particularly when killing women and children, because they are in the war. So they're being asked, they think they're duty. That's the question of the authority. And I'm not suggesting it's good or bad. I'm just trying to present predicament of a soldier, which is required to do follow the order of the superior commander, and in turn the commander follows the political direction of the politician to carry out the war. Now, a soldier like this, when if the war ends and goes takes his family to go to Europe or Canada to visit another country, then he's going to be arrested and questioned because of baby killing and what have you. If everybody would apply this kind of way of thinking, then the American soldiers served in Vietnam, Iraq, in recent wars, and they could be questioned, arrested, put in jail for questioning their intention in killing people and babies. So I'm not quite sure if this is the right direction to take, hold the individual soldier accountable for the action. Unless the soldier is known to be a psychopath, a sociopath, and done tremendous horrific activities of killing, a cruel act against even what the army required to do or not to. I see a reason for arresting. Apart from that, I really have difficulty just because once you get the idea and generalize it throughout the globe, and all of the soldiers they have participated in various wars, then it's quite a big problem. Comments on what?
I hear you, but right now we have access to everything on social media. Before we didn't have. I'm not saying you should, they should go after any idea. This is why America parted ways with ICC and ICJ, because they didn't want any of their soldiers getting prosecuted by the International Criminal Court. You know what I'm saying? So all I'm saying is, these people that committed crimes, anybody, whether it's American, Canadian, Israeli, whatever, they should be brought to justice. But we have so much data that literally we're seeing live genocide happening, and then we don't have anybody doing anything. We have government officials complicit. We have a whole bunch of pedos in the Congress that are involved, right? And people are just doing lip service all over the world, including Western countries, including Middle Eastern countries, GCC countries, and we need some sort of, and that Heinrich Foundation, they're doing a pretty good job. That little girl, when they shot about 355 bullets into her body, into the car that she was sitting in, and they killed her, they killed the medics as well. And then they denied the IDF inside Gaza. No, we didn't kill them. We didn't do that. Third party came out, did an investigation, and they're like, yeah, IDF did kill it, but satellite imaging, whatever. They opened up a Heinrich Foundation, I think it's out of Belgium or something, and they've been collecting a whole bunch of documents and stuff and relate to all of these soldiers that have committed crimes. And I think they should be brought to justice. Now, everybody should do it. Anybody that was involved in whatever war, they should collect data, send it out to ICC, and let the ICC deal with this case. You know? They relate to what they've done in Iraq and a whole bunch of other places, Afghanistan, Libya, and whatnot. And ICDK is what it did. It opened up can of worms for all of these Western countries that have been involved in genocides for years and years. You know, and which is a good thing. I think we're moving in the right direction where we're going to clean up all of these people in the government. And in America, I just don't get it. I want one person, one vote. I don't know why do we have to go with the electoral college vote of bullshit. You know. Corruption.
So I'm sharing.
I need to look back during the Nuremberg trial. It seems to me, again, that was a long time ago, 60 years ago, 70 years ago, let's say. I forgot. The war ended in 1945, and I think the trial started pretty quickly after that. So roughly 75 years or something. So my recollection, what I remember, basically the people who were prosecuted were the political leaders, the lead military individuals, and also people who were actually running concentration camps, people like them, which they were leading actually the entire movement, and particularly as it relates to the war itself in general, and specifically as it relates to the Holocaust. I can't remember if, for example, if a soldier that actually was on some duties in these concentration camps, and they were asked to do certain things. I am not sure if any of those individual soldiers were actually brought to the trial or not. Maybe they should have. So the Nuremberg trial actually set the kind of the base for looking into these types of matters in terms of bringing to justice war crimes. But in general, it's just really the leaders, political leaders, and the military leaders that are brought to the trial and justice and due process and to be convicted. And so, do you remember any actually ordinary soldiers that they were put on trial for this? I don't know. I need to probably look into it. But again, we have progressed, since we can be a lot more precise now with all of the technology available to see the soldiers in action and what they do, and so to have much better information. So anyway, that's all I wanted to say. I don't remember.
I mean, some of the soldiers were prosecuted, like members of the SS and Gestapo and the ASIS mobile killing squads were prosecuted as criminal organizations, right? I mean, somewhere, I think with this whole case of the ICJ and ICC, some of them are going to get it, but it's going to set a precedent, moving forward in the future. hopefully we won't have any more of these genocidal shit that goes on, especially these Western nations that promote the genocidal wars. You know, they only care about their own selfishness, whatever. At one point, they're gonna have to shut this shit down. You know, shut down this business of genociding people in African countries, other countries, just for resources. You know, they're gonna have to do something about that because this right here is a very good example of what's happening in Palestine, Israel. You know, the genocide that's going on, and I think when the time comes, it's going to take years and years for this investigation to be over. When this genocide is over at the ICJ, and you know, I wonder how long would it take America to recognize this genocide that America was actually responsible for. American officials lied in front of Congress just to keep giving them method like Anthony Blinken. There's a case going on in the court as well against it. You know, there's a lot of freaking lies that they did, you know, related to this genocide. They could have stopped it. And in the future, at one point, they're gonna have to stop with the bullshit. Recently, they just blocked Mahmoud Abbas from coming into America, the UN, and his leaders and his people, members from this party, almost close to 80 people. They put sanctions on them. Right? America is trying to be bullied. How do you deal with the bully? I think you do it by exposing them, and they're getting exposed every day. I mean, look at that pedophile Ali in Vegas. He was able to leave out of the 8 pedophiles that they arrested. Right? They were running a pedophilia ring, and it turns out the state attorney, she was an Israeli Jew. She let him out on $10,000 bill. In America, usually the bill you pay 10% of it, and they let you out. Able to leave back to Israel. How do you allow a fucking pedophile back on the streets of Vegas and then back into, I mean, he's from Israel. He works under Netanyahu. So we definitely need to clean up this mess, this, sole officials, and a whole bunch of pedos in there, the government. This is why actually files not coming out. So, that's where I'm going to let. Anyways, anybody else want to speak?
So, Amir,
Yes, Chucky.
do you think Israel has something to do with the shooting?
Khashoggi?
Yeah.
I don't think so. Well, actually, not directly, but indirectly. I'll give you a small example. I actually watched a documentary of this, right? So Jeff Bezos was going to open up, he was going to build a $1 billion, it was a $1 or $2 billion contract. He was going to build a gated community in Saudi Arabia. Thanks to what happened to Khashoggi, you know how they chopped him into tiny pieces, and Saudi Arabia kept on denying, we didn't kill him, apparently his fiancée was waiting out of Saudi embassy in Turkey, and she waited for him 6 hours and he didn't come out. And the reports are saying that he was strapped with a chair and they chopped him into tiny pieces while King Salman was watching it on TV inside the embassy. And prior to what they did, Turkish actually they planted a whole bunch of microphones or whatever inside their vent system. They wanted to know what the hell they were doing. And everything was recorded. CIA came out that it was actually MBS that did it. So what MBS did, Jeff Bezos came out after after they found out that Saudi Arabia did chop it into tiny pieces. It was only there to review his passport. So Jeff Bezos canceled the contract with the Saudi Arabia. He said, I'm not going to invest $1 billion, $2 billion. So what they did, they used Israeli technology called Pegasus to hack into Jeff Bezos' phone, got hold of a whole bunch of nude photos, and they released it out to the media. That was like a revenge That's what MBS did in Saudi Arabia. And so Israel was actually directly involved in this.
So I have a software that can come back because Pegasus.
It's called Pegasus.
Yeah, I have a software that can come back Pegasus.
You do?
Software that can what? Depeg?
I said that can take down Pegasus.
It can take it out.
Yeah.
What? Turning off your phone?
You want to test the theory?
No.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still trying to connect the dots between killing the journalist in the embassy. This was must have been 15 years ago.
Yeah, yeah.
And as you said, it's pretty much correct. And the part that Israeli and Jeff Bezos, he wanted to invest a big $2 million. So it's unlikely to do it. And the Israelis, they blacklisted him. Actually, the pictures came out. First, no, I think they blacklisted him.
Yes, so what they did, I think they sent out a message or something on WhatsApp, and I guess he opened it and everything was leaked out to MBS, and I don't know.
Right. Okay. So I still have a hard time seeing, the connection. Maybe it could have been completely two mutually exclusive things. The killing of a journalist and the involvement of Saudis in it, and the situation with Jeff Bezos and the potential investment in Saudi Arabia. I don't see the connection, but maybe there is one.
So Saudi Arabia invested money under the table. There's actually a pipeline, Ali. Let me see if I can find the report. There's a pipeline that goes from Saudi Arabia and a whole bunch of other countries. That they sold a little bit of oil to Israel, by the way. The back roads of Saudi Arabia being used to deliver aid or whatever to Israel. So they're making deals under the table right now. But they don't make the deal over the table. That's why they want to normalize, so they can tell the world, oh, we're doing business with Israel. But a lot of the countries, they make deals under the table, and Saudi Arabia is one of them. Pegasus, I was just saying they bought Pegasus technology from Israel just so they can, take revenge on Jeff Bezos. So Israel, I don't think they were directly involved, right? It was just out of revenge. Saudi Arabia has done it not only to Khashoggi, they did it to, there's other people that live in Canada, that the YouTuber, there's another YouTuber in America, I think he's very famous and he makes videos criticizing Saudi officials. And I think he has a connection to Saudi Arabia, maybe his family, or he was from Saudi Arabia at one point and he became American. And if he goes to Saudi Arabia, he's going to get chopped into tiny pieces as well.
So I hope he sticks to the Americans.
What did you say, Jackie?
I said I hope he stays in America. Show me.
One other thing, Amir, it's, you were talking about, and I've heard this, I read this in AP a couple of days ago, Associated Press, that the American government did not give visa to Abbas and some of his colleagues and co-workers actually coming to the United States to New York. And I'm not quite sure, making a case or something, so they were not given the visa to come to the United States. Now, legally, my understanding is the government giving visa, a tourist visa, diplomatic visa, local visa, the rest of it, it's government's prerogative to grant the visa or not. Obtaining a visa is not a right. It's whole bunch of Republic of Iran, Islamic Republic of Iran, wanted to go to University of Tehran and make a great case against Islamic Republic of Iran. It seems to me, and I don't know for sure, that they would not have been allowed, particularly if they were Christian Jews, they would not have been given the visa to go there to make their case. I believe pretty much completely in freedom of speech, the First Amendment of the United States, of the Constitution. So the point is, other countries have done it too, and I'm not supporting this, but I'm just saying, just legally, it's just the government has a prerogative to issue visa or not. And by the way, the visas for the ambassador and other people actually who were at the United Nations, they state that they would not report them on sending them back. This is a new group of people who led by Abbas to come and participate in the discussion for not allowed to come. So it seems to me somehow we set the expectation for the American government. I put this current presidency aside, just as I almost consider this unfortunately an aberration in the U.S. politics to a great extent. But our expectation from the United States to behave in certain ways, but we don't have the similar expectation from other countries. And you were suggesting that what is this, democracy? Why is not, one vote, for one person and having this electoral college system? That's the way the system is set up for really good reasons. Is a constitutional democracy / republic, and that's the way it operates. So it seems to me at times, and I'm not suggesting you are, that this, how can I say, this attitude, a very negative attitude toward the United States and some of their actions, and which is not, people when they say this, they don't look back behind them to see how other countries actually behaving. So it's just the expectation from the United States is just set so high. And at times the principle that this country is founded on, and in this case I'm talking about the Constitution, when it comes to the execution of those principles, it falls short. And this is actually the case for everything. Every ideology has a principle. When it gets executed, the execution of the principle is always a gap between the pure intention of the principle and the execution of it. So again, I probably diverged just a little bit, but I was just asking, we were almost expecting the United States to allow come in, and I think they should have allowed to come in, but it's not the right, it's a privilege.
No, I mean, so Mahmoud Abbas, so the main reason why they're not allowing him is because these other countries are about to recognize Palestine as a state. And I don't know if you read the letter. I actually seen the letter. This was about, I think, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. The letter talks about you can't do anything to turn it into two-state, in spite of these three countries are recognizing as a state, and that's the main problem. And if they allow it, do you know that they actually even threatened Canada that we're going to have tariff wars if you recognize Palestine as a state? Why is that? And I believe, I don't know if you watched the what's it called? A former Israeli intelligence official. He came out. He said during the 12-day war with Iran, they actually, he said, Netanyahu, Israel sent out a card, a birthday card or something, that was sort of like a threat to Donald Trump that do this, otherwise we'll expose you. And that's why he came out and he did the fake attack. I mean, according to intelligence report, there wasn't much damage that was done to Iranian places, And so in relation to Canada and other countries as well, like France. Literally, Netanyahu came out. He said, if you recognize Palestine as a state, you're rewarding them. You're awarding them, for what they did on 7th of October. So America and Israel, Israel literally has Trump by the balls, and this is the main reason why they're not going to allow Mahmoud Abbas. And this is the main reason why they kept funding Hamas to keep the divide, so they keep on fighting each other. I don't know if you read the Times of Israel article. I did post it in the chat when I was talking to Matthew. I'll repost it. How Hamas blew up in their face, how they were funding Hamas. So, and Mahmoud Abbas is actually works with Israel. They're in bed with Israel. They get their funding. The money gets on hold, and Israel tells Mahmoud Abbas to move right, he moves right. If they tell him to move left, he moves left. And this is the main reason why a lot of people, a lot of Palestinians in the West Bank, they hate Mahmoud Abbas. So, that's where I'm going to live with. So, this is where I'm coming from. And what I heard from Edward, he was in here, he said, according to, since the UN is like an international body, all the countries agree that you cannot ban members of the UN to attend the UN meeting. And America is pissed off because they're going to recognize Palestine as a state, which means Trump, they might release some files on Trump, and Trump is scared. And I'll put the testimony from a former Israeli intelligence official in the chat, and I'd like you guys to watch it. It's about 30 minutes, and he says everything about what's going on. And he's based out of Quebec, Canada. And Mossad even bombed this former Israeli intelligence official's house back in 2012 because he works with other spying agencies.
Just a couple of comments. This may be true, maybe not, but correlation does not imply causation. The reason I'm saying that, perhaps the Israelis may have a lot of stuff on Trump, and maybe there was something that they told him, if you don't do certain things, particularly the last 12-day war with Iran, we're going to release this and that. Maybe. But the point is that if you look at the American politics in the last 50 years, maybe more, American politician, American politics is unanimously has supported Israel. So it's not a new thing that Israel has something on Trump, and now he's participated with Israel in the war against Iran. That was a huge step actually for the United States to take, to actually directly by air, attacking Iran. That was big. But this is not their one in terms of the support of American towards Israel. Almost in every action, take a look at your United Nations, what is it called, declarations or certain things. The United States either has voted against whatever was going to be against Israel or abstain from voting. So there's nothing new in here. Again, there might be something, but then again, Russian claim, the rumors are out that the Russian had something about Trump being in Russia and participating in some kind of sexual activity, some very descriptive sexual things, and people thought that Trump would be afraid or is afraid and is working with Putin. But if you look at Trump's action nowadays, it's not necessary. It doesn't appear to be. It's supposed to be actually trying to force Putin to end the war with Ukraine. So there may be a truth into what you're saying, but I land here categorically kind of saying that America attacked Iran, air attack, is because Trump was afraid of Israeli may release some not so favorable kind of pictures or stories about Trump. That may be partially true, but I don't think there's no justification. It was not the reason that Trump made the decision, and it's not totally. By the way, I'm not a Trumpy. I'm just talking about the information facts. Yeah, no, I hear you, Ali, but I put the link in the chat.
Now, this is when Epstein, so he gave an interview a long time ago, and it was picked up by small medias. If you read up on some of the things he has said when he was buddy with Epstein, I removed the paywall for you guys so you guys can read up on it. And it has said very disgusting stuff in relation to how, Trump has told him that he likes to sleep with his best friend Ryan, and there's a whole bunch of other shit. And Trump even said a whole bunch of comments about his daughter, right? Which a lot of people would say that, he's a pedo. DOJ, Department of Justice, came out and said his name is on the file, like more than 40 times or 30 times. There's a lot of other officials' names are on there. And if this file was to get released, we could part ways with Israel because it has a lot of shit in there. It would provide former Israeli Prime Minister. He actually went to Jeffrey Epstein's island. He's been to a lot of different places, different properties, and whatnot. And the Epstein actually has done a lot of damage, And in recent case in Vegas, what happened, right? This is the type of power they have on this land, an American land. And this is why we need to. I actually love America. I'm not gonna lie to you, but I'm not a nationalist. I love the American people. They come in different shades, different whatever, right? Different race, different background. But at the same time, we have to call it spade a spade. When we have a lot of facts and data, we gotta call it up. And you mentioned something about electoral college vote. I believe in one person, one vote. Electoral college vote. I'm in California. My vote doesn't even count. If I were to go out and vote, it's not even going to be counted. What is the point of voting in California?
Yeah, I hear you. But I was trying to tell you that's the way the Constitution is written, and one has to go back and think about the political situation at the time, why actually this was the system was necessary for the states to actually sign in to ratification of the Constitution. And the situation has changed. I mean, we're having, for example, two senators from state that had, I forgot which one, less than 1 million people, and the two senators in terms of the upper branch of the government, and having two senators from California, it seems to be completely not reasonable in terms of purely representation of the number of people. Just the way it is. And I don't necessarily agree with it, but I think there is a wisdom in doing this, just trying to establish the United States as a country and making sure that 13 original states would ratify it, and requiring only 9 states to sign into it, the entire 13 states to become ratified, and it was. So yeah, maybe there's a better system, but I haven't found it.
Yeah, that's what it is. But we can always agree to disagree on certain things. I mean, everyone has a difference of opinion, and I mean, the Constitution can be changed, Ali. I mean, 50 or 60 years ago, women couldn't even vote. You see what I'm saying? And they have changed a whole bunch of stuff in the Constitution from 100 years ago. I mean, even the enslaving the black folks, that was not that too long ago, right? So,
That's correct. That's correct. Actually, when the Constitution was written, the first 10 amendments, which you all call the Bill of Rights, there were not 10 of them, and Madison was very concerned that these 10 rights may come across that this is the only rights that people have. So he included amendment number 9, I'm going to paraphrase, making sure that this is not the entire rights that people have. It was something to this effect. The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not constitute or disparage others retained by people. But saying that there are other rights that people have, and the first 10 provided a bridge for the other amendments, and the requirements are, now we have 27, so 17 were added after the first 10 amendments. And one of the stringent requirement for it is it requires two-thirds majority of the Senate to actually ratify or confirm or have an amendment, which is a pretty big big thing to do, given the composition of the two parties in the Senate. So yeah, it's changing, and of course the Constitution itself, as you know, gets interpreted by the Supreme Court in terms of the constitutionality of certain ideas and rights that people have. Yeah, it's in that sense, it's a dynamic kind of document, and yeah, it could change that, in a way. Actually, it makes sense that having probably the number of senators on the representation of the population of the state. Again, compare and contrast California with 44 million to a much smaller city with population less than a million people. So that would make sense.
Alright, what's up, Amos? Welcome. Lie, how is it? I told you in the house, I sent you the house on the Telegram. Just open the house. It's a permanent link for the house.
Yes, but then I have to go to the house and then to find the outhouse. You have 3 or 4 houses you have. That's a problem.
It's gonna take 3-4 hours to click on the house, Amos.
Amir, stop being Indian, just coexist.
Just like India and
How you doing,
Pakistan. Just like India and Pakistan coexist.
Stop being Indian. Oh my God.
Don't understand that one day they also will get old and senile like me today. They don't understand it. They think that we never get old. They think that we will stop.
At least you acknowledge, okay?
I know you're old, but you're not senile yet. You're about to be senile.
Not that bad maybe, but start.
I don't think you're senile, almost.
Surely, yeah.
About 75 senile, about 75 Alzheimer, 75 physically.
If you didn't see me for 3, 4, 5 days like I don't see Amir, then you know that maybe I'm in the hospital. You can come and visit me.
Oh, I will. I'll bring a sack of rice or something. Which hospital you at?
Yes. I believe you that you can, really, yes. I mean, like you come yesterday night to my room, it's the same.
I come to your room, I knock on the door, then it's locked, and someone is barking outside, and I leave.
Oh, lies, Palestinians, lies.
Amos, you are the only individual on the clubhouse, I've heard you a couple times, that I can actually imitate the way you talk. I'm just in the hospital. I need to get some soup. Yeah, my friend Amir can help me out. So I'm
Were you really at the hospital?
I don't know. I don't think that was a good almost. I'm sorry.
I know, I tried.
Who is Eli Azabi? Tell me some first, who are you, Eli Azabi?
I'm just an individual on the clubhouse.
That's not how Amos sounds.
Yeah, it needs a little more European, a little less on the.
Lovely. Where are you from? How old are you?
I'll tell you if you be patient. And this is all in good form. I'm not trying to small here.
You look as old as I am. How old are you, Eli?
Let me tell you this. Categorically, and you should know this as a grown-ass man, and particularly in the clubhouse, that I categorically refrain to talk about anything about me personally at all, period. I'm interested in ideas and discussions. As you know, some of my ideas are fairly strong, particularly about Islamic ideology and other ideology freely as I wish. So I do my best to, my name is the name you see, my picture is my picture, that's it. I'm not going to tell you anything more. Anything more. Do you understand that? Do you understand that?
I understand that, but you must understand me also. You don't only talk and don't listen. Now you talk for 2 minutes about how discreet you want to be and how much you don't want anyone to know where you're from, what you're doing, how old are you. So discreet, yes. But you must understand also my point of view is if you're so discreet, you have so many things to hide. Like, you know, maybe you are in difference if you're born in Israel or you're born in Egypt. Yes, I look at you in a different point of view. So I like to know who am I talking with, especially that it's the first time I hear your voice. You hear me a lot because I talk a lot, because I open rooms, because you can come and not go on the stage, just sit down there, maybe record me and just listen and listen and listen. You don't come and speak and say your point of view about Palestinians starving and the genocide and all the lies of the Palestinians in your rooms, yes. But you can come and say, I'm a discreet man. I don't want to talk about myself, but I will say my opinion about every subject you want. Without you know me, but I know you. Because anyone here know how old I am. Everyone know where I'm born. Everyone know where I'm from, where I live, what I'm doing, what my profession is. I'm not shy. That's also give me a kind of a power. That everybody know everything about me. I don't have nothing to hide. You know, I suspect even the Israelis put people on me that know where my grandmother get burned in Yemen and where my grandmother and my grandfather been meeting or crazy things that only computers in the 30s have been. So everybody know, they know all the rubbish people here know that I have nothing to hide. I put everything on the table. And when I don't know you, don't know what you passed, what's your family, if you're married, if you're divorced, if you're a continent. I don't know nothing about you. So
And that, folks, is Amos.
Hey, Ali, Amos and Amir, they're around like 60 to 70 years old, I think. I'm pretty sure. Coexist with ODB. Just ballpark it. Are you around that age?
Beatrix, what part of what I just mentioned when I made my comments you did not understand? You appear to be kind of a little bit
semantic.
you appear to be on the low take today.
No, I understand what you're saying, but I'm just saying, like, you don't have to tell them exactly, just, are you like...
Anything you want. Because the question was on the table for Matthew. And Matthew took his time and explained and answered the question that he needed. I spent about a minute and a half to put more flesh on what Matthew was saying. Immediately after we were finished, we reinstated the same question as if maybe you were not in the room. So what I'm just trying to say to you, you're not paying attention today in the room. What did I just tell everybody? I'm not talking to Hamas, not Hamas, everybody. So that's my position, and no further comments are necessary. Thank you. But Hamas, thank you for sharing your information. That's your prerogative. You do what you wish. You have somebody else looking out for us. That's fine.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. We don't need to share any personal information. I agree with you, Ali. There's a lot of people, crazy people on this
I
side.
want to give an example what I mean that
Okay, what is your example?
I want to give you friend resistance as an example.
it's not my friend, it's on my block list.
Yes, I know. I also know that Fatima is on your block list. A lot of people.
100%.
It's not something to be proud about.
I'm proud of it. I don't want any, my brain. I don't want any stupid fucker coming in here and he wants to rape me.
I mean, between me and you, there is a lot of agreements, from the Palestinian position till the people in Clubhouse position. I have a lot of arguments how to run a room and about everything that you are a dictator and I'm more liberal. That's the difference between me and you. You're Muslim, I'm Jewish. A lot of differences between me and you. You are a liar, I'm a truth. There is a lot of differences. But I'll tell you.
You're God chosen, I'm not God chosen. You think you're superior to me, I'm inferior to
all these signs are God's chosen.
I'm beneath your feet, you're above my fucking feet.
But
Yeah.
I think the main difference is you're a pedophile and he's not.
You see, even this daddy just arrived now, I don't know him, he don't want to listen. I want to give you why do I give resistance? Shut your mouth, daddy, shut your mouth.
Listen to me, sir.
Dummy. I give him because I respect him. He's shouting and he's very self-confident and he's give me a position of
understands what he's saying.
Professor, you should move like him, like Prince, like some others that I could compare.
Resistant wants to rape women, rape girls on the side. I don't.
Listen. But I get in the PM. He didn't tell me. Then somebody told me in the PM that resistant is a Puerto Rican. Listen. I look different about him. That he's a prisoner. He's not a human being. He learned to be Muslim in the prison. That's what I give you as an example why I ask everyone.
It doesn't matter how he became Muslim. It doesn't matter how Muslim. It doesn't matter. I have a problem with him. He wants to rape women and girls on this app. I have a big problem with that.
I didn't from him.
Yeah, he did that. He did that. Hold on, he did that with a whole bunch of people, even with my moderators, and did it with me. He said a whole bunch of crazy genocidal shit to me, and I'm like, okay, you're out. That's it, no more. That's why I look. I'm talking about resistance. And even if he goes into your rooms and he says some genocidal shit, I don't support. He doesn't.
Tell me why Fatima is in your block list.
Fatima is in my block list. She come in the audience and she attacked women and men, both sides, and she doesn't add any value.
What she said about
She came up. She always attacking, Wednesday, other people in this room. And
how do you think? I also
Amos, calm down. Fatima, I think.
No, because Fatima is so nice woman,
She's very nice, but I
so
think she was.
innocent.
Wait, I think she was dropped on her head a few times.
She literally came in and killed my brains.
I think
She was dropped on her Adam's apple, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, she was dropped on her head a few times. That's what I was told. She fell on her head like 3-4 times.
I don't want to kill my brain cells engaging with Fatima.
Yeah. But anyway, it's
He's got a deeper voice than me.
It's very early. It's very early in the morning. No, it's not that early for you. I mean, it's 9 o'clock. So you've been at the hospital, Amos. You've been feeling under the weather.
I let you know some other things about me. I come here before I go to sleep. Instead of putting a pill and some chemical inside my body, I come here to get boring. You're so boring me.
Okay, now
that I come here to get bored and then I
you're so fucking bored. Go to sleep now.
I don't know if I believe that, Amos. I think you have fun in here.
No, I think it's the senile part is kicking in a little hard today. But Amos, I like you. I think you're a cool guy. Just make sure you don't run
If you're
across
bored of man, have a wank and go to sleep.
Let's go drive someone. Drive someone to some decent
unbelievable. I wake up, I hear resistance. Resistance in my dreams. I didn't believe
That's a nightmare. That's not a dream.
Yeah, exactly. I tell you how
like resistors knocking on your door, right? Amos?
Now, if a question, listen, I have
Yeah,
a
a
long
lot of
night.
people old days giving resistance in his dream.
I have a long night. I have to be awake up. And now I have 2 3 hours that I can sleep till 11 o'clock. Now it's 8.
Fuck off then, go to sleep.
I want you all to sing a song to me, can you?
Go after yourself. That's that song.
Yeah,
Can you sing me a good night song?
just sleep in here, almost.
And Marcus, here's your chance for singing the song.
You know that song, Go After Yourself? He's funny, that guy. He's pretty funny.
Special.
Very special.
Not in the environment.
He's gonna go to the bus to the hospital, you know.
He said on his album, he's like, my greatest sexual fantasy would be having everyone in one room. Oh, it's not just what you're the fuck, you're going to be sat there wanking if everyone's having a conversation.
He's a wanker. He's a wanker.
Tosser.
Tosser, okay.
Hey guys, Amos just wants to coexist. We should all coexist in the room.
He does not want to coexist. He wants to exist.
I do wish Chucky was here.
Chucky from the movie Chucky, Play, whatever that thing is, or Chucky the character.
I know one of the Chucky movies is called like Charles.
Yeah, I know. That's why every time I see the name Chucky here, I'm thinking of a doll with a knife in their head or something.
How many dummy people in one room? Amazing.
There's only one here, my friend, and that is you.
Why do you think you're smarter than the average bear, Amos? Why do you think you're much smarter than everybody else?
No, it's more real. I don't think I know.
You know that you're smarter than the average bear.
That's the Jewish Indian, the supremacist.
Why, Amos? Why? You think you're smarter than me?
I'm sure, but think.
Why? You're more educated than me. You know more than I do.
Everything you do only because you're a Muslim and I'm a Jew.
Okay, I'm not a Muslim. Oh, okay, forget about that. Why do you always
But
see a
you're
Muslim or a
outside
Jew?
looking with this kafir on your neck.
Kafir?
Smack you,
Hey,
dummy.
check my PCR.
No, Amos, no, serious question. Why do you think you're smarter than the average person? You're not smarter than everybody else.
I think it's cool. I learned.
Like, what kind of degree do you have? Wait, what kind of degree? What kind of fucking degree do you have? You drive a fucking bus. What kind of skill do you have besides driving a fucking bus?
The wheels on the bus go round and round.
I'm living in a society who are more than educated, you know. If you are not a good
Yeah, you
person,
fucking drive a school bus. You drive a school bus and the children are more educated.
in your life you make a crime, yeah? And you put in prison and you go out and nobody knows you sit in the prison.
You're
sick.
Now I know.
Everybody know each other.
I know. Now I know you're 2/3. Now I know you're 2/3 retard.
You know, I'm shy to say what I'm doing now. It's a shame
I
for
don't
me.
think you understand what
It's
suicide
an honor
part
to sit here. For me, it's a shame to be here. You understand?
I have.
Shut up! Almost! Shut up!
No, I'm very curious why he thinks he's smarter than everybody else. Why?
Is he Jewish? I think they're better.
Kosher chosen people.
From every perspective you want to look at me.
I just feel like Nargis would be like the best person to tell us.
Look at you. More like I don't know. I don't want to use some bad. I don't want to be profane with you because I have.
You're more intelligent than that, isn't it? Alright.
You think, honestly, Jim, if we are four, only me and you, four eyes, yes, in the closed room, nobody listen, yeah? And I ask you seriously, what you prefer to
Sounds
be?
like prison.
An Israeli kibbutznik or a Palestinian in the West Bank? What you prefer, honestly, inside your heart, honestly?
I'd rather stick fucking needles in my eye than be in a kibbutz with you, Amos. You're fucking crazy.
You're a liar.
Did that answer your
Say you're
question?
a liar. You
Did
born
that
liar.
answer
You
your
die
Amos,
liar.
Amos, did that answer your question? He wasn't expecting that answer, was he?
This superiority complex is shit, man. That's why it's a fucking sick society, and they're smarter than
Well, we
everybody
got
else.
like 5 or 6 anonymous account, and I bet you one of them is John Kitover, Abnormal, John Balzac, that idiot, that Zionist fucker. The other one is that N guy, Shuki maybe. Who else?
Happy probably.
JB, JB has a plus symbol as well. Abby, probably, yeah. That fucking bitch has me blocked, the lawyer bitch. Who else? Yeah, she always talks about anti-Semitic.
You want to understand if you say it now, if you see me in my room, the first anonymous I said, this is a bill.
Anti-Semitic. Fuck your anti-Semitism. I don't care. Anti-Semitic. She brings up the stats every time she comes in. Oh, I got the stats. Keep your fucking stats to yourself. Yeah. Who else? We got, who else could it? Okay, Abnormal for sure. Abnormal is in the audience. Who else? BB, I don't think he has the plus account. He's from Canada. He's probably sleeping right now.
I think he has other accounts as well.
Yeah, he's got another account that's probably plus, right? He's probably here. Who else? A whole bunch of Zionists have like freaking accounts. Anyways.
They must be trying to gather.
Matrix, please don't promote this disgusting picture of it. Please. It's like me co-modding with the Amos. I don't feel comfortable. Co-modding with the terrorist.
You did it once, right?
I didn't do it. I was busy. It was in my room. It was Scotty's room. Yeah, you should look into take the screenshot. Yeah, it was in my room. Somebody modded this idiot up.
You were modding it with him. I didn't realize.
I didn't mod him. That's what I'm saying. I was busy working in the background. And and then I heard somebody modded Ahmad. I'm like, who the fuck would mod this guy? And then I even came up the mic in a bit, and then I said, why the fuck would you mod this guy?
I just want to say driving a bus is it's a pretty honest job. I don't know, I guess it depends on the bus, but not a bad job.
Well, nobody's suggesting. Go ahead, please go ahead. Nobody's not suggesting that driving a bus or any profession is less than honorable, of course. But I think somebody who is in a given profession, let's say driving a bus or a taxi driver, it entails certain kind of assumption and may not be necessarily correct. For example, one could question the assertion of Amos, whatever I would pronounce his name, that he knows more than anyone else on the stage. He knows everything. It seems to me that this would not be the case. Otherwise, I would say he would have been perhaps a university professor or a director for one of the large institutions in Israel. Or he could have made something. Okay, just.
I learned in the past, much better than I don't need to do the
correct. You could be a bus driver, but also a very knowledgeable person. But he's very knowledgeable, but it's kind of highly unlikely. And particularly when I listen to you, it gives me this inclination of a profound ignorance. And so that's what I leave it here to. So I just imagine, busing and driving a bus is absolutely great or anything people do.
smokers if it's that factor.
Yeah, I think it's before man, they're just bored. They're driving a whole bunch of kids around, so you just have show up.
In a bus, you pass 50 people passing, going out and going in, going out and going in. From each one you can learn. You become much more professor than if you sit in the university. That's in your mind, you don't understand.
That's right.
I feel like it's a prison.
This is Amos, the bus you drive has four wheels or more.
Amos, can you sing us the song? Can you sing us the famous song?
I don't sing a song, so I don't sleep, and I
No, it's the bus song. You must know the bus song.
Okay, you have to sing
it to the school kids.
I will try.
You have to sing it to the school kids.
The one that goes round and round, eh?
You have to sing it, yeah, Amos. That's part of your duties. When the kids get on the bus, get them to sing.
He said he's going to do it. Listen, he's going to do it.
The thing you guys don't know about Amos, he doesn't drive. He doesn't drive.
יתפוס אותך שוטר, סע לאט, סע לאט. אם תיסע לאט, תגיע לאילת, סע מהר, סע מהר. You don't understand, so done.
No, you don't need to understand. It's well done, well done.
At least he has rhythm.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, let's not get carried away here now. Well, thank you for singing.
Every Thursday night I come here, I sing, I dance, I try to convince people that there are other life instead of clubhouse. Go and dance, go and sing, go and swim in the sea, do something with your life.
Amos, I thought you come here on Thursday, so invite everyone to your room on Friday.
I think you tried to convince yourself, Amos.
You do it on Shabbat days, like you should be practicing Shabbat. What are you doing coming on this app?
After 12 o'clock,
You need to go practice Shabbat. Go practice Shabbat.
Go to your room on Friday, though.
Tell me, how many people usually in this room? Like this every day?
So when I opened a room on Iran, it was about 80 to 90 people.
So you say everybody ran away because of me now, so there is very few.
Yeah, you're a room killer. You come in and the room dies.
Yes. Because I know you're so good. If it was true, you're a liar, but if it was true, you would find a reason to throw me out of this room. But I say, maybe, this room is so filled up, not so few as you said right now. And I said, from my position, from my experience in Clubhouse, it's quite filled up right now.
Amos, go open a room now. Go open a room now.
Someone can come after Amos, maybe.
Listen, go open a room now. We'll all go to your room. Come on. Go open a room.
No, Jinder, don't go to his room. He's gonna kick you out.
No, he wouldn't. He's my friend.
No, he did. No. He did.
No, he's a friend of mine. I know him as a friend.
Amos, do you remember I came to your room? But the Zionist bitch insulted me. Do you remember?
No, I don't remember.
I know.
They night. So how can I remember? I don't remember what they sing right now. How can I remember? But please just you're in my list. But you're so dummy. You're in my list. So
Shut
please,
up. Holy.
Yes. What kind of list is this, Amos? A list of women or something? What's going on?
they're also in my list. So
Oh no, he's bisexual, fuck's sake.
But if I say you're in my list, I'm also in your list, Eddie. So what that means that I like your ass? That what you are a coxinel?
I mean, you're Israeli, so it wouldn't surprise me.
Why time my thing to make a big room that all the Palestinian will come after Galileo.
Just a cloud chaser. You're just a cloud chaser almost.
Those pretty women who put their face on and they're speaking and the independent woman.
Amos, why don't you put your Amos, why don't you change your picture to the girl picture, right? Use ChatGPT or something and change your voice to a girl voice, you know. And you could promote it.
Amos, for what it's worth, get a fucking life.
You want me to do all those things that you think in my 66 mind I can do it?
100%.
Even this title, this picture, you think I did it? Galileo did it for me.
Okay, Amos. Yeah, but Amos, your room dies afterwards, you know.
The only thing you can learn from Amos is to listen. This what Eddie don't know is to listen. Not only to listen and to understand your enemy, to understand his point of view about life, what he wants from you. When you understand this simple point, maybe you start to understand the Israeli and the Jewish. Stop saying genocide all the time with all your lies.
Genocide.
Lies.
Genocide is an anti-Semitic shit. Come on.
B'Tselem is lying, Amos. B'Tselem is lying. B'Tselem says it's a genocide. Is B'Tselem a liar?
Listen, me personally, I support.
No, I'm asking you, is B'Tselem a liar? Is B'Tselem a liar?
Listen what Amos said.
I'm asking about B'Tselem. I'm not asking about anything else. B'Tselem.
I don't think they lie. I don't.
Oh, okay. They say it's a genocide. B'Tselem said it's a genocide.
B'Tselem even say it's a genocide.
Do you want the report? Do you want the report from B'Tselem?
I don't
text it to
want
you.
it. I don't need any report.
Then stop lying. Then why the fuck are you lying? B'Tselem said it's a genocide.
You sent me enough pictures.
I'm gonna send you fucking B'Tselem report right now.
Listen to
Just an idiot, man.
B'Tselem that's just show. I think that those organizations like B'Tselem, they just give it power. That the people are conscious. The people have, if they feeling about the suffer of the other side.
We're not. I'm gonna send you a report. Check your Telegram.
B'Tselem are not talking about the suffering of the Jewish. They only speak about the.
Here, check your Telegram, Amos. Check your Telegram. It's a genocide. Check it. It's a report. Stop lying to people. Stop coming into the room and stop lying. Your own organization, Jewish organization called B'Tselem, is saying it's a genocide.
I mean, is there any B'Tselem from?
Yes, I believe B'Tselem. Yes, B'Tselem is the one that's a human organization.
Don't listen to me. Listen. Not only talking. Listen. I ask you a question. Is there an organization, a Muslim organization like B'Tselem? Do you know one conscious Muslim organization? Once.
Is B'Tselem a Muslim organization?
Only you know ISIS and you know Hamas and you
No,
know
I don't.
Hezbollah.
No.
What B'Tselem from the Muslim side.
I'm talking.
You know why? Because you will kill them.
Amos, I'm asking you, is B'Tselem a Jewish organization or a Muslim organization?
B'Tselem is an organization that just talk about the suffer of the other side. They don't look about the suffer of the strong side, those people who pick you, who kill you today. I don't think the people
It's not about killing and
different today or
murdering and blowing
yesterday. They
yourself
just
up and like
kill one of your
all
leaders
it's a Jewish organization, Human Rights Jewish Organization. Okay? I send you on Telegram. Check your fucking Telegram. Hold on. Check your Telegram. Check your Telegram. Yes, I'm gonna meet you because you don't allow me to speak. I'm gonna meet you. Check your Telegram. B'Tselem, Physicians for Human Rights, all Israeli, Jews came out and they said it's a genocide. They stop coming into the fucking room and stop lying to the people. Your B'Tselem and Physicians for Human Rights, they said it's a fucking genocide. Why are you fucking coming in here lying to the people? Stop with the lies.
Amos is half drunk, and the other half he's asleep. I'm not sure what you want from him.
Baby, we're not talking to you respectfully. I don't know why did you come up. You came up uninvited. You came up uninvited, baby. Baby, you came up uninvited. I didn't invite you up here. I don't know. You're welcome to go back down. Thank you. You're the drunkest person that I came across on this app. All the time fucking drunk. And every room I go into, when I used to see you fucking drunk out of your mind. Every fucking room.
The I, the D, the Y, the D. The D is dirty.
There we go. Looks like it's time for you to go down in the audience. I didn't bring you up. Thank you. Next time when you're not drunk, then come up, I'll bring you up. So Amos, what do you think about B'Tselem and Physicians for Human Rights? You're old man, but you don't want to concede to any of these fucking points. Any of them.
I think Amos just slipped and broke his head.
He's probably asleep. I was reading a couple of comments in the chat. I think one or two that were saying, why is it that we're not talking about the title of the room, which is Israel can't defeat Hamas?
Yeah, it was just a title reaction to what JB opened the room earlier, so it wasn't. Of course, what you call it, the PR war, they already won, right? The Palestinians already won the PR war. The only problem they have is the physical war that they're having through with this. But we see a whole bunch of stuff coming out. There's actually 4 Israeli soldiers that are missing. We don't know who's got them, if they killed them, or if if they're bombed or whatever. Now, if Hamas has these 4 idea soldiers, that means it adds more hostages. Not hostages, they'll be prisoners. So, I don't know. What do you think, Ali? Do you think they can beat Hamas?
So, as you may recall, again, I may not be completely correct on this, Prime Minister of Israel, Bibi, actually had stated 3 objectives. This must have been the first week of after October 7th. One is to destroy Hamas totally, completely. The next one was bring all of the hostages back, every single one of them. And the last one was, once the war is over, to a new governing institution or body in Gaza, which is going to be acceptable to Israel. Those were the 3 kind of objectives that they are set at the time. So one has to look back to assess to see to what degree the 3 objectives actually being accomplished. Last time I checked, Hamas is still kicking around, and a comment could be made, or assertion, that you probably can kill every Hamas military man, but the ideology itself, it's something, it's an ideology, and ideas cannot stay around. It's very difficult to get rid of them. Although you may take the effectiveness of what the ideology wants to do, but the ideology itself cannot go away. The next one being the hostages back, I think there are 4 or 5 are left. And if you're saying that 4 other soldiers IDF soldiers were arrested, then that has not been fully accomplished. And I don't really know what he meant by saying a new governing body in Gaza that is going to be acceptable to Israel. I have not read anything about it. I don't know what his intentions were and are at this point. I have no idea. So that's kind of where we stand with this. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna see what happens really, but the ceasefire is not gonna happen, and there a lot of poor people are protesting to get the hostages back. And but here's the problem I have. So let's say they get all their, if Hamas gives up and give them all their hostages back, you know what will happen, right? They're just gonna go back and genocide them more. Instead of killing 100,000, they probably go another 200,000, 300,000. Okay, what makes you say that? What evidence do you have? I'm gonna put a survey in the chat. 82% of Israeli Jews, they want to expel Gaza like Gaza. This was done in 2025. 56% of Israeli Jews, they want to kick Arabs out of Israel. And there's a similar survey according to Pew Research, which was 2016 or 2015 that was done. 48% of Israeli Jews are going to kick Arabs out of Israel and a whole bunch of other places. Okay, that's correct, but the assertion you made, I think I wasn't fully listening, that you were saying that 300 to 400 Palestinians are going to get killed. That's what you said. I'm not talking about the statistics and how people thinking out there, Palestinian ought to be there or not. We're just talking, you mentioned, killing people. That's what I was asking, where do you get that information? Okay. In my opinion, right, the 340, because we've seen the Harvard study, right, that said that they have killed, even the Lancet magazine said they had killed 175, 185, I believe. Right, Harvard came out, they said that there was about 200,000 killed or something. I'm gonna have to check the numbers on the study. Because a lot of, they used illegal bombs though, and that evaporated a whole bunch of bodies. And Israel keeps track of all of the, data on who lives inside Gaza, who doesn't live in there. And they have the choice to remove it out of their entry as well. So all I'm saying is, let me see if I can find that, because there was an opinion piece that I read somewhere. This was about, I think, a couple months ago. I'm gonna have to check Times of Israel. There was an opinion piece that I wrote that if we get all the hostages back, we're ready to go back to war. Let me see if I can find that opinion piece and put it in the chat for you. And that's what I predicted as well. That if they, let's say if Hamas gives up the arms, gives up everything, and gives up the hostages, and they just bow down, they're just gonna go back in and genocide them. And the Israelis, they're protesting only to get their hostages back, and some of them, they don't want to serve in the military. That's about it. Other than that, when it comes down to attacking Hamas, going after Hamas, aka babies or whatever, they don't care. They don't care about Gazans. So let me see if I can find that opinion piece, and I actually kind of agree on it. Let me see if I can. Thank you. I think what you're saying, which is really very difficult to even comprehend, if there is a ceasefire, and if Hamas puts their arm aside and they give up, and there's no more war, and the Gaza is going to be governed somehow by someone, but peacefully, I hope, from the Palestinian perspective. Are you saying that the government of Israel will continue killing Palestinians in order of magnitude of 300,000 to 400,000 people of Palestinians? The number, I made up the number. I'm saying from my... That's okay, yeah, that's for sure. I don't know how many they'll kill, but they will kill, a big amount.
sorry. I'm looking for the opinion piece or something so I can post in the chat. Hey, what's up, Free? Did you want to speak, brother? Baby, if you want to come up, let me turn up the hand raising here. You can come up if you want. Almost left when I told him about the.
Because you don't like what I have to say.
Okay. Do you believe it's a genocide, baby, inside Gaza? Baby, are you there? Do you believe that it's a genocide in Gaza? No answer. Now I can hear you. You want to speak, baby? I'm giving you the mic. Almost left. I sent him a link to Betsalem on his Telegram and on here. Betsalem is a Israeli humanitarian or was a human rights organization and physician for human rights.
And I'm not a judge in which way warfare is being conducted. It's got nothing to do with me. But what I'm saying is like this conflict has fucking gone on for too long. I'm coming from a Persian perspective. Why should my country be dragged into this, and more so a level of people be kept in place under a false precept of sort of manifesting something good, where they're actually not doing anything good for their own people, not even for the people they're doing something for, but like when it's just all everything that happens within this conflict, when it's coming from that, it's like, what is this fucking Jew hate? It's like, what did the fucking Jews ever did to us?
Maybe
This
is not Iranian room.
That is genocide. I worry about the genocide.
This is not an Iranian room. So is it a genocide in Gaza? Is it a genocide in
No,
Gaza?
you have this minority of people in a minuscule sort of plot of land, right? They're trying to and it was given to them rightfully by whatever happened.
Is it minority or is it in the majority? Is it minority or majority?
Attacked by my country, but
Okay, maybe, we're not talking about Iraq. We're not talking about Iran. I'm talking about Gazans. Do you believe the Gazans are getting genocided right now? I'm not talking about Iran. Can we leave Iran to a different day? When I open up a room against Reza Pahlavi, then we can talk about that. And I'm gonna do that because I actually started to hate them really badly. So, do you believe that it's a genocide in Gaza?
I don't know. I don't have the facts.
If I give you an Israeli organization called Betsalem, that's an Israeli organization.
What I do know is that Israel is under attack, and they're gonna retaliate.
I'm not talking about attack. I'm talking about what happened, what's going on with the Palestinians. Is it a genocide?
Palestinians and Hamas are not the same thing, right?
No, they're Palestinians. Hamas is Palestinian.
Okay,
People that live inside is Palestinian.
And the sooner that the Palestinians would have made that choice not to go into cahoots with these people, there would never have been this problem.
Everybody is Hamas.
You are distorting the truth. Hamas is not Palestinians. Hamas are terrorists.
Hamas is Palestinian.
Okay, baby. Backed by terrorists.
Baby, just hang on. So if Hamas is a terrorist organization, do you know that Netanyahu gave money to Hamas? So does that make Netanyahu a terrorist? Netanyahu gave $15 to $30 million every month. It was coming from Qatar, and they would load them up into cash briefcases. Netanyahu did this, and his aide even collected bribes and loaded up the money in cash. Would be hand delivered in the hands of Hamas every month, $15 to $30 million. So does that make Netanyahu a terrorist, Bibi?
I don't believe it. I'm not for conspiracy theories.
No conspiracy. I'm giving you Times of Israel, Jewish article. I'll give you testimony from former Israeli Ehud Barak. That's a former Israeli prime minister. He says it. Now, if he says it, if he, are you denying the fact?
You want my opinion on something?
No. I'm asking, can we stick to the same topic, please?
No, because you're talking about something that's it's.
No, I'm talking about is Hamas. No. Hold on. I'm gonna ask Shuki to play the clip for us, okay? This is from Ehud Barak, former Israeli prime minister.
No, I don't want to hear it. Okay.
You don't wanna hear a former Israeli prime minister saying this.
In something, Amir. I'm
No,
talking.
not heavy. You asked me.
As a woman who is like, just giving an overall view, and what I'm saying to you is that I'd rather within my region, I'd rather see a future where a more Israeli sentiment and an Israeli influence than like fundamental lunatics. I don't understand what you don't understand about this.
So, baby, this is what maybe that makes you intellectually dishonest. Maybe it makes you intellectually dishonest as soon as you said you don't want any facts, you don't want any conspiracy. I'm not making.
Because you both lie.
That makes you intellectually dishonest. That makes you intellectually dishonest. We can't even have a conversation on the facts.
I mean,
and this is very.
I don't want to get dragged into your, whatever. But what I'm saying on an overall, okay. So you prefer terrorism or you prefer bullies?
So Netanyahu funded Hamas. Netanyahu is giving weapons to ISIS right now inside Gaza that has been stealing aid from Palestinians and selling the aid for about 5 times the price. And this is all from the Israeli Jewish source. And Netanyahu giving weapons to fucking ISIS, giving money to Hamas, has funded a whole bunch of other terrorist entities. IDF was formed out of terrorist gangs in 1948 from Irgun Lehi and Haganah. And not to mention, the 47, they sent letter bombs to Harry Truman, the United States of America's president. His name was Harry S. Truman. He was received letter bombs in the mail from Stern Gang, Jewish militia gang from British Mandate Palestine.
So, I mean, hasn't this conflict gone on long enough?
No. Baby, can you please, if I give you data and everything, are you able to concede to the point? Are you American first or are you Israeli first?
I thought I was British and Persian first.
Okay, are you British first or are you, Israeli first?
I'm not Israeli, idiot.
Then why would you defend Israel when it has killed a bunch of people?
I don't Israel. I don't support, but as a Persian, you gotta understand that it comes with bias but it also comes with stuff I don't understand it. Why would you want to engage in more fucking conflict? It's like that region fucking needs cleaning up, right? It needs less of whatever it has and more of what it needs. And I think that Israel is gonna bring that. And then if I think that is the way that it's gonna be beneficial for the region, I'm sorry, you can call me Zionist, you can call me heartless or whatever you're gonna call me. That's what I think. I think Israel is beneficial for the region. I think they've been very generous. There's been 70 years of these people trying to coexist. It's and even the Khalijis, it's fuck it, we don't want to be part of it anymore. And then you've got the fucking dirty, nasty Iranian government who are on them.
You're again with Iran. This room is not about Iran, man. Calm down. This room is not about Iran. This room is not about Iran. Hello. Oh my God.
The level of
this woman, man. We're not talking about Iran. Please, stop bringing Iran into this room.
Why is there not to like about smart?
Because I'm not talking about Iran. This room is not about Iran. It's about Israel and Palestine. You keep bringing other shit into the picture, which I don't want to discuss right now. My question to you is about Israel and Palestine. You said they've been trying to exist in 70 years. What have they done? They've killed a whole bunch of people. According to British mandate, you had the state. Do you know that they weren't even part of the UN partition plan? That was
in Iran, we have
British. Again with Iran. Again with Iran. This room is not fucking about Iran, man. Stop with the fucking Iranian shit.
Sorry.
Iran.
Why should the world be fucking involved in a conflict that is never gonna go anywhere?
Because it's a threat. It's a threat to the Middle East. This Iran is a threat. I mean, this Israel is a threat to the Middle East.
Israel is not a threat.
Yes, it is. You okay? Hang on, baby, hang on. I'll prove it to you. I'll prove it to you. We're not talking about Khaleejis, man. We're talking about. Oh my God, this woman, man. Seriously, hold on, baby. Again with the Iranian bullshit. I don't give two fucks about Iran. We're not talking about Iran right now. Israel has taken over Sheba Farms. That's on the borderline of Lebanon and Israel. Israel has taken over Golan Heights. That's located in Syria. Has taken over buffer zone in Syria. Has bombed the shit out of Syria. There was no war between Syria and Israel. Has taken over more settlements in the West Bank. Has occupied. Gaza is under occupation, and Gaza has been under occupation. West Bank has been under occupation for over 50 years, oppressing and suppressing them, and went after Lebanon as well. This is this is how Hezbollah was created in 1982, and Israel has been threatening and poking. Even the '67 war was started by Israel. 48 war started by Israel. Because the war did not happen in 47. They started ethnically cleansing people in 47. That's how your disgusting Israeli state was created. You see what I'm saying? So it has been a threat from 1947 up till now, and they terrorize the U.S. president, Harry S. Truman. They terrorize British mandate leaders, right, to create their Jewish state. They have terrorized Palestinians from 1947 up till now. They've terrorized Lebanese. They've terrorized Syrians. They've terrorized a whole bunch of people. They've terrorized American government into telling them, to protect them from all these other attacks. This is why a lot of the countries, they're scared to go into war with Israel because America protects this disgusting Zionist criminal entity. And in the West Bank, recently they killed a Palestinian American boy that actually owns an ice cream shop in Florida, Tampa, and they took his brother in for IDF claims that he was throwing a rock at IDF truck. They took him in under administrative detention without due process. And that kid that was, that 18-year-old kid that was killed by the settlers been out. They don't even charge the settlers like they do that. Literally, the West Bank is the pure example of apartheid system. Two sets of laws for two groups of people. So when you look at all of these facts, who's the threat? It's actually Israel. And I'll give you one fact about Iran. Israel is the first one to attack Iranian embassy in Damascus in Syria. Okay? You should look into it. That's how this shit started with Iran. Hold on, baby. I'm not gonna go into Iran anymore, okay? I just wanted to give you an example. So Israel is the biggest threat in the Middle East to all of the nations in the Middle East. It's a threat to Syria, threat to Lebanon, threat to Gaza, threat to West Bank, threat to fucking Iran, threat to Saudi Arabia, it's part of the Greater Israel Project. Go look into it. What countries are come under Greater Israel Project?
Can I make a point? This is honest Jew. West Bank is not an apartheid because if you look up the definition of apartheid, it's when a minority group dominates the majority, as was the case in South Africa. Now, in Israel, because of our forced migration policy that the British mandate did to the so-called Palestinians, we're the majority now. And we're instituting a program of domination, yes, but we're not the minority. So you can't call us an apartheid.
It's Israel now, honey.
Exactly. Not an
And it's better for everyone.
And what was it that you said? I kind of ignored it, honestly. What was it?
You said it's an apartheid. Now, an apartheid, if you go by the South African definition of apartheid, is when a minority group dominates
it's not connected. It's a separate.
We're occupying it.
It's not occupying is different than owning it.
Well, regardless, we are the majority.
No, in the West Bank, you're a minority.
No, don't pretend like this is not happening in history before. It's a land takeover, and it happens, and it's happening right before our eyes, but not because it's happening for no fucking reason, because it's been happening, and it could have also not happened, and there could have been all the reasons for it not to happen, but now it's happening, and it's gonna be clean cut, and nobody's gonna have to worry about it anymore, and that's the way it's gonna be, because the world is fucking tired of this conflict. And the Palestinians, yes, Palestinians. You know what? Then you could have approached it in a different way. You shouldn't let yourself correct the Persian fucking terrorist regime or whoever other terrorists.
Again with Iran. 24 hours Iran. We're talking about West Bank. We're talking about the West Bank. You keep bringing Iran into the picture. Iran.
It's on.
Do you ever get tired of Iran? Do you ever get tired of talking about Iran? Why don't you go live in Iran instead of talking shit on this app? Go live in Iran, man. Go live in Iran. If you really care about Iranians, go live in Iran.
Yeah, that's why it is Israel now, and you're not fucking, what are you, like Indian? Like, why are you in this even conversation? Like, you have nothing to do with this conversation. It's like, either it's like Israeli, Palestinian, even like the fucking Khalijis. But
So maybe you like to assume shit about people, and you're a racist person, man. You're a racist person.
But you don't.
You like to be racist.
But whatever.
I speak a whole bunch of languages. I speak about 7
It
languages.
is what it is. The fucking Israelis.
Yeah, I speak about 7 languages. So baby, stop with the Farsi thing. Respect, this is not an Iranian room, okay? Calm down. When I open up a room again, Raza Pahlavi, you're welcome to join, and you're gonna get, gaslit and triggered. Because I actually hate Raza Pahlavi. Anyways, Ali, do you want to speak?
Yeah, of course. Because you hate Iranians. You don't want Iranian people to
Yeah, Ali is speaking. Please allow Ali to speak. Come on, guys.
So, honest, I do accept your definition of apartheid, which but we can have it both ways. Would you say, based on your definition, that Israel is practicing apartheid kind of concepts in the West Bank?
No, because we're the majority.
You're not in the West Bank? I'm talking about the West Bank.
Yeah, I count West Bank I count it as Judea and Samaria, and it's part of Israel.
Oh, okay. So you're going further than that. But let's just for a moment assume, work with me here. If you put that assumption.
It's none of your business, Ali.
That's right.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Look, honest, I'm
not. I understand. Like, there's a price.
Baby, can you stop interrupting, baby? Baby, stop interrupting.
So, for a moment, if you assume that the West Bank is part of Palestine, and then given the number of...
Hold on, there's no such thing as Palestine, so it's hard to make that claim.
Remember, when we started...
Not anymore.
So let's make an assumption here. I know how you feel, but let me just tell you. Just for a moment, assume...
It's more about how you feel. Why are you invested in this conflict, Ali?
Bibi, okay. Anyway, my speak without interruption. Would you allow that?
If you speak honestly, but why would you be invested in this conflict?
Well, let me tell you why. When this war came about October 7th, and about maybe 2 weeks after that, I was in a Jewish room. I have some good Jewish friends actually in real life, and also some of them I know around the clubhouse. So they asked that when I started to talk about my idea of the worldview on the war, which I was early on, a couple of weeks into it, maybe a month. A Jewish guy, a guy that I know, but he said, this is none of your business. This is a family business, in a sense. This is a Jewish family, a Jewish concern. It's none of my business to have a say about the matter.
Well, it is none of your business.
Maybe, would you...
Like, with
Israel. So I have quick Palestinian matter because I put money in it. Number two, I was seriously concerned about the regional conflicts as the way we see right now is going on. I was very concerned about that. And also I was concerned about a larger war, I mean, beyond the Middle East. So in a sense, it's not a family matter. It is a concern of everyone. Anybody who is concerned, anybody can think about these things. It's a serious conflict. And it has had serious consequences for both Israel and Palestine and the region itself. Lebanon, Iran, and in Syria, and the rest of it. So when you're asking me why am I involved in talking about it, these are my reasons. Do you think I'm justified to be concerned about it?
No.
Let's do it.
No, you're not.
Well, thank you.
Because
So
I
what-
tell
what is
you
your
why also.
Sorry, David. Yeah, David, let me just finish it. So tell me your reasons why.
Why I tell you you're not justified.
Maybe why you keep coming on the mic, you don't know, have no any knowledge, you don't have any
He asked
knowledge.
me and I'm answering him.
He didn't ask you, he was asking honest you.
No,
Well, you were asking,
I was asking.
you're asking Bibi, okay, go.
She disagreed with my.
No, okay, okay, we're both Persian. So the reason why I feel you're not justified to feel that way, I understand as a Persian, I understand where you're coming from, I understand a certain level of discomfort because like, you're like, okay, it's like it's that region and it's like, I don't know what it is, but it does kind of like rub you, but can you not say like within what the Israeli cause has done, it's like every step of their manifestation is liberating our country a little bit more. I just don't understand that you, with a straight face, as a Persian, especially in the West, can sit there and say that you disagree with this. And what I really don't understand is even like the Persian people, because like what was it, 3-4 years ago, they were like in the streets and they were like fighting. Now they have the opportunity, but that's the case because sovereignties and proud people, they don't like to be attacked in a sense, and the way probably like whatever the whole Jewish Israeli thing. But then Bibi went on and he spoke and he was very cordial, he was very respectful, and he made very sure towards the Iranian people that they understood it had nothing to do with them. It was about, and it was like, seize the moment, like grab it. This is what you wanted for so long. And then you're like, what the fuck is happening with these people? And they're like freezing. But what is it? So that's where, like, is your disdain and your hatred for the Jewish people like more important than the cause of you gaining your liberty? And I think it's a valid question. Not so much because Israelis will be fine, as they have like proven throughout centuries. They're gonna survive. They're a very small community. They're resilient and whatever it is. But as a Persian, I feel embarrassed. I feel embarrassed. I feel embarrassed. Someone like you.
There's no point of engaging with this person.
You're bringing emotions into this shit. Bring some emotions in there.
Thank you. I got the gist of what you're saying. First of all,
And you know what?
this has nothing to
Maybe we deserve it because,
I mean, maybe she can go in audience. I mean,
Ali.
So I can finish my.
Bibi, mute up.
Whatever you said.
Bibi, I'm embarrassed to call you on you. Just mute up. Bibi, mute up. Ali speaking.
Yeah, thank you, Bibi. Appreciate it. So, for example, you may want to look this up. Brevity is the soul of wit. So you spoke for 5 minutes and said nothing in terms of what I was trying to say. Let me remind you. Somebody asked me a long time ago, why am I concerned? Bibi,
What are you
Bibi, mute up. You don't have any knowledge, man. It's like killing my brain cells.
Okay. So Bibi, I asked you a question. You did not answer my question. And I'm not going to repeat myself.
Well, he's not letting me because he's shouting. What are you asking?
I told you why this conflict should be a serious concern to a lot of people, and I gave you the reasons for it. And your answers had nothing to do with telling me why I one should not be concerned about this conflict.
Okay,
That's
I'll
what I'm
give
just
you
saying.
my
It
answer.
has nothing, by the way, let me clarify this. I don't hate Jews. Okay? I have my worldview completely on this conflict that I have kind of had evolved.
Whatever.
I know this is going
Whatever it is distorted.
BB, let him finish, BB, let him finish.
So, yeah, I have a worldview on this. Actually, it's refined almost on a monthly basis. I can, I have 8 points on this. I'm not going to read this again. So I don't hate Jews. This conflict is a very complicated conflict. I disdain Islamic Republic of Iran, and I would be weary, and I would be very concerned to live in a country that is going to have a country next to it, Islamic Republic X and Y and Z. I have a serious, opposition to Islamic ideology, not the Muslim. I don't hate Muslims. I think they are victims of the Islamic ideology itself. I don't wish anything more than having this Islamic Republic of Iran to go away. So in a sense, you did not, going back to Slanders, I asked you, tell me, why do you think I should not have a say in this matter? But you did not answer my question. You ranted on whatever you were talking about. I'm really no longer interested in talking with you unless you have some serious contribution that you're going to make. Otherwise, maybe bye-bye.
No, I don't play the victim. It's like, you can't have
There's no
it.
point of engaging with BB. Maybe the big question,
Shut the fuck up, I'm talking.
the big question is just, hang on. The big question is, should your tax dollars pay fund this genocide that's going on to Gazans?
Well, listen, I'm not talking
UK,
about
hold on. In UK, you're paying tax. Your tax dollars. Hold on, BB. Your tax dollars. BB. I'm gonna have to use my authority now, okay? On you. If you can't answer the question, then shut your fucking mouth. The question is, do you support the UK? Your tax dollars going to the genocide? Do you support that?
That's not
Just a yes or no question. I don't want your fucking explanation. I want yes or no.
If IDF has like.
It's a yes or no question.
It's a yes or no question. I don't want your stupid bullshit fucking statement. Yes or no? Do you want your tax dollars going to the genocide?
I don't know what genocide you're talking about.
No, this killing of Gazans, innocent babies, more than 20,000 babies have been murdered, slaughtered, killed by the Zionist criminal entity. Your tax dollars are going over there, in the amount of weapons and whatnot. I said, it's a yes or no question. Yes or no question. I don't want your stupid explanation. Yes or no?
Every life of a Palestinian that's been spilled is on the hands of Hamas.
I'm not talking about Hamas. I'm talking about weaponries. The weapons are being used to kill innocent people. The weapons are given from the UK, from the British. And not to mention, recent report came out, Ben Gvir, that he actually has a fucking missile factory that's based out of the UK. He's building some ballistic missiles or some shit in the UK. They raided the place. My question again to you, your tax dollars are being used to give them weapons. The weapons are being used to kill innocent civilians. My question to you, are you okay with your tax dollars going to the fucking giving the weapons to these criminals that are committing crimes against humanity? Are you okay with that? It's a yes or no. I don't want a fucking explanation. I don't want you to go on an hour-long tangent. It's a yes or no question.
But it's not a yes or no.
It's a yes or no. It is a yes or no. Dave, hold on. It's a yes or no. Just yes or no. No or yes. Go on. It's a yes or no. I don't want your stupid fucking explanation anymore.
But then you don't ask questions.
Dave, can you please stay muted, bro? Dave, respectfully, bro. I'll give you the mic afterwards. It's a yes or no question, BB.
I don't understand.
It's a yes or no question. Hold on, BB. Let me rephrase it. Hold on.
To everybody else asking questions. Because you
bullshit explanation. I don't want your fucking explanation. I told you this number of times. I'll rephrase the question. Are you okay with your government giving weapons to the one entity that's committing crimes against humanity? I'm not even saying Israel anymore. To an entity that's committing crimes against humanity. Are you with it or are you against it? Your tax dollars are funding this. Are you okay with it? Yes or it's a yes or no. I don't want your stupid fucking explanation anymore.
I'm not okay.
If you can't answer it, are you okay with it?
Like being poured into a terrorist.
Are you okay with it? Yes or no?
Like robbing money.
I said yes or no. Hello.
Whatever they should be having, and instead, like going to a terrorist organization that's not like.
Netanyahu funded Hamas. Your money, again, your tax dollars, Netanyahu funded Hamas. I told you this number of times. I can provide you data. I can even play the clip from Ehud Barak. That's a former Israeli prime minister. Oh my God, this woman, man, is a fucking idiot.
Go back in history, dude.
Who's this talking? Who's this idiot talking?
Just
Go on, speak, you stupid fucktard. Go on.
A fucktard. Go back in history. So you're arguing Hamas, Israel. Yes.
Okay. Did Hamas was funded by Netanyahu? Yes or no?
Hamas.
Was it funded by Netanyahu?
Come on, don't hate on Netanyahu. Like,
Baby, shut
Are you talking about are you talking about?
Sit in the audience, baby. Stop wasting my fucking killing my brain cells. My question to you, did Netanyahu fund Hamas?
If you trace the money, honey.
Don't call me honey. I don't roll like that. I'm not gay.
Don't care what you are. I will still say, not calling you nothing. I'm just saying, follow the money.
Yeah, I got a name. It's called Amir. Call me Amir. Don't call me fucking, honey or sweetie, whatever. I'm not fucking faggot, okay? Go on.
Okay, follow the money, honey, is just the same.
So Netanyahu gave money. Netanyahu gave money to Hamas. Okay? I'll provide the link in the chat for you. Read up on the fucking link and then come back to me, okay? Instead of, don't want to answer the question.
Stop being so mean.
Okay.
If I think Yahoo, like, what I say, Slobodan Milosevic in the North Russia, when the wall fell. That was the last one.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
I don't even know what the fuck he's talking about, man.
Go with Milosevic and the wall. The Zionist Jews will win this debate with you on merit. Continue. May I continue?
Can we stick to Israel and Palestine?
Israel and Palestine. Okay, let's. Who shot first?
Netanyahu did.
In this act.
Netanyahu.
What happened October 6th, 5th, 4th, 3rd?
Netanyahu was dead when the shot was fired this time. Go fuck yourself. And I'm fucking indigenous, so I have no.
Are you Jewish? Are you Jewish? Are you Jewish?
Does that rhyme with indigenous?
I don't know. Are you indigenous to America, or Canada, or Japan, or China, or Russia? Which part of the world are you indigenous to?
Look up Cree on your Google.
Look at the pause. He took a long pause. He's thinking about it. Where am I indigenous from? Like, what an idiot, man.
Poland. Don't make fun of
Are you Jewish? Are you Jewish?
My background's German. I can speak German, but I can speak Deutsch. I'm Asian.
Okay. Are you Jewish from Germany?
I have no Jewish in me whatsoever. I have far more Cree in me.
So has your ancestor served in the Nazi?
He's a Jewish sympathizer.
Fuck off. My ancestor, my Opa.
Have they served in the Nazi regime?
You guys, such a fuckface.
The question is, have your ancestors served in the Nazi regime? It's just a yes or no, man. Like, I don't know. that woman baby in the audience, she could not answer yes or no. This idiot can't say yes or no. Like they go on a freaking long ass explanation which I don't give two fucks.
I'm gonna say no. He started.
How do you know that? How do you know? Did you do a DNA test that shows you're from a Nazi?
Because he started himself to say no.
Did you come from a lineage? Are you coming from Nazi? Oh my god.
Now, may I ask you a question?
Sure.
Why are you so angry, and where are you coming from? What's your lineage?
So my lineage comes from a particular place, right? And that lineage. Yeah, but I'm not native, right? But I can be native. But if I were to do a DNA test, let me ask you this, lazy, right? I understand you're lazy.
Lassie. My actual last name is Leslow.
Okay, I kind of find you a lazy bum because you can't answer the question right away. It takes you a while to answer a question. So
right away.
What did you say?
Don't deflect.
Okay, the question to let's say tomorrow if I do a DNA test and it shows up I have 0.5% from that place called Palestine or Israel. Should I go over there and reclaim my property? Should I go in there and tell them like that? Look, my blood says I'm from this place. I need to reclaim my property. Should I do that?
Are you Palestinian, Hamas, or Israeli? Because all the way.
Hamas or Palestinians. Lazy bum. Hey, lazy bum.
No, you're interrupting me.
Lazy bum. Hamas is Palestinians. Hamas are 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 Palestinians. It's like such a
really nice for everybody. You piece of shit. Because I'm none of ya. So how would I do that?
Yes, Hamas Palestinians. The question is, what is Hamas Palestinians?
Oh, Hamas is not Palestinian.
Who told you that?
Palestinian.
Who told you that?
How would I?
Have you seen their blood? Have you seen their DNA?
I can't watch the news here, but what Hamas does is criminal.
Okay, who funded Hamas?
The Americans.
Netanyahu. So according to U.S. and Israeli narrative, they're terrorists. But then if you fund a terrorist, you get away with it without being called a terrorist.
No, like that.
Are you constipated or are you sitting on the toilet?
The thing that I am asking people to do is not get hung up on fucking words.
No, I'm asking you, this is a genuine question. My question to you, who funded Hamas, is actually Netanyahu. Alright? So Netanyahu, is Netanyahu a terrorist, lazy?
Who funded Netanyahu? Like, who funded him?
I am not talking about, hold on. Qatar, right, sent money to Netanyahu. Netanyahu took bribes. His secretary took bribes. And they would load up the money in briefcases in cash, and it would be hand-delivered in the hands of Hamas. In spite of having, hold on, lazy, I'm not done. In spite of having, hold on, lazy, hang on. So in spite of having, lazy, just lazy bum, just mute up. In spite of having, alerts from the Shin Bet is intelligence official, right? Shin Bet told Netanyahu, according to Times of Israel, twice not to fund Hamas because this money is going to be used for tunnels and military equipment. But Netanyahu said, no, we're going to keep funding Hamas. So, can you please tell the room who funded Hamas? Is it Netanyahu? Or is it, if somebody funds or, gets involved in the middleman, funds Hamas, that becomes a terrorist by default, right? You're an American. If you fund ISIS or Hamas, they would look at you as a fucking terrorist. I would look at you as a terrorist. So again, the question again to you: Are you, if Netanyahu gave, money to, and right now he's giving weapons to ISIS?
May I answer questions and you shut your
Please, please make sure you stick to the fucking question that I asked you, lazy bum. Then we can, have an intellectual conversation. Otherwise, you intellectually dishonest piece of shit.
My name is Lassie.
You lazy bum.
But what it is follow the money, huh?
Stop calling me honey, bro. I'm not into guys.
It's a fine. It has nothing to do with you. Get off your own high horse.
Stop calling me honey.
Nothing to do with you whatsoever. Just follow the money. You will always see where bad is. It doesn't matter it doesn't matter where you're from, what you're colored, who you are, where in the world. I don't give a flying fuck. Follow the money, honey.
Stop calling me. Oh my god.
What's
man.
bad?
I'm not into guys. Calm down, man. Question.
Your ears.
Lazy.
Your ears.
Lazy.
Did you
Lazy
love
bum.
somebody?
Lazy bum. Lazy bum. Lazy bum. Lazy bum. Lazy. Lazy.
Fucking ears off.
Lazy.
Don't
Lazy.
listen.
Lazy bum.
Don't listen
Lazy
to
bum.
shit. Stop interrupting.
Lazy bum. Lazy bum.
You don't.
Lazy bum. Hey, lazy bum. Lazy bum. The question was clear cut. If Netanyahu funded Hamas, it makes by default Netanyahu a terrorist. Okay, lazy bum. Right? So if you're gonna call Hamas a terrorist, lazy bum, lazy bum, lazy bum, lazy bum. Listen to what I'm about to say. If Hamas is a terrorist entity, which makes Netanyahu a terrorist, call Netanyahu a terrorist. Can you do that for us? I want to hear you call Netanyahu a terrorist. Go.
Give me the history.
I just told you, Netanyahu funded Hamas. Netanyahu is a terrorist, just like Hamas, right? So can you please say it out loud to the room? Netanyahu is a terrorist.
You just said it. You just did it. You said no. Give me the history. Give me the
Lazy bum, lazy bum, lazy bum. I just
can't
told
even
you.
get my fucking name right. You want me
Okay,
to say somebody else's name right out loud?
Here. I put
yourself.
I put the article in the chat. Here.
You're not doing history right.
Lazy bum, check the article in the chat. That's history right there. Netanyahu propped up Hamas and it blew up in their face. Go on, read up on the thing.
Is the white folks.
Okay. And if you can't read it properly, put on the glasses. If you can't read it, just ask your PDF reader or some shit to be able to read this article. If you can't do it, then you should just slap yourself and just leave quietly, man.
Said you're not doing history right. It's supposed to be written that the white folks colonize everything. You're not doing it right, Amir.
It's fine.
You're not doing it right. Shut your bitch ass.
Well, yeah, specifically staying with this topic, Netanyahu, lazy, please, stay quiet. So I have this article I mean, and I had it for a while, and what it said, I'm going to read something that I wrote in my notes. This is from as you mentioned, the Times of Israel, and the topic is, I'm sorry, I kind of lost it. But anyway, that's correct. I'll find it. I wanted to read an excerpt from the magazine.
Maybe next time you take the mic, have your excerpt ready to read. That's how the room works.
I'm sorry, say it again.
When you take the mic, you should have your excerpt ready to read.
Maybe you should be a little bit understanding that I have an iPhone and I touched the phone and it moved.
Okay.
So you see how quickly you jump to a conclusion.
Right.
You have an iPhone. You have an iPhone. Shit happens sometimes, okay? So just be a little bit more considerate and understanding that people maybe they can't.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize
No, that's okay. That's all right. That's all right. And I'll just go on mute and I'll come back once. I wanted to read an excerpt from excerpt.
Right.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
I fucking hate Clubhouse. Yeah, why is it so difficult? Actually, honestly, can you answer Amir's questions?
Of course.
How about that?
Absolutely.
All right, so is Netanyahu
Bibi can answer the questions.
I know why. I mean, I'll tell you why. It's because
Okay, so this is my view of Bibi Netanyahu. Unlike fucking Israelis and the whole Israeli cause, you don't even fucking deserve this man for what he has done for the Jewish and Israeli cause, but also mostly from a military
Matthew, did you want to ask her something?
kind of way. And you know, this person should go down in history for his resilience, for his capacity to stand up to like fucking not just only like bullying and attacks and with the fucking like level of small resources, but also his passion and you know, okay, so people are like, okay, there's like some kind of like corruption. Everybody's fucking got corruption, but there is something about this guy, and you know, once he's done defending Israel's fucking rights against injustice, terrorism, I would love him to fucking come and clean up my country. And
Does anyone want to know what again with the Iranian, again with Iran, again with Iran. Hang on.
Right? And Ali.
Bibi, hang on. Bibi, again with your stupid narrative, man. Again with the bullshit, man. Every time you open your mic, it's like diarrhea, man.
Well, so yeah, I think.
Check the article in the chat. I posted, I don't know, this lazy bum, if he read it or not. Netanyahu propped up Hamas, funded Hamas, $15 to $30 million. It's in the chat. Times of Israel, it's a Jewish source. Okay? It's an Israeli source. Netanyahu funded Hamas.
I don't have.
Lazy bum, go ask ChatGPT, it will tell you. Netanyahu funded Hamas every month, $15 to $30 million.
I mean, why don't you shut up with your immature?
Hold on. According to Ehud Barak, that's a former Israeli prime minister, Netanyahu has funded $1.4 billion to Hamas. And, you know, they kept on funding Hamas every month to keep them in power, to give them more power, so they keep on fighting against the PA, which is the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank, so it doesn't turn into a two-state solution. That was the main thing. And if you fund a terrorist entity, by default, if you're a British citizen, UK citizen, American citizen, Canadian citizen, it makes you a terrorist if you, glorify or promote this kind of shit. So, Bibi, if you disagree with this, or if you agree that it's okay for Netanyahu to fund Hamas, you're basically supporting a terrorist entity, and I think you should be locked up. And I should report you to the fucking UK government. Because I hate when people come up here to support the terrorist governments, terrorist entities, and they want to come up here and take a high moral ground. Lazy bum, did you read the article?
Just be careful.
I'm sorry, but I know what's going on with temples in my country. The only question I did want to ask that actually scares me a little bit is does Israel have plans to build the second temple?
Maybe yes, maybe no.
We're on the third temple, buddy.
So, I mean, let me get back. Somebody on the stage, unfortunately, I could not hear that. It mentioned that they had a reason why Hamas was provided with a whole bunch of money in 2006 by the Prime Minister. I would like to, as I mentioned, I wanted to read the excerpt from the Times of Israel and give the reason why, and you'll be the judge of that. I don't know if that's what the article says. So here's the article says, and then you may have a different take on it. This is the title of the article.
Just to make sure.
Please be quiet, lazy, be quiet. So here's what the topic is: Israel's support of Hamas and keeping them in power to divide and conquer and to portray a negative perspective on Palestinian goal. That's the title of the article. From that, here's the first paragraph, I think. For years, the various governments led by Netanyahu took an approach that divided power between the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, bringing Palestinian Authority President Abbas to his knees while keeping moves that propped up the Hamas terror group. The idea was to prevent Abbas or anyone else in Palestine Authority, West Bank government from advancing toward establishment of a Palestinian is what this article states in terms of the goal of providing funds to Hamas. If somebody was mentioning they had an idea why the money was given to Hamas, I'd like to hear that. Actually, that might be a different perspective.
There's all video footage of him saying that he was a victim. It was probably in the context of lost one election, and he was the more aggressive of the two. Now he could wage war more easily.
And also, like, what no one ever talks about in this room, do you guys know that Yasser Arafat was the Time Man of the Year? You can Google it. He's got his face on the cover of Time magazine. I'm not sure the exact year. I believe it was in the 70s. So, you know, when the so-called Palestinian Liberation Organization, excuse me,
Later 80s.
later 80s. There you go. Exactly. Thank you. So this is a big problem for us in Israel because, you know, what the PLO was doing, they were garnering worldwide support, you know, for being anti-Israel and anti-Zionism. So this was a problem for us, and that's why Netanyahu funded Hamas. It wasn't to support terrorism, it was to take the air out of the international community's support for so-called Palestine by taking away the symbol of their so-called resistance, which was, of course, terrorism, because Arafat was a terrorist. So, you know, I think we need to get this part straight and really articulate.
But Ali,
I'm sorry, just quickly, honest you, for a moment I thought you were going to say that Yasser Arafat's picture was in the Time magazine because of his good look. So that's not good. Okay, sorry, Anna, you
yeah, no, I was
He
saying
did have
was
a very attractive
so the main reason. Look, this is a Zionist narrative is that they funded Gazans because the humanitarian. This is one of the things that they always say for humanitarian purposes, right? That way they can look good on the books or whatever. But the reality is, it was something else to keep them quiet and whatnot, and not turn it into a state. So that way they can keep on fighting. That's what Ehud Barak said. Have you heard the Ehud Barak testimony, Eddie? I'll put the link in the chat.
Yeah, actually I have. Yes, I have. Yes, I vividly remember listening to that.
I'll put the link in the chat for you guys.
So,
You guys
so
can.
there's really no question about historical facts. You know, that's there, and that's been confirmed by the previous Prime Minister of Israel, and also I gave the Times of Israel.
But Ali, what about now? He's giving reference to ISIS.
That I'm not aware of.
Let me put the article in the chat from Times of Israel.
So, I got a little bit of German in my back. So that goes back to, like, I mean, where they're wearing little shits on the top of their helmets. Like, I mean, way before the Nazis. And the Middle East, like, everybody's all fighting all the time.
I'm sorry, please, Lady, go ahead.
So Ali, here's the article. This is if you search for Islamic State, it says at the bottom. It's one of the members.
It's gonna take me a while to actually read that.
Lazy bum, you don't want to read. You're intellectually dishonest piece of shit. I told you this to go read the Hamas shit in the chat that I posted. It was an Israeli Jewish source. But you know, you're just a mental retard you are. I knew you were a mental retard, just here to troll. So just calm your tits down and have a conversation with Ali. Ali, I put the article in the chat. On that article, if you look for Islamic State, it says at the bottom, the person's name is Abu Shabab. Clan Abu Shabab is identified with Islamic State, which is ISIS. And these people were locked up under Hamas until they flattened Gaza. They let them out. And Netanyahu gave them... Lazy bum, mute up, lazy, mute up. I'm not talking to you. Mute up. Mute up.
You suck.
Lazy bum. Shut up. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your mouth. Shut your fucking mouth. Lazy bum. So
the last article you posted here.
yeah, I posted the last article, Times of Israel.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
And Netanyahu came out, and you know what he said? He didn't even deny the claim that was made by Lieberman. Lieberman is one of the Knesset members.
So Israel providing guns to Gaza gang to bolster opposition to Hamas.
Stealing aid. Stealing aid.
Uh,
For more than a year and a half, and we knew these gangs and they're protected by IDF.
Okay, are you talking about this gang in ISIS? Is that what you said?
Yes, it says in the same article, it says Abu Shabaab is identified with ISIS, Islamic State. So this is what I don't get. First funding to Hamas, right? And then now giving weapons to ISIS. And they've been doing this for over a year and a half or 2 years. That way they can keep putting the blame on Hamas. And then, there's another article from the U.S. agency came out that it says Hamas is not systematically stealing the aid. And guess what happened? They changed the narrative. The Zionist entity changed their freaking narrative.
I can explain why Netanyahu is doing this. It actually makes perfect sense. It's really the same explanation I just gave with the PLO and Hamas. Right now Hamas is the problem. So Netanyahu funds ISIS. And if ISIS takes over Gaza and they become a problem, then Netanyahu will fund someone to take them down. It's just a never-ending cycle. But it makes perfect sense if you're Jewish. You're just not Jewish, so you don't understand. Did I break the rule?
Or just like strategic.
Exactly, strategic. That's what I'm saying. You get it. Because you're a little bit closer.
Matthew, brother, you should look into these articles as well. These are Israeli Jewish sources. Hamas blew up, and then now giving weapons to ISIS for stealing the aid. And the same gang that sells the aid in black market for 5 times the price inside Gaza. And this is all done under the supervision of IDF. IDF has given them uniforms, weaponry, a whole bunch of shit.
But then also, don't think, with Iran, Amir,
Again, with Iran. How many times I tell you, Matthew, there's a lot of noise from your microphone, bro.
to make a smooth handover in Iran. Because it's not going to be
Again with Iran.
No, but what I'm saying is, okay, so before it comes with, a price tag, nobody can afford it. The Saudis can't afford it, Qataris,
Qataris have been funding.
Nobody can
Baby,
afford
stop with that. Baby, stop with the bullshit. Saudi Arabia has been funding the PA. Hang on. Saudi Arabia has been funding the PA.
struggling because
Hold on. No, it's not struggling. Baby. Oh my God, this woman, man. She goes on a stupid fucking tangent with nothing to back up. Okay, baby, put the link in the chat. Go on, put the link in the chat. Saudi Arabia hasn't given a single dollar to the Palestinian authorities. Go on. Put the fucking link in the chat. Go on.
We're not talking about this. I'm
What a
talking
bullshitter,
about
man.
my country. I'm talking about.
We're not talking about this room. Is not about Iran. This room is not about Iran. Oh my God. Stop trauma dumping on us. We're not talking about Iran, man. Stop.
But at least, right? I have a dog.
No, you don't.
Where is you from? You're Pakistani?
No, you don't. You don't have anything in this game. You live in freaking UK. You don't even go to Iran.
But I would love to, though.
Okay. Do you justify, baby? I'll ask you one question. Do you justify the killing of innocent Iranian children?
Don't you get bored with yourself?
Are you okay with Israel killing more than 50 Iranian children in Iran during the 12-day war?
I'm not okay with Iranian government having killed
I'm not talking about Iranian government. Oh my God, this woman, man. I'm asking you about the Iranian children. I'm not talking about the government. I'm talking about, are you okay with Israel killing more than 50 Iranian children? Children. I'm not talking about. Oh my God. It's a yes or no. Don't give me fucking long, this stupid bullshit statement. It's a yes or no.
Where did you get your facts from?
Answer yes or no. Answer yes or no.
When you tell me where you're from.
I said yes or no. Yes or no. If you can't answer, you can sit in the audience.
What are you asking me? Isn't this
Oh my God.
So
Like
Bibi,
this woman
Amir,
can't even answer about the Iranian thing, man.
So Bibi, Amir is asking you, would you justify killing 50 Iranian children as a result of aerial attack by Israel and subsequently by U.S. On Iran? That's what he's asking.
What sick fuck is like, yeah, that's cool. I don't want to speak for Amir, but.
No, actually, the question was to Bibi.
This question to the Bibi.
Not my opinion. I was just asking Bibi because that's the question.
It's just a yes or no question, but this woman doesn't want to answer any yes or no. She goes on a tangent, doesn't answer any questions. No questions. Doesn't add any value to the conversation. Just a bullshitter. You come on this app and you fucking make up bullshit in every room and you said nothing. You go into every room, you even go into the Zionist room, always talk about Iran. Even the room is not even about Iran. Matthew, do you have any question, Matthew?
Yeah, I agree actually.
I mean, excuse me. It's not
No,
my
it's okay,
fault
baby, just mute up. You took forever, now it's Matthew. Hold on, it's on Matthew.
Zionism predates World War II. So why I mention that is that is Zionism about just having some presence in the Holy Land, or was it always from the get-go to basically the greater Israel project?
It started, so look, it came from their Jewish religion. It was a religious Zionism, right? Around, I think, 200 AD or something, it died down. And then picked up by, I think, the Christians in 18th century, 1800s. You have the evangelical Christians, right? They started this movement, Zionism, whatever. And then you have these, there's somebody that coined the term in 1890. And then you have Theodore Herzl, actually 1885, I believe. And then you have Theodore Herzl, that's another Zionist. He was a founding father of Israel, and he was part of the movement, the Zionist movement. And they in 1897 they had a congress. There was a conference, a Zionist conference. They were thinking about other places like Uganda, Argentina, a whole bunch of places, right? But the problem they were having is how do we convince the people to bring them to the land, right? So Palestine would be easy to convince them because Palestine is next to, in Jerusalem, right? You have Jerusalem there, which is the Holy Land to the Jewish people, right? Now, when it was under Ottoman Empire, it was called Philistine. And under Ottoman Empire, they allowed the limited amount of migration into that land because they were against Zionism. You see what I'm saying? And then you had the World War One that happened. What was it? What was it? I'm gonna have to check the date. I'm not good with the dates. Before it was, I think it happened between 1912 and 1915 or something for 2 or 3 years. And then you had in 1917 they had the Balfour Declaration. That was a promise. It was addressed to the Rothschild, right? They made a deal. They wanted, the Jewish state inside the British Mandate Palestine, and there was a lot of skirmishes, right? The skirmishes happened between the Arabs and the British and the Jewish people, right?
Yeah,
but if you look
I
at
know nothing about that period. Wondered. Like, because no story, stories are written by the victors, right? So one saw this story, but my understanding up until recently was just basically that everyone kind of moved in and it was, welcomed with open arms. But that ain't true because It never goes like that. So, yeah.
Like the kibbutz, people are like going out there and setting up like settlements, helping. Yeah, absolutely, you're right.
So Matthew, does that the way I understood Zionism when I read some of their books and stuff? You had Theodor Herzl. He had said some problematic stuff, right? It related to how do we ethnically cleanse a certain group of people. You had Eliezer Ben Yehuda. He's the one that revived the Hebrew language. People would actually read the Hebrew language, but they would not have conversation in Hebrew language. So what he did, he actually isolated his kid for I believe 5 or 8 years, right? And he exposed him to the Hebrew language that he has revived. And then in 1921, he convinced the British mandate to nationalize the language, right? With a bunch of Zionist buddies, even though the Jews in Jerusalem, they condemned it. They excommunicated, they told them to get lost. We're not going to adopt your language. He created the school in 1929. After 1920, anybody spoke in different languages, they would get the ass whooped. There was an article in Haaretz that was reported. You had another, massacre happened that in 1929. They always bring it up. The Zionists always bring this up, but it was a massacre from both sides. The Arabs got killed, the Jews got killed, and some of the Arabs even protected the Jews. So there was a rumor or whatnot that they were going to take over Masjid al-Aqsa. You see what I'm saying? And that's a holy place to the Muslims.
Yeah, are you talking about it?
It's called Hebron Massacre. That's what it's called.
Hebron Massacre. If I Google
Hebron Massacre. Hebron. The Zionists always bring this up, Hebron Massacre. But it was from both sides. The massacres happened on both sides. But the Arabs, it was actually more from the Arabs than the Jews got killed. And then, moving along, you have, there was the Arabs even revolted against the British because they got pissed off and tired that how the hell are you going to allow the mass migration to happen, right? In 1930s, there was an Arab revolt. Actually, they did a Havar transfer agreement between the Nazis and the Zionists in 1933, right? They got about, I think, 40 to 60,000 Jews to come to British Mandate Palestine. They made a deal with it. And moving along, about 1936, between 1936 to 1938 or 39, there was a Arab revolt that took place, right? It was they revolted against the British mandate to fight off, because they got pissed off and tired that why are you allowing the mass migration of the Jews into this place? Because the Jewish people, they will come in, they'll open up their businesses, take over some properties, buy some properties, and they would hire the Arab people, they would hire their own people, and there was a lot of this crazy shit that was going on back then. So, and they revolted, and plus they brought a whole bunch of disease with them, and there was a lot of shit going on, right? And so they revolted against the British, and the British came out with the Peel Commission report, I believe, in 1937. And then after the Peel Commission report, they came out with the White Papers, which was issued in 1939. And they decided, British essentially decided not to give the Jews the state. And, they said it's going to be a Palestinian state from 10 years from now. So from 1939, there would have been a Palestinian state by the 1949. And the British saw these people as terrorists because what they did in 1937, these Zionists, what they did, they planted, they booby-trapped cucumber boxes, little containers, and which blew up at the restaurants and whatnot. That ended up killing 20, 30 Arabs, or almost 50 or 100 Arabs, different places. And it's called Black Sunday. If you look it up, right, you'll come across our Wikipedia link and then look at the aftermath of what they did. It was very disturbing. Somebody wants to come up, let's see. And moving along, so in 1939, after the White Papers, what they did, there was a Jewish militia gang called Lehi in 1940. So what they did, they approached Nazi to get help from them to get rid of the British mandate. And the Nazi came out and they're like, nope, we're not going to help. So what they did, they started slowly preparing, started doing some small attacks, on that land against the British, right? In 1945, they actually killed one of the leaders, the British Mandate leader in Cairo. In 1946, they did the King until the bombing and other types of attacks, like train tracks and whatnot. And then in 47, they actually killed two what was it, commander from the British Mandate. And there's a lot of these crazy shit that they did on that land. So that's why the partition plan was issued in 47, and British was not part of it because they saw these people as fucking terrorist motherfuckers. You see what I'm saying? And the British wasn't with the plan of the Jewish state. So that's the partition plan was on the table and whatnot, and Arabs denied it because it was very.
So wait a minute. So the block of Israel is sort of carved out on a map, and then they just let them fight each other.
Yeah. So no, they got attacked. The British Mandate, they got terror. There was terrorist attacks on their property and whatnot on their people. You see what I'm saying? So this state was created by terrorizing British Mandate. Right? They were running the show, and they terrorized Palestinians as well. So in 47, what they did, what was it? So you know how I told you about the letter bombs were received to Harry Truman, the president? You heard it, right? I said it earlier.
Yep.
Okay, and so after the denial of the partition plan, which was unfair, right? Because the Arabs got a smaller piece of the land, and they were in majority. Jews got a bigger piece of the land, and they were in minority. And after they denied it, according to the UN report, according to Ilan Pape, many more, these are Jewish, Israeli historians, and they started going from one village to another to ethnically cleanse them. You see what I'm saying? And they did the ethnic cleansing, and then they started going from one village to another. Yeah, let me give you a UN report. Hold on.
Matthew's there of what he said. He's making it up along the way.
The Israelis are not even denying this.
Joe, hang on, Joe, please, let me continue. You're coming in the middle, you're coming late. Check the link in the chat, and can you do me a favor, Matthew? Read the second paragraph to the room. I put the link in the chat. This is from the UN.
In November 1947, the UN General Assembly passed a resolution partitioning Palestine into two states, one Jewish and one Arab, with Jerusalem under administration. The Arab world rejected the plan, arguing that it was unfair and violated the UN Charter. Jewish militias launched attacks against the Palestinian villages, forcing thousands to flee. The situation escalated into a full-blown war in 1948, with the end of the British Mandate and the departure of British forces, the Declaration of Independence of the State of Israel, and new entry to neighboring Arab armies. The newly established Israel force launched a major offensive. The result of the war was the permanent displacement of more than half a million Palestinians. Yeah,
Let me clarify some of the stuff. Yeah, let me clarify some of the stuff. So after they started doing that cleansing, right, it turned into full-blown war because they called it Israel. They took over the borders, right? They put a line across the map, and they called it Israel. Okay. After they called it Israel, a lot of Palestinians, they were pissed off. How the fuck is this possible? Right? We were ethnically cleansed. We were kicked out of our homes or whatever, and that's why the neighbors came in and they helped them out. And guess what? They weren't even well prepared. It was less than 40,000 soldiers. They didn't have proper equipment, proper weaponry. They didn't have proper uniform, and there was a lot that was, they weren't trained either. And the other side was well trained. The Zionists, they've served in the military, they've served in the British, they served, they were well trained. And, so they won the so-called war after taking over, after they won the so-called war. The UN mediator, his name was Barnard. He was a special mediator. He knew what the Jews had gone through during Holocaust. He was very, he would sympathize or empathize with the Jews. He knew, so he comes around and he wanted to mediate the situation between the Arabs and the Jews. He's writing up a whole bunch of reports, whatever, going back and forth. And he was on his way back to his office. He was assassinated by a Jewish militia in 1948. All right? In 1949, in spite of this person getting assassinated, right, and the UN Security Council, they actually recognized Israeli state. And how did they do it? I'll tell you how. So the U.S. was the first country in 1948 to recognize a Jewish state. All right? And 49, the U.S. actually forced the UN to recognize it because the people that were on the partition plan, the U.S. did the arm twisting of the leaders. Either will offer, take away the aid for not, recognizing the Jewish state and do a whole bunch of crazy shit. You see what I'm saying? So there was a lot of arm twisting that happened in 47, 48, 49. And guess what? The Nakba, right? They call it Nakba. The Palestinian Nakba is called catastrophe. The Nakba did not end in 48. It kept on going on from 49. 49 is the year when the UNRWA was created. UNRWA is an agency that works under the UN that feeds them in Gaza. That more than for 2 million Gazans, they feed them, school them, give them medical service, and they've been there since 1949. Now, what ended up happening, so in 49, 40, 50, 51, 52, up to 1956, there were still some villages, right, that had Palestinians. So they would cherry pick people that they wanted to keep it under 20%. They would cherry pick people who gets to stay, who doesn't get to stay. They would load it up on the back of the fucking truck and they would throw them, dump them in Gaza or other places. And that just went on till 1956. And what they did in 1950, they went to Iraq and a whole bunch of other places. There's an Iraqi Jew. He actually wrote a book. In his book, he writes that these people, the Zionists, they came to Iraq. They did fake bomb attacks to terrorize the shit out of the Jews that, Jews are under attack. And guess what? So that way they can populate Israel. And they did it in multiple countries where people of those countries got scared that these people are here and they're gonna fucking do fake bomb attacks which would end up killing our people. You see what I'm saying, Matthew? And this was part of the Zionist project to populate a place called Israel, which they just created because nobody wanted to move to Israel. They were happy living in other places, in Iraq and a whole bunch of other countries. There were some skirmishes and whatnot, but that ended up happening after the creation of this Jewish state because it was done by force. So when you look at all these facts, right, religiously, right, I know you're evangelical, whatever, religiously, why would somebody support this state called Israel religiously when it was only created in 1948? It's like a young state about 76, 78 years ago. It doesn't make sense to me when someone brings up the religious card.
Well, the Israelites and the Hebrews, they laid claim to it for like 3,000 years, but the most recent argument is if Jews are the full and real representation of the tribes of Israel of the day, there was 12 tribes of Israel. I'm not an this stuff, but we're getting into essentially prophecy. Yeah, but one thing I will say from a practical standpoint, I don't see out in basically complete eradication of one or the other. I just don't see how, and that's not the solution, but I just don't see there ever being peace until if someone did kill my family, I'd never forget, and I'd try to do everything to get back at them, and so it goes.
I think that's what these people have been doing since 1947 until now. So before, right, it was Gaza from 1947 until 1967, right? And then after 1967, the war, they started Israeli narrative is, oh, it was a preemptive attack. They had a whole bunch of soldiers lined up. If we would not have attacked, they would have attacked, which actually doesn't make sense. I have statements from Israeli top officials, a former Israeli Prime Minister, Menachem Begin, and literally I have a statement from that person says, it was all bluff. We didn't have to attack. We weren't going to get attacked. And there's a statement from a chief of IBM that said the same thing. So they've been poking at the bear, and what they did after 1967, they won the so-called war, which was backed up by a bunch of countries like Western countries. They took over West Bank. They call it Judean Samaria according to the scripture. And that place, the first thing they did after taking over 1967, they started building settlements. They start building settlements. They slowly, they start doing a whole bunch of crazy shit in the West Bank. And they started setting it like a proper apartheid with two sets of laws. Oh, we got laws for the Israeli settlers, and then we got laws for the Palestinians.
I think Netanyahu literally thinks he's in the end times, as he would understand it. I'm serious about that because I fully do think that he's going to invade the whole Greater Israel project. He's putting on soldiers on it, but I mark my words, like in a decade from now, that could be a very real possibility. And yeah, it's horrible. War for nothing, but just to expand your territory's borders.
Yeah, but the Great Israel Project, I don't know if it's gonna happen or not, right? They have stolen the land, right? Like the Ship of Farm between Israel and Lebanon, they've stolen that land. It was a disputed land between Lebanon and Syria. They have taken over Golan Heights in Syria. They have taken over buffer zone in Syria. They have bombed the shit out of Syria, killed a bunch of people. You know how many settlers live in the West Bank? More than 700,000. Do you know among the 700,000, more than 70,000 are American? Can you believe it? Illegal settlers.
Yeah, that's.
And guess what? They're committing crimes against Palestinians. And when they commit crimes against Palestinians, they can't call their the local Palestinians cannot call the PA, Palestinian Authority. If they do that, they won't even show up. They're like, no, we're not dealing with Israelis, right? And if they call IDF will come and they will actually protect the settler committing crimes, and they will arrest the Palestinian. They'll beat him up and then they'll arrest him. Like, what kind of law is this? What kind of apartheid?
It sounds horrible. I can't. Plus,
So I'm saying, I would suggest you look into it more if you want. I could give you some books and stuff.
Right, so it's not like they could just leave either.
And I can provide you a documentary. It's called Tantura from 1948. Literally, you have elderly IDF soldiers laughing about how they raped little kids and went from one village to another. They killed people. They're laughing while talking about the history. Let me put the link in the chat. If you have time, hour, 2 hours, watch the Tantura. That's a very famous documentary. Let me see. Let me put the link in the chat.
Yeah, please do.
Some time ago, when 2 years ago, actually a year and a half ago, there were a lot of rooms and discussing about this conflict, and the Jewish people were very active. And there were some Jewish historians that were talking about this conflict. And they were speaking as if Israeli has done no wrong. And give it kind of a history from their perspective. So I asked him a question that is there anything that Israel has done wrong in terms of, let's say, cruelty, crimes, and the rest of the stuff, and torture? They could not give me one example of it. So we are kind of seeing the same thing here in this room. I'm here as much as I like it. and then Israelis have done all of the wrong things. It cannot be black and white like that. That's kind of an American come back and comment on this, and that's what you hear when, how can I say this? When you're so passionate about something, they're not willing to accept, or at least say, okay, these are few things that Hamas has done wrong, and Israel has done wrong. I'm sorry, the Palestinians have done wrong. They could have done better. You don't hear that. I mean, maybe Amir can talk about this a little more. So next thing I wanted to, just 1 second. I wanted to read, I mean, thank you for putting this article here, which is kind of, this is the, okay, so the article, this is regarding the Prime Minister of Israel actually helping a group, and I'm going to read the first paragraph in here. This is really is telling. So this is from the Times of Israel, the Times of Israel, yes. So the title is Israel providing guns to Gaza gang to bolster opposition to Hamas. Security Cabinet was, here's the article. Security Cabinet, this is Security Cabinet of Israel, was not informed of plan to start arming Abu Shabab group, which was created in Rafah last year and has its root in looting aid trucks. An article continues, Israel has been arming criminal gang in Gaza Strip as part of an effort to strengthen opposition to Hamas in enclave. Defense sources confirmed on Thursday following remarks on the matter by former Defense Minister Lieberman. And Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, later confirmed the report, saying the move helped save Israeli soldiers alive. So then if you keep reading, there is, somebody is saying that the head of this group, Abu Shahab, is somehow linked to some ISIS kind of linkage to that.
Identified.
That's what Lieberman charged. This is what he says. Lieberman says the Israeli government is giving weapons to a group of criminals and felons identified with Islamic State in this ISIS. At the direction of the Prime Minister, Lieberman charged, to my knowledge, this did not go through approval by the cabinet. So this is really, really interesting. I don't know. So I think the reason that the Prime Minister has two, one is presumably it is saving Israeli soldiers, and second, now I can better understand why the project of feeding people in Gaza, a lot of difficulties in terms of the looting of the truck and the rest of it, and this group has something to do with that. But I have not seen anything that's confirming that this Abu Shabab is actually connected to the ISIS, with the exception of what the Lieberman says, and he does not provide any sources. So anyway, I would like to see if this is, anyway, this is not a good thing. I mean, somebody said in the audience, on the stage, that this is a good strategy from the Israelis' part. The same thing that they did with Hamas. This also makes sense. I'm not questioning this. It's sensible. And the reason for it is by losing the trucks, and actually people, there's no food. People take the food away, and I'm sure that it gets, kept somewhere and sold in the black market, probably 100 times more than what it's worth. So it's not a good thing. The second thing that I wanted to do now, and then I'd like to hear Andy's comments on the assertions I made on the early product.com. So when on the 8th, October 8th, the day after October 7th, Antonio Gutierrez, the Secretary of State General of the United Nations, made a statement which I thought is profound, and it was really a balanced statement, and it was criticized heavily, immediately by the Israelis, and particularly the Prime Minister. Here's what the statement says. This is what the Secretary of the United Nations says. Protecting civilians can never mean giving them, using them as human shields. Protecting civilians does not mean ordering more than 1 million people to evacuate to the south, where there is no shelter, no food, no water, no medicine, and no recognize the attack by Hamas did not happen in a vacuum, which they have said. The Palestinian people have been subjected to 56 years of suffocating occupation. They have seen their land steadily devoured by settlement and plagued by violence. Their economy stifled, their people displaced, and their homes demolished. But the grievances of the Palestinian people cannot justify the appalling attack by Hamas. And these appalling attacks cannot justify the collective punishment of the Palestinian people. And that's where the statement ends in a sense. No party is immune from claiming that they have not done wrong things in terms of taking lives, attacking civilians, and committing cruelties. So I want to hear a balance, kind of reporting of what's going on. And I don't, at times I don't hear that. And particularly this room here, it's a passionate room. I mean, it's passionate man about this cause. But I like him also to point out some of the things that the Palestinian and Hamas, either politically or militarily or terrorist activities that they have committed as well. But you don't hear that.
I don't mind, Ali, the problem is I don't mind condemning Hamas. There's Palestinians that come into this room, some of them don't even support the Hamas. It's not a big deal for pro-Pali to condemn Hamas. The issue is, from the Israeli side, they not once they have condemned the IDF. Try to do me a favor, look for Zionists on this app that's willing to condemn Netanyahu, that's willing to condemn the IDF, and I'll be like, whoa, I'll be amazed. I don't mind condemning this, act or whatever. And how could there be a balance when you have a group of people that have been oppressed and suppressed for over, 70 years? That's the part I don't get. Like, how do you find the balance in this? When you see the oppression, they tried everything, peace deal, this and that. Hamas could be terrorists. Yes, there was crossfires that happened on 7th of October. Yes, innocent people died. There's people, I'm sure, at the rape party, people did get raped. But every time they bring up the Hamas claim, I ask them a question. Can you give me the name of the person that got raped? No names. Can you give me the person at the 40 beheaded babies? Is it true? I had recently had somebody come into the space 2 days ago. She literally said 40 beheaded babies. I'm like, can you provide evidence? Literally, the president of America had to, walk back on his statement because it was debunked. So, and related to Hamas, yes, there's bad apples and there's good apples. Hamas was actually elected under Jimmy Carter, democratically. But the issue was they started this shit. They didn't want Hamas to turn it into Islamists or whatever. They pushed them. They fought them off with the Fatah and whatnot, and they pushed them into Gaza. And they arrested a whole bunch of their leaders. So Hamas, when they took over Gaza, they decided to shoot some rockets, to get back at them and to get the people released. And what did Israel do? Blockade the whole fucking place. Even when they left in 2005, it was under occupation according to international, organizations like UN and whatnot. They could not even go past 7 miles on water. The airspace was occupied. It was under occupation by Israel. The borders, 6 out of 7 of them were run by Israel. And then there was one that was run by Egypt. Egypt literally freaking cooperated with Israel to stop anything that comes in and out. And I actually cornered an Egyptian into this room. I said, why did they do a blockade? The Egyptian couldn't even answer the question. They're like, yeah, fucking government, this and that. So I don't mind criticizing Hamas. I don't mind. But the problem is, you cannot find a balance. In this genocide, you want me to find balance? Then, I gotta take the middle ground. It doesn't work like that, honey. You see what I'm saying? I understand. Maybe you're trying to find a balance. You're not gonna find a balance. And I am kind of biased because the issue is they've been oppressed and suppressed. It's just like apartheid South Africa. And tomorrow you don't know if America is gonna come out and be like, oh, Hamas is no longer terrorist, just like what they did in Syria. But what are you gonna do then? You think America is gonna look out for you find a balance on this? Literally, that guy is part of Al Qaeda in Syria. There was about $10 million award on his his head. They took him off the list. And sure, there's bad apples in there that have committed crimes. They probably did some crossfire, they killed innocent civilians. But the issue is we don't have any fucking evidence. And the evidence that we have, the evidence doesn't show that they're, what you call it, there was people that got raped or whatever. I'm not denying that. Rape is a big, big thing. But the issue is every time you corner them and ask them questions, can you give me the name of the person that got raped? Nothing. The person that I recently heard, which is very, very famous, she was under Hamas captivity, she was released, and guess what? Her personal trainer inside Israel raped her. She didn't get raped by Hamas, but she got raped by her personal trainer on the inside Israel. So, I don't know, how do you want me to balance this? I just don't get it. How do I balance it? How should I balance it according to you?
So maybe the balance was not a good word to use. I was not talking about quality and balance and the rest of it. I was asking how you give some example that when we talk about all of the atrocities committed by Israel in the last 56 years, there are bad things being also done by Palestinians and by Hamas. And then what happened conveniently, you put the bad actions of, let's say, Hamas into the category, there's some bad apple in any basket of apples. And one could have just extended the same thing to the Israel and say this IDF soldiers who committed, I don't have the reports, but according to what you're saying and others, rapes and killing children and raping children, one also could say these were IDF bad apples, and this is not the policy of the IDF as a military organization. So I think the same kind of bad apple stuff can go back and forth. That's the only assertion I make. I was not talking about balance. Of course, there cannot be a balance just because one, Israel is the superpower as it goes with this conflict, and any conflict actually in this region. There's just no match for it, period. And of course, they have to thank America for supporting them. So that's all I wanted to say.
If I give you statements from the commander of IDF, if I give you statements from Ben Gavir, Smotrich, these are government officials that are saying genocidal shit, and literally that's what's happening to the Palestinians. What do you want me to make out of that? This is how Omar Bardal, he's an Israeli Jew. This is how he came to that's how he concluded the intention, using their statements and what the actions that are happening to the Gazans, right? And you cannot say some idea. We have videos, evidence of committing crimes against Gazans. We have a whole bunch of data. Hezbollah Foundation has collected, clips and data of thousands of IDF soldiers. You literally have Netanyahu, war criminal by ICC. Yoav Galan, the same son of a gun that made a statement. Netanyahu made a statement about Amalek, Prime Minister of Israel. And if I read you quotes from all the Zionists, I have some crazy, they look at Palestinians as grasshoppers, cockroaches, whole bunch of crazy shit. And you can make the argument that Palestinians have said certain things as well. Sure, they have said it. But who's the occupier? According to international law, somebody that occupies it, you cannot treat them like animals. And that's what they've been treating them as, like animals. One, you make the statement. Other, you're treating them just like what you say. That's where the intention comes in. And that's where I have a problem when somebody tries to I'm going to take a neutral position. I'm going to try to find a common ground in the middle. You cannot find a common ground. One is the oppressor. The other people are getting oppressed. One is the suppressor. The other one are getting suppressed by who? By the bigger entity, powerful entity, backed up by America. Who is it? Israel. Israel is a threat to society, to Syria, to Lebanon, to West Bank, to Gaza, to Yemen, to a whole bunch of countries in the Middle East, to Iran. And whoever at this moment, trying to television, try to look the other side. You can look all day long. On the world stage, the only place, or the only country that's looking bad or only disgusting entity is actually Israel. You can look whichever way. You want me to take that side? I don't mind condemning Hamas. I don't really give two fucks because a lot of people that come into this room, they don't even support Hamas.
And actually, let me just make some comments. I've seen one or two clips at least that I've seen the Israelis, leaders, commanders, military men at a very high level. They are giving speech to a group of soldiers in the field. You know, you hear sometimes generals, they go out there to encourage and they give these speeches to the soldier. So, and his tone was horrific in terms of what the mission of the soldiers is in this war. So when a general set a tone like that, and again I'm agreeing with you, and then you hear a prime minister actually making the comments that the soldiers who hear this, they find justification, they find support, they find agreement in going out of their way or doing things that they would not normally would have not done if the military leaders and the political leaders would have asked them not to do certain things. So I do agree with you. That's just the tone. That's the kind of the direction, and gives the justification for the soldier to do something which he should not be doing. So I do agree with you. I've seen a couple of clips of that, and probably more information on the prime minister saying certain things, or the cabinet members saying, which I don't have available. I wish you post it. I can look at it. But thank you for that.
Even related to history, when I was telling Matthew, I said yes, there were skirmishes that happened from the Arabs. Arabs revolted against the British. I was actually honest on this. There's historical facts on this. I could have just whitewashed the whole history, or Palestinian washed the history. No, Palestinians were living side by side. No, there were some skirmishes, and this is where a lot of pro-Pallies, they make this statement. No, they were living side by side. No, they were not. There were skirmishes because they hated the mass migration. Now there were some villages that were living side by side, no problems. And you would not believe it, according to the historical fact, some of those Jewish neighbors, they sold their addresses, their family names and everything. They sold their names, properties, who lives in such and such property, to the Jewish militia. That was very problematic. When I heard about that, their neighbors sold them out, it fucked me up. It's like, what are these people into? Why would they sell out their neighbors? It's because they're very tribalistic. And Zionists, they became tribalistic. Even though there was a lot of Jewish folks, they condemned Zionism. Jews from Germany, Jews from Jerusalem, Jews from all over the place, they condemned Zionism. But when it came down to, Jewish militias going from one village to another, they sold them out. They sold out the neighbors. Some of them, they were babysitting each other's kid. But, there was sort of like hostility because they wanted to take over, turn it into Israel. There was a lot of hostility because you're coming over to my property and trying to take over my property. What do you want me to do? I have to resist. So, they've been resisting since 1947, but what do you do? And there are bad apples,
Yeah, in terms of this one, if there are two conflicting, opposing kind of groups, and one is by far stronger than the other one, there's something called the contact theory, or this contact hypothesis, if you want to call it. The idea is that if you bring the most opposite of two highly hostile and opposing groups, bring them together, they will understand each other better, and they can reduce the group's conflict. And in this case, you can talk about Israel and Palestinian, or Northern Ireland and UK. And people have done this, Israelis and Palestinian young people, university students and the rest of it. But here's the problem. The problem is it is very hard and difficult. And this idea, this contact theory, contact hypothesis, it really doesn't work, because for it to work, equal footings in terms of the balance of power. That's where it works. When you have one group, which Palestinian, compare that with Israelis, it's just one, as I mentioned, just by far more powerful in every aspect, from the economic, money, and the military, and the rest of it. So they hold all of the cards in a sense. And so, yeah, it's difficult to have to bring in these two groups, together. It's just I wish it could work. We all wish for that. It's just not gonna happen.
Yeah, the problem is, Lee, if let's say you were on that land, right, and your mom, dad, sister, brother have been slaughtered, raped, sexually assaulted, and pretty much every other Palestinian in the West Bank and Gaza, they've been to Israeli prison, the dungeon, right, where according to B'Tselem reports, B'Tselem is a human rights organization. You know how they torture Palestinians? Like if it's guys, they would literally, squeeze their balls and do a whole bunch of crazy shit. I have a testimony from a Palestinian prisoner. He was in Israeli prison with three more guys, two more guys. I'll put the link in the chat for you. And what they did, they chained him up, right? And they had, I don't know how they did it. They got the dog to, shove his dick into the guy's ass. And they did it to like three guys. I'll put the link in the chat. His testimony. Now it bothers me because there's a lot of these things that we can't believe this shit, right? We can't believe it. It'll be like fuck no. And this is the type of torture. They had the right to rape protest that's going on that happened inside Israel. Literally, rabbi blessing IDF soldier for raping a Palestinian prisoner, shoving a pole up his asshole, and there's a lot. And then they're debating in Knesset, is it okay to rape a Palestinian? It's just, and then you have reports from B'Tselem, that talks about this, and then you have what you call it, the women's. 61, there's case 61% of Israeli men, they don't look at forced sex with their acquaintance as rape. I can provide you that article in the chat. It's from Haaretz newspaper. And you have reports that the women in the Knesset, about, what was it, more than 70% of women or 80% of women have been sexually assaulted in the shape of form. And right now, there's a, what was it, Ben Gavir came out, he said he wants to stop the protests on the roads and near synagogues. The Attorney General, they're going after her, they want to fire her, and it's because of because it's she's going after these people because they're getting in the way of laws and whatever. And there's a lot of this culture where they don't respect women inside Israel, And there's a report of inside the military where there's been girls, IDF soldiers, women IDF soldiers getting raped by their IDF men soldiers. There's a lot of these reports out there. If you look into it, you'll be amazed. You'll be like, what the fuck? The more and more you try to open up, it's like a can of worms. And I've been running these rooms for about 9 or 10 months, right? But I learned a lot more shit from everybody and doing my own research and reading up on it and whatnot, And I'm still learning. More and more stuff is more coming out, and it's very problematic. And yes, Palestinians, yes, there's some crazy shit that's going on Palestinian side or whatever. They do kill some of their people if they're spy or whatever. They've done this in the past, and even right now, I think they killed 1 or 2 people that were spying on their people. And the Zionist talking point they'll bring out, they got the murder fund, like somebody becomes a shaheed or whatever in the West Bank. But that fund is actually, when you actually dive into it, if they're getting altercation with a settler, right? They get locked up and they're the only breadwinner. This fund actually helps the Palestinian family until he comes out of that prison, that dungeon, because what it does, they get locked up under admissive detention without due process, and it gets renewed every 6 to 9 months. So while he's locked up, who's going to feed his family? That's where that account comes into place. And this is a Zionist. I'm giving you Zionist talking points. I even said about the Hebron massacre to Matthew. I don't usually say it, but I want to give him the full fact. This is Zionist. And they even bring up the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, which actually approached Hitler because he saw the Zionists as a threat, just like the British saw the Zionists as a threat. So he wanted a state for his own people. He saw these people as a threat. So
Amir, I want to say something. It's their money, like the money that the Israeli government would pay the Palestinian Authority. It's the tax money, like the Israeli people, they collect the tax from the Palestinian people and then they give it to the government, and the government has assigned part of it to the families of the detained people. But this whole like hypothesis isn't working. Yes, you said it yourself. People on both sides are doing horrible things because people are gonna still be people forever. So the hate should stop.
it's
Because
one
as long
side.
as we're
It's
keeping
one
the
side
hate,
that's genociding the other side. Mr. Chico, it's only one side
yes,
that's genociding the other
yes,
side.
true.
Yeah, it's not the it's not the other. Yeah, it's not both sides. Both sides. Oh, hold on. You didn't listen to the whole context. You just came out. I said there's couple things. Hold on. Did you not hear the murder fund? I'm saying it to defend. That's how they support the people that get locked up when they fight with settlers. I didn't say the bad people. There are certain bad apples in there that do a couple bad things here and there, but there's reasons behind it, and there's some things are problematic, some are not problematic. But the biggest problematic shit, it comes out of Israel. That's genociding Palestinians.
Yeah, I understand that Israel is a criminal state, but you need to know something. The government that's with Netanyahu right now wasn't there before. And that Netanyahu, he supported Hamas. Like, he was allowing the fund to become to Hamas from Qatar because he wanted it to be strong, because he wanted to divide.
Right now, Netanyahu is giving weapons to ISIS.
Sometimes he did it, yes. So he encouraged.
Not sometimes, right now, Mr. Chico, right now.
Yeah, I would believe it. Yes, I don't know, but I would believe it. Yes, that he would do
It's from the Israeli source. Sometimes if I put the article in the chat, you can read up on it.
I believe it, but like my point is still there is some extremists from both sides. As long as those extremists will still be there, there will be no solution. And according to the balance of power,
extremists are built by thanks to Israel. If Israel wasn't killing them, wasn't butchering them, and when you look at the Hamas, they're a whole bunch of orphans running around with weapons. Okay, how did they become orphans? I would become an extremist. If you killed my mother or dad or my brother, I would become extremist. I don't give two fucks.
True. I'm not blaming them. They were created, but like for us who care about the Palestinian situation, like we need to consider the reality. Like we don't need to look on why it happened right now. People are getting killed. So if we wanted this to stop, there is no other solution but the two-state solution, where they will eliminate it for good. Like consider what's happening. Deal with the reality.
Mr. Chico, Palestinians have been ready for a while to make the ceasefire. Even when they relate to the last ceasefire they did, on day one, do you know what these fuckers did? The Israelis, they killed a 15-year-old boy in Gaza. You should look into it. If you want data, I can give you the article. Okay? 15-year-old boy was killed on phase one, day one of the fucking phase one ceasefire.
Yeah, I know.
And right now, they came out, the mediators came out, they said Hamas is ready to make the deal. Netanyahu is not responding on purpose. Okay? And Hamas has been ready to make the deal. They were looking for a permanent ceasefire before, but Netanyahu would not agree, and they wanted to keep the channel open for the ceasefire, plan or whatever. But Netanyahu, hold on, Chico, hold on. Netanyahu is the one that did the whole fucking, the ceasefire shit, and it's Netanyahu that's stopping the ceasefire from happening.
Because as long as Hamas is there,
It's nothing to do with Hamas, Chico. They're making the deal with Hamas.
There will be no deal with Hamas. He cannot live as a
Okay, how did
country
they, Chico, how did they make the deal on phase one with Hamas there?
And was it respected? Like, did they respect
Yes,
it? It was
yes, they
over.
did. Chico, they did respect it. Oh my God, they broke it for a different reason. That's what I'm telling you.
No, they broke it after they took some hostages.
Do you know? Oh my God, who took some hostages?
The Israeli people, they took some of their hostages.
And Palestinians received some of the hostages, right?
Yes.
Okay,
So
okay.
it
Do you know what on the last day before? I'll give you what happened. Okay, what ended up happening on like a week prior to it, prior to the end of this so-called ceasefire, Netanyahu did not want to continue with a phase two. Okay, Hamas wanted phase two. They said we can move to the phase two, and we're willing to release the hostages. But what did Netanyahu do? He said, no, I want extension. He wanted a 42 days extension on the phase one. So what they did, they approached Donald Trump. Donald Trump got in touch directly with Steve Witkoff, directly with Hamas. Okay, and what they did, they made a deal with Hamas, and Hamas released one hostage in good faith. It was an American Israeli soldier. They released one hostage in good faith. They thought that Trump would be able to make the deal go through. What ended up happening is since America made a deal, direct deal with Hamas, Netanyahu came out, he started, and Israeli, envoy and American envoy and the president, they were arguing over why the fuck would you approach a Hamas, this, blah, 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 bullshit. And literally Netanyahu, Trump said, yeah, they can make deal, we make deal with Hamas, it's okay, we can make the deal. And literally Hamas did this, and Trump did it to mock Netanyahu that if we can make the deal, why aren't you able to make the fucking deal? And what did Netanyahu do? He went back and forth with the American government, American administration, and then suddenly, America backed off. America said, okay, we're going to back out of the deal, and you deal with your own problem. So what Netanyahu did on the second day after, America backed out, they started shooting and killing people in Palestine, in Gaza. All right. So who violated? It's Israel. So Israel is always fucking killing people. Israel is the one that doesn't want to do the ceasefire. It has nothing to do with fucking Hamas. It was never about the hostages. It's never about nothing. And they don't have electricity for over a year and a half.
It's a political game. Yes, you're speaking right. Morally and ethically, Netanyahu is a piece of shit. Yes. But to win a political game, a war game, you cannot think like this. This way of thinking, the approach.
I'm not thinking. What approach am I taking? What approach?
Like, you're trying to prove it that Netanyahu is lying piece of
It's
shit.
not just Netanyahu. It's not just Netanyahu. Dr. Chico is the whole. Chico, it's not Netanyahu. It's a whole fucking Zionist entity.
Yeah. I'm with you on this. Yes.
Then why are you just putting the blame on Netanyahu?
Because he's the one playing that scene. Because other people like Rabin, they did Oslo, and then people like Netanyahu killed Isaac Rabin. So after all, they're just people.
Do you think Ben Gavir is a genocidal psychopath?
He's a piece of shit. Yes.
Okay, and Smotrich?
Criminal. Yes, those are
psychopaths. Amichai Eliyahu. What about him?
I don't even know who this is.
Okay, he's a genocide. He said we should kill all of them in Gaza.
Yeah, it's extremist. But if there's no hate, you cannot use this kind of political agenda.
Okay, 22 members of the parliament, of the Knesset, out of 34, they passed the bill, right? Thanks to Katz, the defense minister, to survey northern Gaza, how they're going to build settlements in the future.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not just Netanyahu; it's the whole fucking Zionist regime.
You cannot use this agenda. You cannot put it into work if there is no incident like the 7th of October. And no, history did not start.
You think it started the 7th of October?
I know.
Then why you bring
No,
the 7th of
it did not.
October?
Because this is how the world works. This is how the politics works. It's an incident on a place and a time. Regardless of what happened before, the impact would be when it happened, how the world seen it, you know? So when people would come to say, oh, it did not start there, look at the history, the world wouldn't care. No one would look at the history and go to study.
Everybody looks at the history. They look at the history.
The masses won't do this, you know? And
Bro, literally, hold on. Americans are more than, there was a survey, 52 or 54% are anti-Israel.
Like, the American people, they don't really care about Israel, Palestine, or
I care. I'm an American. I care. My tax dollars are going there. I care. My tax dollars are going there. Why the fuck am I getting? My tax dollars are going over there?
Because your name is Amir. Maybe you.
It doesn't. No. Forget about my name. I'm an American. Hold on, Chico. You have to stop and you have to let other people talk to you, okay? Tax dollars. All Americans are worried about their fucking tax dollars going to genocidal shit, okay? You need to get it through your head. You can't come up here and say, oh, it's because your name is Amir. How does that fucking matter? Name is Amir or whatever the name is. It doesn't matter. My tax dollars are going there.
Other Americans who don't really get and they don't have any like Arab origins or.
I know Americans. They do care. What are you gonna do about the Americans? I know.
Donald Trump then. If they're anti-Israel, how come they elected Trump?
They wanted to punish Kamala, the Democratic Party.
Yeah, but at the cost of what? On supporting the genocide that they care about so much. Oh, come on, man. Yes, they would say that.
Okay, do we have any other choice, Chico? Chico, do we have any other choice in America? It's just a two-party system.
Yeah, and at least the Democratic Party isn't as supportive of the Zionist
agenda.
Who
told you that? Biden is the one that gave funding. Hold on, Chico. Biden is the one that gave funding to who? To Israel. Commit genocide. Anthony Blinken. You know Anthony Blinken was the Secretary of State. He lied in front of Congress to allow weaponry to Israel. It goes again. We have a Leahy law in America, which which means you cannot give weapons to somebody that's blocking the aid and whatnot. All right. And what he did, Anthony Blinken, he received a report. He changed the whole fucking report into opposite, and he lied in front of the Congress. And when you lie in front of a Congress, it's a felony. You should get into it. Go search on YouTube. You'll come across a bunch of videos. Anthony Blinken lying in front of Congress about Israel. The reason why Anthony Blinken's grandfather was involved in creating the Jewish state, his uncle, his dad, he's a staunch fucking Zionist.
So, Chico, let me ask you a question. You mentioned that everybody should put aside what happened in the past and consider pragmatically the situation in the field now and do something about it. So, tell me, if you were a Palestinian leader, let's say Hamas, what would you do? And if you were the Israeli leader, what would you do to end this conflict? At least get it on a kind of a peaceful track in terms of arriving at some form of agreement and peace. I can give you a couple of examples right off the top of my head, but I'll just reserve my comments until I hear from you, because you keep saying, we're moving forward, let's do something. So give me two examples, one example on each side that you would have a strong impact on the conflict as it is right now.
Guys, Hamas, they messed up the whole Palestinian cause with what they did. Because you need to choose your weapon. If you're gonna defend your rights, you need to know how to take it. Like, the land has been taken from you because there must be a solution, and for it to be a solution, the hate should stop. People need to understand, like maybe if you're American, you don't know what's really happening. Like that.
Okay, I need to stop
whole-
you here. Look, I thank
Yeah.
you for those comments. I'm asking you a question. If you were the leader of Hamas or Palestinian, and if you were the leader of Israel, what is the most conducive, the most effective thing that you can do to end the bloodshed and provide a path to a meaningful peace between these two groups of people? Because you're the one who talk about being pragmatic. Give me some solution. I don't.
Hamas needs to
Thank you for
get
your comments,
out
but tell me.
immediately.
Yeah, right.
And
What would you do?
I would get Hamas out immediately and give the authority, the Palestinian Authority, the Abu Mazen, the Mahmoud Abbas Abu Mazen. They should rule Gaza. And I would get some Arab forces to keep the peace in Gaza and to ensure nothing against
Nobody
Israel.
likes Mahmoud Abbas. I don't know what you're on about, man. Nobody likes Mahmoud Abbas. His rating dropped by 3. He's only at about 10 or 20%. He's in bed with Zionist entity. He tells that Israel tells him to go kill people. He doesn't. He goes arrests them and kills people. You should go look into the rating. There was even a survey done in relate to what the rating of Hamas is in the West Bank and what the rating of fucking Mahmoud Abbas is. Mahmoud Abbas is really a fucking criminal.
That's all propaganda, Amir. Yes, there is some
Do you
kind
want the
of
Palestinian survey? Do you want the Palestinian survey?
No, I don't want the Palestinian.
If you don't want the data, then why are you fucking intellectually dishonest?
Because I know the facts. I'm not being.
You don't know the shit about it. You don't know shit about the fact.
Their life safely. No. I can see what happened. The Oslo Accord, the diplomacy has got them the Western Bank. And if they are to take a country, there is no other way than
Okay, is the West Bank under occupation? Is the West Bank apartheid?
The West Bank is in a bad condition right
No,
now.
I'm asking you. Hold on. Is the West Bank under occupation?
Yes.
Okay, how is it divided? What is it called? Zone what?
What do you mean, Zone 1?
It's divided into 3 parts. Zone A, Zone B, Zone C. You agree?
Yeah.
Okay, who controls the Zone C?
Israel controls it all.
Okay, yeah. Who controls the Zone C and who controls the Zone B?
I don't know, but I know Israel controls all of it. Yes, on paper.
All of it. Okay, how many checkpoints are in the West Bank, Chico? How many checkpoints in the West Bank?
How am I supposed to know how many checkpoints on the West
I
Bank?
thought you knew the facts.
I know the facts, like the overall facts.
Okay, how many checkpoints are in the West Bank?
Let me tell you something. I'm Egyptian. Our King Farouk.
I just asked you. I'm not talking about Egyptian. I'm gonna come to Egypt in a second. Hang on. As an Egyptian, why the fuck do you have Rafah border crossing closed?
It's not closed. The other.
He's not letting anybody in.
It's occupied.
Israel is on the other end. Hang on. Rafah border crossing is closed by Egyptian government, and even when they did the fucking blockade, Egyptian actually cooperated with Israel to do a fucking blockade in 2007 and whatnot. Why did they cooperate with fucking Israel to do the blockade?
No, we did not cooperate.
Yes, you did. Go look it up. Hurry up and look it up.
Back from 2007, the tunnels were still open.
I'm not talking about tunnels. I'm talking about why did you fucking stop the border? Did the blockade?
Yeah, because it's politics.
Did the blockade? It's politics. Your politics, it matters more than fucking human life.
There was no starvation.
Your politics matter more. Chico. In the West Bank, hold on. In the West Bank, there's 920 fucking checkpoints. Okay? They even have checkpoints. They're flying checkpoints on a chopper. They will prop up a fucking checkpoint every 2 kilometers if they want to. Okay? Go get your facts straight. When you don't know the fucking facts, don't even come up here and start talking shit out of your fucking ass. Your Egyptian government literally was at the border. Your nephew, Al-Sisi's nephew, was heavily fucking involved in charging people money to come into Egypt. People that left from Gaza.
You were there.
Yeah. I was there. I have the reports. I go based on fucking facts and data. Your Egyptian bullshit narrative is, if we allow them into our land, then they won't be able to go back. If we, it's okay to inside fucking Gaza, let them get butchered and slaughtered, let them get genocided, and not allow them into Egypt. Motherfucker, just shut the fuck up, man. Fucking Egyptian piece of shit.
Okay, so yes, the Egyptian government they charged money to let the people in, and that was for a reason because if you get the free of charge, everyone would come in, and this is what the Israeli want. I'm not sure who you're supporting.
If they really want to, you follow the orders of Israel.
No, no, man. They want the Egyptians to open the borders so the Palestinians can empty Gaza so they can take over. We're not following anyone's orders, but you cannot get it. Like, I'm not sure. Like, the Rafah border, it got two sides, the Egyptian side and the Palestinian side. It should be governed by the Palestinian people on the other side. Okay, so now it's occupied by Israel. So we led the truck to go in, and then it would hit the Israeli army. And what would we do?
Okay. In relation to the trucks, why does your Egyptian government charges $5,000 per truck that crosses your Egyptian border into Gaza?
No, we do not charge per truck.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Hold on. There's an entity that runs your fucking border crossing that charges $5,000 fucking dollars every time a truck passes from Egypt into Gaza. Why do you charge $5,000? Can you tell the room why do you charge fucking $5,000 just for the A truck? The A is supposed to be free.
I told you that we charge people. Yes, that happened.
No. I'm talking about A truck. I'm talking about the A truck.
That's not true.
Okay.
This is the military zone. How the fuck you're coming with those information? Like, we said it as a country. Like, we admitted that we charged $5,000 per person to let the people in, to regulate it. But how did you come with that information? I'm not sure. Everyone's saying stuff. And after all, why this is the issue? People are getting killed. So yes, we want to get the food in, for sure. But like, as a country, we're not gonna go into a full-scale war with Israel because Hamas doesn't want to withdraw. Because, you know, if they left the sea, everything would end. So why don't they want to go out? I want to understand, because they said it's gonna be a new Sabra and Shatila. This is not true. 100 Sabra and Shatila is happening already on a daily basis. So how worse could it get? Why don't they want to get out? I'm not getting it. So at least we can secure the peace and start building. But as long as things would go on like this, and you would try to blame it on other people, like, you wouldn't be able to prove that Hamas is righteous, that they are doing the right thing, so they would try to outsource it onto other countries like Jordan or Egypt. Like, what's the point? What are you solving? People are still getting killed, you know? So if you are really supporting the people and the cause, you should start discussing how to end this madness, not how to blame other people, how to prove that Hamas is not the reason. No, it is the reason. And how to prove that the Palestinian Authority is so bad. So every occupied country throughout the history, they worked under the occupation authority.
Okay, I posted the article in the chat. Thank you.
I'm gonna have a
Instead of killing my brain cells, go read up the organization that runs the fucking border. They charge anywhere from $5,000 to fucking $20,000 per truck. Anyways, when you become, when you do intellectually dishonest bullshit into this room, but thank you for at least acknowledging that yes, we charge people to come into Egypt, $5,000, $10,000. At least you're honest about that. But it's a disgusting behavior. But anyway.
So you wanted us to make it open borders and get everyone to get in and let Israeli take over?
No.
No.
We're talking about trucks. We were talking about trucks, remember? We moved from everything else. Let's focus on the trucks. Why?
You mentioned.
Yeah. Why are you charging minimum $5,000 for the A truck that comes through the border? Oh my God. facts there when people come out here and lie about it, right? The situation in the West Bank or Gaza, I have to correct them a little bit because then it turns into like a whole bunch of lies.
Yeah, but that's fake info. What is the source? Like it keeps saying a source in Sinai and another source in Sinai. What is this? Which kind of journalism this is?
So,
Where is
Mr.
your
Chico,
source?
let me tell you this. I am very adamant, and I try to be very thorough in kind of checking the sources. We're not engaged with Amir or anything.
ठीक है मैं कुछ कह नहीं रहा मैं केवल एक मौका
Haven't been here maybe for a few minutes some other time. But anyway, I found them to provide the sources are credible, even very credible. And as a matter of fact, some of the sources we presented here, I haven't had them myself. So I would, based on that, is this kind of history that I've seen from Amir, I trust the sources, but also every single time I read them, I at least check the sources. For example, the source that he just posted in here, it is from an organization called Middle East Eye. I don't know this organization at all, so I don't know if they're credible or not. But the claim is here that Egyptian firm, this is the title, Egyptian firm charges commercial trucks entering Gaza $20,000 in bribes. And he goes on to tell you about this. This is not a good action from any government that is going, particularly Muslim brothers and the Arabs and the rest of it. This is not a good act if this is actually this article is correct. But in the past, when I've checked Amir's sources, I saw them to be credible, and based on that, I'm doing
This is not Amir sources. This is a Muslim Brotherhood newspaper that was founded in Kitover, and no source was mentioned. And just use the logic, please. I don't mean to interrupt you, but who would pay that 20,000? Tell me who would.
The reason I'm saying this because you were asking Amir, where are you getting your sources? You're making these things up, something to that effect. So I'm just
I
trying to
meant
make
the
the point.
article, Ali. I meant from the article. There's no source mentioned within
It
the
does,
article.
Let me finish. I'll provide you from the same article their source.
Yeah, so, Chico, I don't know about this article. This entity, I have not heard of them before. So I don't know if it's true or not. But based on my
Who
history
would
with
pay the
Amir,
20,000, guys? Who would pay for it? Like,
Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish, and then I'll respond.
yeah. So anyway, I have no reason right now to believe it's credible source or not, but
what they want you to believe. No. So Israel want to frame it as Hamas is Gaza, and Gaza did 7th of October. So Gaza as a whole
But Hamas
is
is
a
a terrorist
terrorist
organization,
and it
bro.
needs to be killed. So no,
Which is what, right? Which is
Gaza
what you're saying.
isn't Hamas. The people in
Hamas
Gaza
is a
hate
terrorist
Hamas.
group.
No, stop. So what you're saying is that the Zionists want people to believe that Hamas is not a part of Gaza. Is that what you're saying? I'm just trying to get you.
Actually,
I
sir,
don't know.
brother,
Meant the opposite.
before we change the topic, did you read the article, Chico?
Yes, I did read the article. I
Okay, did you
not find
read the?
anything else.
Hold on, Chico. Did you read the part that says the first is Sons of Sinai, a trading and contracting company that is part of Organi Group, a group of companies owned by Organi and his son Isam. The second is Golden Eagle, the subcontractor of Sons of Sinai, tasked with facilitating logistics for e-delivery. Sons of Sinai organizes the entry of trucks, even though this rule is supposed to be exclusive to the Red Crescent. A source at the Rafah crossing told the news agency on condition of anonymity. This has opened the door to corruption and bribes as payments are made to prioritize the passage of certain trucks over others. You didn't read that part, right, Chico? You're just an idiot, man. Read the fucking
Yeah,
article.
I did read that part, and still
You
that
didn't
part
read
isn't
the fucking
mentioning
part.
any source. Yeah, and that part.
I
Where is
just
the source in that
told you.
part?
I just told you.
We
Some
know the
idiot.
company name. Yes, we know the
Okay.
the source.
Are the trucks, Chico? Are the trucks supposed to go to Red Crescent or this organization?
Yes, and they're going through the Red Crescent. And let me explain something. Who would pay to prioritize the passes of the charity truck over another one? They're both charity. Why would they need to be prioritized? And who would pay it? Like, you understand what's happening? Those trucks are like from the Egyptian charity, and other countries they send their charity as well, and then it would all go there. So who would be there to pay $20,000? You know how much is that? This is $1,000,000 Egyptian pounds. Who would pay it? Think about who would pay such an amount to get some charity to enter to Gaza. There will be the driver there. Do you think the truck driver, they have $1,000,000 EGP? What kind of nonsense are you saying? Like, just think about what you're saying. Think if it can be logical and true, which is not.
So Chico, let me just complete this. So what I did, which I normally don't like to do, I put the question to an artificial intelligence. It's not a chat GPT. I use an artificial intelligence called Perplexity, which I found it to be better than actually chat GPT. So here's the question I ask. Do the Egyptian government charges the aid trucks going through its borders to Gaza? Here's the answer. The Egyptian government does not officially charge the fees for trucks going through the borders to Gaza. However, according to reports, companies linked to Egyptian tribal leaders and intelligence have unofficially imposed heavy fees or bribes on commercials and aid trucks at the Rafah's border crossing. These fees can be substantial, reportedly around $20,000 per truck or more, and are unofficial